After seeing Baird off, Varen stayed in the study and read books. After 10 o'clock, Wylan left the study and slowly headed to the outer fort of Star Moon Castle. Arriving at the manor where his uncle's family lived, the changes was so great that Varen almost didn't recognize him. Maybe he hadn't bothered him in these years, allowing his uncle to have a lot of private time. However, Varen then put the idea behind him. Entering the manor, you looked at the tree-lined avenue and the magic puppets cleaning the manor, moving as slowly as an old man in his twilight. After walking more than 100 meters, they came to a lake. Wylan immediately spotted Odor meditating in the middle of the lake. Without saying anything to disturb, Wylan went straight to the pavilion and sat down, waiting peacefully. Just take this time to enjoy the surrounding scenery. Not long after, a young man came to the pavilion with a tea set and a wooden box of tea. After placing the things on the stone table, he bent down and saluted. "Good afternoon, Lord Wylan." Looking up, Wylan smiled and said, "Theo, long time no see." "Lord Varen, the teacher will not wake up for half an hour. Would you like to take a walk around the manor or continue to wait here?" Theo reminded with a smile on his face. "Since my uncle won't wake up until half an hour later, let's take advantage of this time to play chess." Facing Wylan's invitation, Theo nodded and agreed. After 2 chess games, halfway through the 3rd chess game, Odor woke up from his meditation and turned his gaze to the pavilion. Looking at Wylan's figure, a bad feeling emerged in his heart. This kid came to the door so quickly. Promises were unavoidable, but as long as Wylan didn't take the initiative to mention them, he would pretend he had forgotten them. When I came to the pavilion and looked at this rookie's chess skills, I couldn't help but shake my head. After so many years, there has been no progress at all. This must be the case in this life. 10 minutes later, Varen won the game with 2 wins. Seeing this, Theo smiled apologetically, then stood up from the stone bench, came to the left side and started making tea. Wylan waved his hand to put the chess game away and said kindly to Odor, "Uncle, long time no see. It has been 10 years, and you have become a lot stronger." Odor sat on the other side of Wylan, looked at his nephew up and down, and said with emotion, "Hey, it's just some luck." Wylan said modestly, but his raised eyebrows showed that he was not so calm inside. The two communicated slowly, but neither party mentioned the promise made many years ago. As time passed, Wylan finally understood that if he did not take the initiative to mention the construction of the floating ship, his uncle would treat the promise as non-existent. But if he had mentioned it first, the initiative would have been in his uncle's hands. Time passed bit by bit, and Wylan felt a little helpless. As expected, he still couldn't beat his uncle, an old fox who didn't know how many years ago in Tai Chi. Seeing the tea in the cup, Wylan took a sip and gave it his all. He said straight to the point, "Uncle, I got a giant war puppet but it lacks an energy core. I would like to ask you to repair it." After hearing Wylan's words, the smile on Odor's face did not change at all, and he said calmly, "Okay. If you wish." Wylan suddenly stopped mid-sentence. "What do I want?" "Uncle, if you are willing to repair the energy core of the war puppet behemoth, I can let you study it for a few years, but only if you cannot dismantle it." Wylan rolled his eyes and said, "Yes, I agreed. But I can't give a specific time when it will be repaired." "It's natural." Wylan agreed without even thinking about it. After a few words of greeting, Wylan said goodbye and left the manor. After Varen left, Theo looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, aren't you unwilling to be busy with chores? Why did you agree to Lord Varen to repair the war puppet beast?" "This matter is complicated to say, but it can be used as an excuse. You will understand later." Odor smiled and waved Theo to go to the laboratory to prepare things. After walking out of the manor, Wylan suddenly stopped, looked at the big tree beside him and muttered to himself, "I was fooled." If it was up to his uncle to decide when it would be repaired, then the construction of the floating ship would not start until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Now that I have agreed, it's hard not to deny it. If I had known earlier, I should have asked Kyle to accompany me, otherwise my uncle would not have arrived. However, I still have the card of Ant, so I can only take risks. In the demoplane of Messier, Kyle stood on top of the piles of treasures, commanding the light and shadow clones to sort the huge supplies. Those with high value are placed on the left side, and written on the list to be stored in the underground treasure house. The ones with slightly lower value are placed in the middle and stored in the Star Moon Castle warehouse. As for the pile of things on the right, most of them are weapons and armor, various ores containing a small amount of magic power, potion plants suitable for low-level professionals to practice, metals such as gold, silver, and copper blocks, and some exquisite cloth and clothing, etc. These things were precious treasures to the former Kixing leader. But now, although they are valuable, they are no longer so scarce. They are not worthy of direct supervision by their masters. It is more appropriate to put them in the Kixing leader's warehouse. Kyle landed on the grass, looking at the pile of books recording extraordinary knowledge of the Metagoa plane, and thinking about the valuation of these things. If the value is estimated according to the books in the main world, it is not worth it. If it is converted to half of the value, it is somewhat disrespectful to these books. After thinking for a while, Kyle decided to adopt a split valuation method. Books with 6 seals and below supernatural knowledge are estimated at half of the value, and books with 7 seals and above are estimated at 2/3 of the price of supernatural books of the corresponding level in the main world. In this way, the value of this pile of supernatural books is about 430 million gold coins. After writing down the corresponding records, Kyle waved his hand to move the pile of books to the left, ready to put them into the underground treasure house, and then set his eyes on a pile of travel and biography books, paused for a few seconds, and finally left these useless books in Xinyu Castle. There is no other reason. Just because his master likes to read. On the other side, Wylan came to Kyle's office, and after finding that no one was there, he returned to his study to wait for the result. It goes without saying that Kyle must be busy in the Messier Demiplane, so it is better not to disturb him. It is important to take advantage of this time to rest. Left and right wings. Left and right wings. Left and right wings. In the evening, Kyle came to the study with 3 documents and handed them to his master for his review. Varen took the document and looked at the name of the top document: Expedition Campaign High-Value Items, relegated to Underground Treasure House. Open the file and look at the data recorded on it. There is an estimate behind each item. For the first category, extraordinary books, the second category, extraordinary books, and the third category, extraordinary books on the list, there are detailed records at the back of the document. A type of extraordinary book, which is the career path taken by the Saint Seals of the Metagoa Plain and the continent of Angaxia. Due to the demise of magic civilization, all these extraordinary knowledge are related to the warrior career path, and there are only 283 books. From this point of view, most of these indigenous professionals are not enterprising and lack the spirit of exploration. The second category of extraordinary books is extraordinary knowledge related to professionals from 7 seals to 9 seals, including knowledge about the understanding of seals, cultivation, combat skills, etc. The third category of extraordinary books has the largest number, but the quality is also the worst. Most of them are about the cultivation methods and understanding methods related to the 6 seals and below, as well as some secret insights, which have some reference significance. They can also be regarded as recording the last days of a dying civilization, the crystallization of wisdom. Time passed bit by bit, and Wylan turned back more and more, unable to stop the smile on his face. The total value of the items classified in the underground treasure house is 24.46 billion gold coins, which is equivalent to the value of 2 underground treasure houses, but half of the value is brought by the Demon's Soul Light Ball. After putting down the first document, Varen couldn't wait to pick up the second document: Expeditionary Campaign Return to the Star Moon Castle Treasury. Looking at the data above, there are many, but the value is relatively low, with a total value of about 5.3 billion gold coins. As for the last document, it is Expedition Campaign Ordinary Supplies, which has a wide range of types, ranging from extraordinary supplies for bronze warriors to training, to ordinary iron weapons, with a total value of about 2.6 billion gold coins. In total, his harvest from this expedition reached 32.3 billion gold coins, which was more than 10 times more than what he gained during the 7-year war between the kingdom and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. Sure enough, war is the best time to get rich. Although the Metagoya plane is only a low-energy plane, the wealth it contains is staggering. Of course, if he were not one of the top leaders of the expeditionary force and controlled the four indigenous countries in the later period, he would not have achieved such a gain. Putting down the documents in his hands, Wylan couldn't stop the smile on his face. With so much money, it would be more than enough to even directly start the project of building a floating city. However, now I just think about it. The extremely rare core materials used to build the floating city cannot be collected in a short time. For mages, especially arcanists, having a floating city of their own is a lifelong dream. Even raising a castle of several thousand square meters into the sky is the goal they pursue. Sell those demon soul light balls, and I believe that the Star Prayer leader will not be short of magic crystals in the next few decades. Varen stood up and said to Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle suggested at the beginning, "My lord, you must prepare to expand the treasure house." "Yes, to expand the treasure house, I want to." Halfway through his words, Wylan suddenly remembered the promise he had made, and now he really wanted to slap himself. No, at least not within the next few years. Seeing his master's expression, Kyle seemed to understand something. "Sure enough, although my boss is very reliable most of the time, he occasionally makes mistakes and gets tricked by others." Wylan put away the smile on his face and gave instructions. "Kyle, send someone to inform Baird and the others that a meeting will be held in the Praying Star territory in 7 days. The military generals, local governors, the president and deputy president of the college, and professors will everyone, including the person in charge of the gray fog space, must come to the meeting." "Lord, does Mr. Orlando need to be notified?" Kyle asked. After hearing this, Wylan thought for a while and said, "The Zephyrus territory is not in a hurry. Let's straighten out the affairs of the Kixing leader first." "I understand, Lord." Kyle bowed and saluted and left the study, preparing to convey the order to the knight, and then store the high-value items stored in the demoplane of Messier into the underground treasury. As for the demon soul light balls, just follow the instructions of your master and put in 50,000 silver-level devil soul light balls. The rest will stay in the Messier demoplane temporarily until you go to the royal capital to meet the king. The No. 1 Magic Academy conducts transactions. After sending Kyle away, Varen put the 3 documents into a drawer and then lay on the table, thinking about the appointments of the governors of each county. After thinking for a long time, Wylan decided to adopt a system of acting as governor plus deputy positions for each county consul. For the 5 experienced consuls, Baird, Andrew, Randolph, Duke, and Cyril, in addition to governing the old 5 counties, they can also be allowed to take charge of the newly developed counties based on the principle of proximity. In order to assist them, deputies were set up in the new county. As for the candidates, each of the 5 of them will nominate one, but it cannot be placed in the county they are responsible for. Instead, they must be carried out in a crossover manner to weaken each other's influence. The remaining 1 county does not have a county-level consul. Under his idea, the 3 towns were divided into 2 areas, which were given to Zelia and Zephyrin respectively. Both of them are talents mentioned in the Guidance of Destiny. They cannot just concentrate on practicing, but also need to cultivate the ability to govern the territory and lead the army. Just like the 2 brothers Orlando and Hebrew. After growing up, they saved themselves a lot of affairs and strengthened their control over the territory. Although Baird and others are also his confidants, the matter of origin cannot be avoided. In addition, after taking the 7-color life flower, the cultivation talent has improved, but the talents in other aspects seem a bit mediocre. The Guardian Knights who grow too slowly can only be rotated to other positions. According to the observation reports submitted by Hilda, Adolf and Mike have been unable to lead the troops in recent years, but there is no suitable candidate to replace them for a while, so they can only wait for a while. Although these 2 people have shortcomings, they are loyal. They can integrate the Watchtower troops and the Border County City Defense Army and hand them over to the 2 commanders. However, before replacing them, they need to talk to them to avoid resentment. In terms of military expansion, Miller can lead a battalion to accumulate experience in leading troops and prepare for serving as the governor of the Border County in the future. Thinking deeply, Wylan picked up a feather pen, pulled a piece of white paper, and began to continue the detailed planning. 7 days later, everyone gathered in Xingyu Castle. Hundreds of people filled the conference room, waiting for Weilin's arrival. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Lord, here we come. Miller stood at the entrance to the conference room and said loudly. After hearing this, everyone in the conference room stood up and turned their attention to the entrance. With a serious face, Weilin led Kyle into the conference room. I've met your lord, Lord. Everyone answered in unison, stroking their chests with their right hands and bending down to salute. Weilin came to the main seat and said, Everyone, sit down. Seeing this, everyone took their seats one after another and turned their eyes to Weilin with respect in their eyes. On the other side, Kyle came behind Varen, stood upright with his hands behind his back, and stared at everyone present. Today is the first meeting in the past 10 years, and it is also the time to discuss merit and reward. Weilin sat on the main seat, looked around, and said. When everyone heard this, they were cheered up. They suppressed their inner excitement and waited for the next speech. In the conference room, there were generals who had returned from participating in the expedition, as well as governors and generals whose territory was defending against the monster clan in the Grey Mansion's wasteland. In this way, they all have rewards. It's just a matter of how much. Undoubtedly, the 5 people, Hebrews, Devon Hill, Greg, Dorcius, and Orion, received the greatest rewards. After all, they had fought with the Lord for 10 years and deserved to enjoy this honor. After a little encouragement, Weilin signaled Kyle to start. Kyle saw this, picked up the file, opened it, and read, Hebrew. Your Majesty. Hebrew stood up, bowed, and saluted. Expedition campaign. Experienced 53 major and minor wars, outstanding military achievements. Awarded 135 red phosphorus horses, 15 sets of extraordinary knight equipment, 6 mithril daggers, 120 bottles of luminous wine, read 15 pounds of tree tea leaves, 30 sets of ivy armor, 36 fancian fruits, 100 high-grade magic crystals, 8 gold-level combat skills, 3 soul-level combat skills, and a small black-skinned pig farm, 3 buildings, 2.8 million gold coins. Hebra was stunned when he heard these things, even though he was not sensitive to the valuation of items based on his many years of experience. These things were worth at least 20 million gold coins. At this moment, the wealth of some barren families in Cardero province that has been accumulated for hundreds of years is probably less than a fraction of their own. Devon Hill looked at Hebrew, who was in a daze, and kicked him calmly. After being reminded by his prospective father-in-law, Hebrew came back to his senses, bowed his head, and saluted. Thank you, Lord. When Weilin heard this, he smiled and said, It's just a reward based on merit. Sit down. Yes, Lord. Hebrew responded and immediately sat on the seat. Kyle saw this and continued to read, Devon Hill. Devon Hill stood up and saluted respectfully, Lord. Expeditionary campaign. As time passed, the breathing of everyone in the conference room became heavier. Since the establishment of the Star Prayer Leader, this is the most generous reward from the Lord. The various materials present among the people present ranged from more than 20 million gold coins to as low as 10,000 to 20,000 gold coins. Added together, they were worth at least 200 million gold coins, equivalent to the total wealth of the Baron family accumulated over 100 centuries. 3 hours later, the rewards were over, and everyone couldn't help but communicate in low voices. Their words were full of praise for Weilin, occasionally mixed with a few words of bragging. Quiet. When Kyle spoke, everyone was silent and did not dare to speak any more. Weilin looked at everyone and said, I once said that as long as there is merit, I will not be stingy with rewards. This sentence will still be valid in the future. 43 years ago, the Kixing territory was just a developed territory covering an area of a few square kilometers. 41 years ago, when I became a baron, the Kixing territory had 3 towns, a population of tens of thousands, and a territory of 1,650 square kilometers. 35 years ago, when I was promoted to Viscount, the Kixing territory had 3 counties, dozens of towns, a population of more than 200,000, and a territory of 14,000 square kilometers. 10 years ago, when I left the Kixing territory, there were 5 counties, a population of 1 million, and an area of 27,900 square kilometers. Today, Kaixing owns 11 counties, with a population of nearly 1.8 million and an area of nearly 70,000 square kilometers. Today's achievements all depend on your efforts. Today's glory is inseparable from your hard work. This honor belongs to me, and it also belongs to you. Under Weiland's encouragement, everyone's faces turned red, and they all showed excitement. At this moment, whether it was showing his true feelings or pretending, he recognized Kaixing's leadership of the flag even more in his heart. If there was no prayer star leader, they might have worked day and night for food and clothing. They might have been buried in the monster's belly. They might be complacent about becoming a bronze professional, or they might be lamenting the difficulty of the extraordinary road and that they don't have much time left. Weiland had a clear view of everyone's expressions. 10 minutes later, Weiland stopped his words of encouragement and moved on to the next topic. When the 2 guard knights standing in the conference room saw this, they came to the white wall at the back of the conference room and hung the map of the Kixing leader. Seeing this, everyone turned their attention to the map. The 11 counties represent the 11 components of the Kixing leader. Baird of Kixing County, Andrew of Lancia County, Randolph of Xiphon County, Cyril of Luming County, and Duke of Kiayan County, you are the only 5 county-level consuls in Kixing County. They are also the 5 best consuls in the Kixing leader. Baird. After hearing this, Baird, who had been sitting quietly, stood up and saluted, saying, "Master, please give your orders." Weiland looked at Baird and said, "I want you to take charge of Lancia County. Do you have any objections?" "It's meaningless for me." Baird lowered his head and replied, "As a deputy of a county, who do you think can take on the role of a person in Kixing County?" Faced with this question, Baird was shocked. This was a signal from his master to recruit people. If he didn't say which county, it must not be Lancia County. However, since his master dared to ask, he must have already chosen someone. Whether he said it or not, he couldn't change the result. It would be better to set an example. Anyway, he had an intelligent corps to assist in handling government affairs, so there was no loss in recommending a secretary. "My lord, I nominate my secretary Haydar." "Very good." Weiland nodded, waved Baird to sit down, turned to look at Andrew and said, "Andrew, I intend to hand over Yilan County to you for custody, and you can object." "My lord, it's meaningless for me." Andrew stood up and answered with a serious face, but he felt a little bitter in his heart. Captain Baird was bleeding, and he would definitely not be able to escape. Half an hour later, Weiland looked at Kyle's record and nodded with satisfaction. "The first picture. The second picture." With Baird taking the lead, the other 4 did not dare to hide their own ideas, and the talents they recommended were all in line with their own wishes. "I declare." Everyone looked serious when they heard this, and stared at Weiland, waiting for the appointment. Kader will serve as the deputy governor of Lancia County, assisting Baird in governing Lancia County. Haydar will serve as the deputy governor of Nanzina County, assisting Cyril, the governor of Luming County, in managing Nanzina County. The appointment was completed. Except for Jiangtin County, the other 5 counties welcomed their own deputy governors. Weiland raised his head, looked at the hesitant look of everyone, coughed lightly and said, "Jiangtin County, I have another use. Next is the expansion of the army." Soon as these words came out, the generals and senior officers in the military system had fiery eyes, and they couldn't help but get nervous. They didn't know who would be honored as the general of the 1st Battalion. "Cassius, let's start." Weiland looked at the middle-aged general on the right and gave an order. "Yes, my lord." Cassius stood up and saluted, then looked at everyone and began to talk. So far, Kixing has 9 battalions of standing troops, totaling more than 29,000 soldiers. The second-line troops include 11 battalions of city defense troops, 6 watchtower troops, Xingyu Fort Guard troops, granary and arsenal garrison troops, armed forces directly under the caravan and other special troops, totaling 45,389 people. In addition, the Underground World Servant Army Corps has not been included in the Kixing Army system, but according to statistics 3 months ago, The underground world servant army has reached 53,000. Seeing this, Wylan nodded, motioned Cassius to take a seat, and then said, Kixing has 11 counties and nearly 70,000 square kilometers of land. For ordinary nobles, 30,000 standing troops are enough, but for me, it is not enough. Development must require strong military support. From today on, Kixing will enter the 3-year military expansion, will ensure the combat effectiveness of the second-line troops. 9,000 soldiers will be selected to form the 10th, 11th, and 12th battalions of Kixingeling. The vacancies of the second-line troops will be filled by the militia. Wylan looked at everyone with sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, Miller. Miller, who was standing aside and distracted, heard the voice of the Lord, Me back to his senses, came to the conference table, and said loudly, Here. From today, you will be relieved of your post as the captain of the Lord's Guard and promoted to the commander of the 10th Battalion of Kixingeling. Miller looked serious, bowed and saluted, and said loudly, For the glory of Kixingeling and for your glory, I will sacrifice my life. Step down. Yes, sir. For his own guard team, Wylan decided to keep 4 people as the backbone, and all the others were dispersed to the 10th, 11th, and 12th battalions to serve as officers, with the highest position being the deputy captain and the lowest being the deputy squadron leader. As for the other officer positions in the 3 battalions, they will be filled by the other 9 battalions, and those who should be rotated will be rotated, and those who should be promoted will be promoted. For the positions of the battalion commanders of the 11th and 12th battalions, Wylan has not yet appointed them. To be the general of a battalion, both strength and leadership ability must be outstanding. So far, Kixing has 12 battalions. Except for the vacancies of the battalion commanders of 2 battalions, the commanders of the remaining 10 battalions are his own guardian knights. One was promoted by military merit. The other 2 were from the Lord's Guard team, namely Midia and Miller. Midia gambled his life to explore the gray fog space and got the position of battalion commander. Even if his strength is not enough, and he is only a high-level Silver Knight so far, Wylan still wants to use him. The promises he made to others cannot be easily changed. As for Miller, he is already a low-level Gold Knight. It is time to experience the army for a few years, and then transfer to a county to serve as a governor, or to be responsible for other important affairs. I'll leave the positions of generals of the 11th and 12th battalions to you. There is no shortage of wars on the border. Which of you can become the second Eden depends on your talent and military exploits. After drawing a big pie, Wylan began to move on to other topics. After 10 years of development, some laws and regulations are no longer applicable to the development of Kixing territory. It's time to make some changes. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the 3-day and 2-night meeting ended. After Wylan announced the dissolution of the meeting, everyone left the meeting room and left Xingyu Castle. In less than a moment, only Kyle and Wylan were left in the huge meeting room. My lord, how do we fill the 20 vacancies of the Lord's Guard? Kyle looked at his lord and asked. Wylan perked up and said, Half of the quota will be selected from the descendants of Baird and the other half from the civilian students of the Knight Academy. In addition, call back Mean from the Rose Flower Knights and let him serve as the captain of the guard. As for the new supervisor, you can pick one person. Yes, my lord, Kyle lowered his head and replied. After leaving the meeting room, Wylan went straight to the bedroom. After staying up all night for several days, it was time to take this opportunity to have a good rest. Looking at the back of his master leaving, Kyle's eyes flickered. It was time to hand in a new training schedule and let the diligent Wylan come back. 3 days later, Wylan sent Lucas to the Magic Academy and asked the vice president of the Magic Academy, Dirian, to teach him personally and prepare a laboratory for him to use. As for Fiona, she followed Lucas and learned the common sense of this world by the way. Regarding the handling of Jontarn County, Wylan moved it to make a decision after he was promoted to Earl. On November 28, 9763, in the glorious calendar, in the teleportation hall of the provincial capital of Cardro Province, a middle-aged man looked at the lively scene inside. I didn't expect that I would be here. A young man heard the captain's words and asked in a low voice. "Cousin, what's wrong with the captain?" Leia looked at her nephew and seemed to see herself more than 30 years ago. "Do you know who we are reviewing this time?" Hearing this, the young man replied without hesitation. "Sir Varen Akers, Viscount Kixing, son of Earl Eagle, do you have any questions?" After hearing this, Leia nodded and said, "This Lord Varen was promoted from Pioneer Knight to Baron after the review of our captain, and his promotion from Baron to Viscount also passed the review of our captain. In this way, you know why the captain is so emotional." The young man replied in a low voice, "Cousin, I understand." "Okay, don't waste time, go and come back early." Lester turned to look at a few people and said with a smile, "Facing the rising sun." The three of them headed to Kixing Ling, along the Curisco Cardero Kixing Highway. Compared to the twists and turns of more than 30 years, this road makes Lester feel more relaxed. In Kixing City, Baird learned of the arrival of the censors and immediately sent someone to Xingyu Castle to report the news. On the other side, Varen was hiding in the study in the castle, lazing around and handling government affairs. Wylan looked at the progress of the war puppet's repair and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Sure enough, as long as I talk to my aunt, my uncle will not think about being lazy. I am really a genius." Unfortunately, the half-month deadline is getting closer and closer, which means that my vacation is about to end. However, there are ways to be honest and lazy. Suddenly, the study door was opened. Wylan was startled when he saw this. He instantly put away the smile on his face, coughed slightly, looked at Hilda and asked, "What's the matter?" Hilda put her hands on her abdomen, bent down to salute, and said respectfully, "Master, Chief Baird sent someone to deliver a message to you, saying that the inspection team from the royal capital has arrived in Kixing City." "I understand. You go and notify Kyle and ask him to wait for me at the east gate of the castle." "Yes, master." After Hilda left, Varen stood up, picked up his sword and left the study. On the training ground, Kyle was sitting aside, holding a book in his left hand and a cup of tea in his right hand, supervising Silas's training. This kid has an unstable mind and is easily disturbed by external things. If he is distracted for a few minutes and then looks back, he is guaranteed not to see Silas's shadow. Hearing the sound of slight footsteps, Kyle put down the book in his hand, turned his head and asked, "Hilda, what's the matter?" Hilda bowed her head and saluted, and then reported, "Lord Kyle, the review team has arrived at Kixing City. The master asked you to go to the East City Gate to wait for him." "Okay, I understand. You go ahead and do your work." Kyle waved his hand and asked Hilda to leave. Looking back, looking at the empty training ground, Kyle shook his head helplessly, gently rubbed his temples with his hands, then raised his right hand, grabbed it out of thin air in the direction of the manor's entrance, and stepped out with one foot. Silas from the manor caught it like a chicken. The scene changed. Silas looked at his father, the smile on his face instantly solidified. He put his hands behind his back, rubbing the corners of his clothes uneasily, his head almost buried in his chest. Not daring to look at his father, Kyle stood up, folded his hands on his chest, stared at the holy flame spirit sternly and said helplessly, "Silas, what should I say to you?" When Silas heard his father's words, he raised his head, opened his eyes wide, pretended to be pitiful, and said with a hint of pleading in his voice, "Father, I have mastered all the skills you mentioned. Please let me go out to play now. Just a moment." "You said you have mastered it, then let me try to see if you have mastered it," Kyle said expressionlessly. When Silas heard this, a sly smile flashed across his face, and then he patted his chest and said confidently, "Father, you can just come." Seeing the boy's confident look, Kyle nodded calmly, waved his right hand, and split into a silver-level faceless clone and said, "Beat him. During the time I am out, I allow you go and play. If you can't win, then copy the 10 angel words I taught you 10 times. 10 times. When Silas heard this, he couldn't help but swallowed. Writing 2 angel words would consume all his magic power. If he wrote 100 angel words, he would have to lie down 50 times. However, when he thought that he could go out and play as long as he agreed to be his father's clone, Silas decided to take a gamble. If you lose, just hug your father's thigh and beg for mercy. I believe he will spare you once. Kyle knew what Silas was thinking and was ready to let him see the dangers of the human heart. "Father, you must keep your word." Silas jumped on the training table and shouted to Kyle, Don't worry, I will tell you the truth for my father. After finishing speaking, Kyle asked the faceless clone to take the stage. Silas stared at the faceless clone, condensing the holy flame in his hand, preparing to let his father take a good look at his strength. The gold coins fall to the ground, and the battle begins. The faceless clone detonated the magic power in his body, raising his strength to the golden level. He ducked behind Silas, hugged him, and sucked the magic power from his body. Under the control of the gold-level faceless clone, Silas was unable to move, and could only feel his magic power being sucked dry. In less than a moment, Silas, who was completely exhausted, fell to the ground, looking up at the sky with disbelief in his eyes, and his little heart was traumatized. Kyle came to Silas, squatted down, and said with a smile, "Lost. Father, I don't accept it, you are cheating." Silas stared at Kyle and said, dissatisfied, "Then let me ask you, did I say that the strength of the faceless clone must be limited to the same level as you?" When Silas heard this, he tried to remember and finally shook his head and said, "No." "Then let me ask you again, do I have any means to restrict duels?" "Neither nor." Kyle spread his hands and said with a smile, "That's fine." But. Silas looked unwilling, but when he thought of what his father said, he couldn't say anything to refute. Kyle helped Silas up and said to him, "Remember what I taught you today, be vigilant in everything. Don't let me say anything. You just need to think more, otherwise you won't even know if you are betrayed by others." "I understand, Father." "Okay, if you make mistakes, correct them. After you have rested, go and write the angel text." Kyle stood up, lowered his head and said to Silas, "In view of your attitude of admitting your mistakes, there is no need to copy it 10 times, copy it 5 times. That's it." When Silas heard this, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Thank you, Father, I'll leave first." "Well, go ahead." Seeing this kid's silly and happy look, Kyle couldn't help but shook his head. It seemed that he needed education. Looking up at the sky, Kyle teleported to the room, grabbed the necessary items, and then flashed to the East City gate, waiting for his master to arrive. In less than a moment, Wylan arrived at the East City gate, nodded to Kyle, and then flew towards Star Prayer City. At this moment, in the Lord's mansion of Kixing City, Baird was warmly entertaining Lester and his party. Looking at the living room that had not changed much, Lester was very emotional, feeling that things were different. "The Lord is here." Hearing the guard's voice, Baird and Lester stopped communicating, stood up, and came outside the hall. "This subordinate has met the Lord." Baird beat his chest and saluted, saying respectfully, "Lester has met Lord Varen." Lester followed closely, bowing and saluting as a sign of respect. As for the other members of the review team, they all saluted and did not dare to do anything rude. Looking at the familiar person, Varen said gently with a smile on his face, "Brother Lester, long time no see." Lester looked respectful and answered, "Lord Waring, it has been 35 years since we last said goodbye." "Brother Lester, we haven't seen each other for many years. Why are we so unfamiliar?" Wylan put his arm around Lester's shoulders and said with a little complaint, "Lord Wylan, things are different now. You are already an Earl of the Kingdom, and I am just an ordinary low-level Golden Knight." Lester smiled and responded, "Don't bother me." Wylan said in a gentle tone, "You call me like this, it seems that our relationship is a lot stranger." After several persuasions, Wylan finally couldn't beat Lester and could only listen to him calling him an adult. For Lester, no matter whether this young man was pretending or expressing his true feelings, he would definitely be an influential figure in the future kingdom of Ilia. After a conversation, Wylan ordered Baird to fully cooperate with Lester's review work and go anywhere except his own castle. Seeing this, Lester, who was sitting on the right, smiled and agreed with a few words, but he had some clarity in his heart. Regarding the review of Kixing territory, he recorded what the other party was willing to let him see, and he pretended to be blind to what the other party did not want him to see. As a smart man, he would not offend a great noble who indirectly controlled a province. After letting a clerk lead Lester and his party to rest, Wylan put away the smile on his face and told Baird, "Lester is a smart man. You can take him to ordinary areas. As for those magic potion plantations and important sites, just deal with them casually. He knows what to do." "Yes, my lord," Baird nodded and answered. Wylan tasted a sip of tea and then said, When he leaves, remember to give him a gift to show our host's friendship. During the review, you can chat with the other party more to see if there is any important information. My lord, I know. After explaining the important matters, Wylan and Kyle left the lord's mansion of Kixing City and wandered around the streets. Kyle followed behind Wylan and reminded him, My lord, Lord Brian, will be promoted to Viscount soon. Wylan took a bite of the roast meat, chewed it a few times, swallowed it, looked back at Kyle and asked in confusion, when? If nothing goes wrong, it should be a month later. A month later, it seems that I can't go to participate. Wylan saw this and looked a little regretful. The promotion to Earl and Viscount is at the same time. The difference is that the title of Earl is personally conferred by His Majesty, the King, under the statue of the Goddess of Life in the Life Church of the King's capital, while the title of Viscount is conferred by the Knights of the Yilan Knights on behalf of the King to go to the local area. Who should go on your behalf? Kyle asked after hearing this. Wylan bit the roast meat, thought for a moment and said, Let Baird and Hebrew go on my behalf. As for the gifts, you can choose some extraordinary materials from the underground treasure house that will help my cousin. Yes, my lord. While communicating, the two walked towards the adventurer's tavern. Many years ago, for her partner, Elgeta asked him for a piece of land to build a castle. After so many years, I don't know if this guy and his wife have laid eggs. Unconsciously, Wylan came to the door of the adventurer's tavern and looked up at the sign. It was a bit old, and there were some vigorous vines around it, which had a unique charm. Lord, good afternoon. A middle-aged man ran out of the tavern, came to Wylan, and said respectfully. Wylan retracted his gaze, looked at the middle-aged man, and asked, Is Elgeta here? Lord, the master is in Camir Castle. I have sent someone to inform the master of your arrival. Please come in and rest for half an hour. The middle-aged man made a gesture of invitation and said respectfully, Lead the way. 2 adults, please follow me. Following the middle-aged man, Wylan came to the 3rd floor of the adventurer's tavern, which used to be Elgeta's residence and has now been transformed into a reception area. However, this silver dragon has only one friend in Kixing territory. Needless to say, it must be prepared for himself. Coming to the window, looking at Kixing City from here, you can see the Kixing Lake in the center of the city, shining under the sun. As one of the symbols of Kixing territory, Kixing Lake is closed all year round, and there are special troops guarding it to prevent others from breaking into Kixing Lake. Not long after, a familiar voice came. Wylan, I'm here. Hearing Elgeta's voice, Wylan stood up from the sofa and gave her a hug. Elgeta, I haven't seen you for 10 years. I miss you so much. Me too. If Laxia hadn't been here to accompany me, I would have returned to the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom and come back when you returned to Kixing territory. Elgeta said with a smile, For me, Kixing territory without you is meaningless. It's a pity that I know what kind of dragon you are, otherwise I would be a little moved when you said that. Seeing this, Wylan exposed his lie in one sentence. Elgeta chuckled and said, You really understand me. After a brief exchange of greetings, each of them, 1 angel and 2 silver dragons, sat down. Wylan sat in the east, Elgeta and Laxia sat opposite, and Kyle sat on the side. As time went by, Wylan and Elgeta chatted more and more. As for Kyle and Laxia, they listened quietly and interjected a few words from time to time. By the way, you two are husband and wife, and I didn't send a gift. Elgeta's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he said, It's not too late now, just give me some gold coins. Seeing this, Wylan smiled and teased, Isn't the income from the teleportation array enough to feed you? How can a dragon dislike having too many gold coins? Haha, that's true. When I go back, I'll have someone send 300,000 gold coins to your castle as my belated congratulations. Wylan said with a smile. Thank you, Wylan, you are indeed my best friend. Having said this, Elgeta paused for a moment and then said, Wylan, do you want to go to the Sea and Sky Ice Abyss? Sea and Sky Ice Abyss, what is that place? Sea and Sky Ice Abyss, one of the extremely cold holy places. If you pass the test of the Ice Abyss spirit, you can get the blessing of the ice and snow gods, and you can sign a covenant with the ice element elder of the elemental space. Seeing this, Kyle slowly explained. After listening, Elgeta nodded and responded. Yes, that's what Kyle said. You are so lucky, do you want to go? Wylan looked a little suspicious and asked curiously, "Where is it?" "The extremely cold ice field of the Brizet subcontinent," Argenta answered. "When?" "5 years later, I don't know the specific time. If you want to go, I have to ask my father. After all, he only knows the specific time and only he can take you there." Argenta shook her head, answered. Varen stared at Argenta, suddenly remembered something and asked, "If I remember correctly, Uncle Alaric is about to abdicate." Argenta nodded and responded, "Yes, my father will step down in 8 years. The next king of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom has already been selected, and he is Phineas. However, my father is already transferring power now. It is expected that in 2 years he will become a lazy dragon. If you arrange your father like this, you won't be afraid that I will sue you when the time comes." "What's there to be afraid of? He wants to beat me only if he can find me. As long as I hide, am I still afraid of him?" Algeta said very confidently, without any fear on her face. "What a filial dragon." Laxia, who was sitting next to Argenta, looked at her husband with a helpless expression, not knowing whether her choice was right or wrong. "Wylan, what do you think? Do you want to go?" "Go? I have never been to other subcontinents. And I just took this opportunity to go and see it this time." Hearing this, Wylan nodded and replied, "By the way, help me ask Uncle Alaric how many more people to bring with me." "Okay." "No problem, I'll do the work, don't worry," Argenta replied with a smile. As evening approached, Varen and Argenta ended their conversation and left the adventurers' tavern. From the window-sill on the 3rd floor, Argenta looked at Wylan's leaving figure and whispered, "I think when I met Wylan, he was just a silver knight, much weaker than me, but now he has touched the soul. I've reached the threshold of the middle level, and I don't know what good food I've eaten, but my strength has grown so fast." Laxia looked at Argenta's shoulder and asked softly, "What, you are envious?" Algeta did not cover up and answered openly, "One thing, after all, it takes time for us to improve our strength. Except for treasures such as the origin of the world, other things are insignificant to us. This is an advantage, but there is something we can say it's a disadvantage." "That's right. The long lifespan of the legendary race is not the confinement of the world." Laxia hugged Argenta from behind and replied softly, "In the story, there are often dragons who avoid man-made disasters when they are weak and wait until the future. Cheering on the enemy's grave is just an exception. The stronger the strength, the better the searchability. After all, no creature wants to leave a potential disaster for itself." "Isn't that right?" Argenta curled her lips and responded, "Look at those 5-color dragons that live a lot but also die a lot. Thinking about it this way, I feel a lot more comfortable." Laxia turned Argenta around, stared into his eyes, and asked with a serious face, "When will we lay eggs?" "What about 3 years from now? Let's have a few more children then, and let Wellen give us a few more gold coins as gifts." "Why are you always thinking about gold coins in your head?" "Aren't you?" Argenta asked. "HMPH, we should go back." Laxia's eyes were a little evasive, and she changed the topic directly. On the other side, Varen and Kyle came to the Star City at night. The lights were bright. The commercial streets were crowded with people, and the smell of fireworks was everywhere. "It's a bit like Yinxing City. My lord, I miss Windsor Castle a little. One thing, after all, I haven't been back for more than 10 years, and I don't know if those familiar people from back then are still there." When he was eating and waiting to die, he still met a lot of people in Windsor Castle, especially the elder Miller. He didn't know whether the other person was still alive. As the family librarian, he is recognized as a living fossil of the Akers family. The elder knows a little bit about some family secrets that even his father does not know. "I don't want to think about it anymore. It's been 10 years since I visited Kixing City at night. I have to spend some gold coins today." After saying that, Wylan got into the crowd and went to the stalls selling special delicacies. Seeing this, Kyle smiled and shook his head. Before being promoted to Earl, his family was considered a branch of Earl Eagle. After becoming an Earl, the Kai Xingling lineage truly became a branch of the Akes family, with the ability to formulate branch family rules, genealogy, and pass on one's name as a surname. However, as far as he understood, the 4 founders of the Akers family did not pass on their names as surnames. They called themselves so-and-so, so-and-so Akers, and still called themselves so-and-so Akers. Like other families, Most people will pass on their names as surnames to highlight the difference between their own lineage and the main family. After sensing it, Kyle found that Wyland's mouth was full of oil after eating, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he walked in the direction of him. Time passed bit by bit, and half a month later came in the blink of an eye. Lester took the generous gift from Baird and left the Praying Star territory with his subordinates. During these 15 days, he regarded himself as a peaceful spectator, visiting the Praying Star territory under the leadership of Baird, the guide. As for the things recorded, they are detailed and concise. As an old man in the title review department for more than 60 years, he can sit firmly in the position of captain by relying on his ability to see and hear everything. Over the years, he has witnessed many examples of former colleagues getting him into the kingdom of the goddess of life. Of course, all the content is true and reliable. Otherwise, he will definitely be in trouble after the truth is revealed. Even his uncle can't save him. The young man patted his mount, came to Leia, and asked in a low voice, "Cousin, is the usual review operation like this?" Leia looked at his nephew with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about the facts. Some things cannot be generalized. You should forget what you read in the books now. When we review the titles, we will meet many nobles with extremely complicated identities. They don't take the initiative to say. We don't know who they have blood ties and interest relationships with. From now on, learn more from Captain Lester. He can stay in the title review department for 67 years and stand firm. It's not only because of his background, but also because of his ability." "Okay, cousin," the young man swallowed and nodded in response. On December 21, 9763, in the glorious calendar, an order document from the royal capital was sent to the Kixing territory. In the study, Wyland opened the document. There were only a few short sentences on it, but at first glance, it was written by His Majesty the King himself. Viscount Kai Xing, who has made outstanding contributions in the name of Belgraf Silvis on January 1, 9764 in the glorious calendar, in the Temple of Life in the royal capital, in front of the Pope of the Church of Life, the Saint of the Church of Life, and all the legends under the witness, I will promote you to a noble title." "Hilda, Master, what are your orders?" The head maid who was standing aside came to Wyland and bent down to salute. "Go and fetch Baird." "Yes, Master." After Hilda left, Wyland poured himself a cup of tea steeped in red tea leaves, took a sip, looked at the scenery outside the window and sighed. It's considered successful. Putting down the teacup, he stood up, left the study, and walked towards his wife's study on the second floor. "Camelia, you have been too lazy these years." In front of the door, Wyland heard his wife's voice and took away his hand from knocking on the door, hiding himself and preparing to eavesdrop. "Sister, you are slandering, you are." Looking at her sister's eyes, Camelia's retorts became smaller and smaller. "Say it, why don't you say it?" With a serious face, Zemia crossed her arms and stared at her sister. Seeing this situation, Camelia buried her head on her chest, feeling a little regretful about coming here. How free she would be in the Magic Academy. "Keep your head up." When Camelia heard this, she didn't dare to pretend to be dead anymore and raised her head, but she didn't dare to look at her sister. "HMPH, you don't even understand the principle of such a simple spell, yet you still say you're not lazy." "Sister, I have never seen those you can't." Shemia took out a pointer with her backhand, causing Camelia to lose her voice instantly. There was a little panic in her eyes. The memory of her death was reappearing in her mind. "It seems that you have become accustomed to making excuses, despite not caring about you for many years. You're just like your brother-in-law, talented in laziness, but he has had supervision over the years, but you have not. At 35 years old, you are already a high-level silver mage. Now you are 63 years old, and you have just entered the threshold of a gold low-level arcanist, and you are still far away from being a gold mid-level arcanist. Come on, tell me when you plan to be promoted to gold intermediate arcanist." "1. Camelia subconsciously spoke, but when she saw the look in her sister's eyes that wanted to eat someone, she immediately stopped her mouth and knelt on the ground neatly. "Sister, I was wrong. Wrong, a simple mistake cannot make up for the resources I invested in you before." Zemia raised the pointer in her hand and thought about where to start. After all, her sister has to go to Kixing Magic Academy tomorrow. When teaching, you still have to save some face for him. Seeing the pointer that had not yet fallen, Camellia couldn't help but start to worry in her heart, and said with some fear, "Sister, you don't want to sell me. After selling you, no one dares to ask for you." Zemia snorted coldly and said with a straight face, "Stretch out your hand." When Camellia heard this, she did not dare to resist and stretched out her hands. But outside the study, Wylin quietly left the place, planning to come back to Shermia later. At this time, it would be more appropriate to go see Kyle first. For so many years, Zemia has given him a gentle image, but occasionally a bit naughty, which made him forget that his wife was once a professor at the Magic Saint City Spiritual Academy in the Magic Kingdom of Ash. As a professor, he still has the sternness he should have, but he has never shown it in front of himself. It is foreseeable that his sister-in-law Camellia will have a difficult life in the future, but this has nothing to do with him. In the room, Shemia watched Camellia pretending to be pitiful, completely refusing to accept this trick, and she would not stop until she had completed 50 swings. With the blessing of psychic spells, every time the pointer fell on Camellia's hand, it would shock her mind, making her feel the long-lost pain. After the punishment, Zemia put away the pointer and said coldly, "I will see you here on the 3rd, 8th, 12th, 17th, 21st, 25th, and 29th of every month. People, don't think about playing tricks on me. If I go to the Magic Academy to arrest someone in person, the top of the flagpole outside will be your 3-day training place." "I know, sister." Like an eggplant battered by frost, Camellia drooped her head and responded weakly. Zemia nodded indifferently, picked up a handwritten version of a gold-level spell book on the desk, threw it to her sister, and said, "I'll ask you again in 3 days. If you still don't understand, you know the consequences." "Sister, I will work hard." Camellia knelt on the ground, holding the handwritten version of the gold-level spell Energy Absorption in her arms, and said with a look of fear, "Okay, let's go back." Hearing this, Camellia quickly got up and left the study quickly, closing the door gently before leaving. Seeing her sister's cautious behavior, Zemia looked a little helpless. If she didn't do this lazy dog wouldn't know what fear is. "It seems like I just found out about Wyland's aura, but it doesn't matter anymore." Zemia shook her head, came to the desk, dealt with things, prepared to meditate in the afternoon and in the evening. Round the training ground, Varen saw that Kyle was concentrating on educating Silas. For a moment, he had no idea of taking a closer look, and turned away directly to go for a walk in other parts of the castle. 2 hours later, Varen returned to the study. "My lord." Baird came to the study, bent down and saluted and greeted him respectfully. "For others, let's pray for how many festivals there are in a year since the establishment of Zingaling." Baird heard the words and replied truthfully, "If I return to the Lord, there are currently 2 festivals in the Kingsing Leader. The first one is the Star Prayer Day, which started on October 18, 9722 in the glorious calendar. It is the official birth date of the Star Prayer Leader. From now on, the 7 days from October 18 to October 24 will be holidays every year. The second is the Glory Day, which started on November 18, 9728 in the glorious calendar. From now on, November 18, November 19, and November 20 will be statutory holidays." After hearing this, Wyland nodded. This was the origin of Star Prayer Day and Glory Day. On January 1, 9764 in the glorious calendar, I will be officially promoted to Earl, so I am planning to set up a 3rd festival. As for naming it, do you have any ideas? Facing the questions from his master, Baird fell into deep thought. Seeing this situation, Wyland was not in a hurry and waited calmly. "My lord, how about calling it a miracle?" Baird looked up at Wyland and asked. Wyland touched his chin, thought for a while, nodded and said, "Miracle, the birth of Kixing territory is indeed a miracle, so it is called Miracle Day. As for the holiday, it will be from January 1st to January 15th every year. It is up to you to formulate the relevant rules. As for the way of celebration, you can follow the folk way." "Yes, my lord." In the next half an hour, Wyland explained many related matters, and then sent Baird back. Sitting on the sofa, he picked up an adventurer's story and read it with relish. 3 days later, Wylin took Zumia and Kyle to leave Kixing territory and went to Cardro province, preparing to go to the capital through the teleportation array. The departure of the three people made the two people in the territory feel relieved. One was Camellia, who was afraid of his sister, and the other was Silas, who got a holiday. On December 29, 9763 of the glorious calendar, Wylin arrived at the capital, and under the guidance of the knights of the Ilan Knights, came to the side hall of the palace to rest. There were as many as 7 people who participated. In the promotion of titles this time, one was promoted to Marquis, and the other 6 were promoted to Earl. "Come here." In the hall, Wylin heard his father's voice and had to take Zumia and Kyle over. "Father, good evening. I'm not feeling well recently." Angus stared at Wylin the bastard and said word by word. Seeing this, Alyssa, who was sitting next to Angus, covered her mouth and laughed secretly. As for Ilyssus on the side, she spread her hands with an expression of helplessness. Alicia sat next to Ilyssus with a little apology in her eyes, saying that she couldn't help either. Seeing this, Wylin already understood in his heart that it seemed that his father had gone to his grandfather's place and he didn't know how much suffering he had suffered, which made him so resentful. "Father, I have something else to do, so I leave first." After saying that, Wylin took Zumia's hand without waiting for Angus's consent and prepared to run away. Just as he was about to leave, Angus appeared in front of Wylin, rubbed his wrist, and said with a smile, "It has been many years since the last time I tested your fighting ability. Tonight is just the right time for me to test it." Wylin glanced at Angus and asked in a low voice, "Father, are you sure? If you can't beat me, you will lose face." Angus frowned when he heard it and felt a little uneasy. Could this kid have some hidden tricks again? "Father, do you still want to fight?" "Fight? Why can't I fight? If you can beat your father, that's your ability. I'm so happy, how can I feel ashamed?" Angus raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, father, come on." Kyle got the instructions from his master, turned around and left, and asked the palace guards for training ground for fighting. Seeing this, the palace guard immediately reported to his superior. This application was reported through layers of reports, and in less than 10 minutes it reached the hands of Belgraf Silves, the king of the kingdom of Ilya, who was handling government affairs. Belgraf put down the government affairs in his hand and sighed. "A father-son duel is really rare. Your Majesty, how do you think it should be handled?" A soul-minded intermediate knight standing behind Belgraf asked with his head down. "I'm tired today, so it's good to go and see the fight between father and son." The soul-minded intermediate knight heard this and asked, "Your Majesty, which training ground do you need to activate?" "Training ground no. 1. "Yes, Your Majesty." With Belgraf's instigation, many big figures in the capital learned about the duel between Earl Angus of the Eagle and Viscount Wylin of the Praying Star, and they all went to the palace to feast their eyes. In a manor in the northern city, the Duke of Moravia raised his eyebrows after hearing the news, and his figure disappeared instantly. Ankral Moravia, who was standing in the hall, was stunned for a moment, and his father disappeared. Then he reacted and flew to the palace. His father was too unkind, and he didn't even take him with him. At this moment, hundreds of powerful men appeared in the sky above the capital, rushing towards the palace. The duel between father and son aroused the curiosity of all the powerful men in the capital. Under the king's order, the general of the palace garrison lifted the ban and asked the guards to lead these soul-level powerful men to the No. 1 training ground. In less than half an hour, more than 1,000 people had arrived on the stands of the No. 1 training ground, gathering in groups of 3 or 2 to discuss the duel. Many people knew the Eagle Earl Angus very well, and many of them had even fought side by side with him. As for the miracle child, Varin Aix, the most circulated stories about him were about managing the territory and leading troops to fight. As for his combat ability, there was basically no information. In my opinion, the miracle child has a great chance of winning. A high-level soul mage stroked his beard and said with a smile, No, in my opinion, Lord Angus has a higher chance of winning. After all, it is basically impossible for a father to lose when beating his son," a high-level soul knight said. "Father, I..." A low-level gold knight sitting next to him was about to speak, but his father looked at him meaningfully and frightened him so much that he immediately shut his mouth. "You are all wrong. Whether Angus wins or loses, he is actually the winner." The words of a low-level soul mage instantly awakened several people and made them nod in agreement. Angus won, and the father still lost when he beat his son. Isn't that normal? Angus lost, and the son was able to beat the father, which shows that he taught well, and his reputation as a wise father must be widely spread. In this way, the miracle child is a loser no matter what, but it is not shameful to lose to his own father. "Your Majesty is here." A melodious voice came, and the soul and gold transcendents below the legend stood up, put their right hands on their chests, bowed their heads, and saluted to show respect. As for the legendary strongmen, they nodded as a response. Belgrave came to the chief seat. First saluted to the Saint Anastasia of the Church of Life sitting next to him, and then waved to everyone to sit down. After sitting in the chief seat, Belgrave asked, "Saint, didn't Lord Idamian come?" 3 days ago, the goddess issued an edict that the Pope went to the subsidiary plane to handle affairs, and it is expected to return to the main world in 2 years. Saint Anastasia replied softly. "I see." Then Belgrave turned his eyes to the training ground. Under the illumination of the magic lights, the entire training ground was as bright as day. Thanks to the efforts of hundreds of palace guards, the equipment used for various training was cleared. When Wylin and Angus climbed onto the platform, the magic shield was activated to reinforce the space and create an environment for the two to fight. With a roar, Angus directly put on a layer of fighting spirit armor on himself, preparing to use the purest strength to teach this brat a lesson. Seeing this, Varen calmly took out the sword of Anansi and let it float in the air. A gust of breeze appeared out of thin air, blowing the corners of Wylin's clothes. The next moment, 2 knights flew out of Varen's body, one on the left and one on the right. One black and one white, exuding completely different auras, causing everyone present to talk. Some mages could not even hold back the idea of studying it, but they gave it up when they thought of the statements of the Duke of Moravia and the Akers family. This thought, if you bankrupt yourself just for a temporary interest, it's not worth it. Looking at the 2 knights, one black and one white, Angus looked a little solemn. His subconscious told him that this battle was not going to be easy, but he had reached this point, and it was no longer possible to retreat. With a thought, Varen handed the sword of Anansi to the Knight of Life. As for the Death Knight, last time he swallowed the soul of the Crimson Storm, priest of the Church of the God of Beasts together with the Scarlet Breath. He is already powerful, so there is no need to use the power of weapons. In addition, I only have the Aoki staff left. And there is no other weapon for the Death Knight to use. I can't give it this ornament on my waist that won't last a few times. Father, come on. When Valen's voice sounded in Angus's ears, the 2 knights heard the wind and started attacking, one on the left and the other on the right. Facing 2 opponents of the same level, Angus did not dare to be careless, took out his weapon and began to fight. At the edge of the training ground, Varen stood here, quietly admiring his father's fighting posture. Compared to Grand Duke Silva Saler Silvas, his father is more powerful, has rich fighting skills, and is proficient in the use of combat skills. However, the learning abilities of the Life Knight and the Death Knight are particularly terrifying. The 2 cooperate with each other to compress Angus's space for movement. The sound of weapons clashing resounded throughout the training ground, and the strong wind blew everyone's hair. At this moment, no one was communicating. They were all staring at the 2 knights in the center of the training ground. As for Varen at the edge, they had been ignored. On the viewing platform, the Duke of Moravia was drinking tea with a faint smile on his face, and was in a very good mood. Ankral Moravia looked at Alyssa's surprised look and asked in a low voice, "Sister, don't you know anything about Varen?" Alyssa came back to her senses, shook her head and said, "I knew him well before, but now I, the mother, don't know him at all. Maybe my father knows more than me." Seeing this, the 2 of them looked at the Duke of Moravia, hoping to get some information from him. Even Elisis and Alicia were no exception, looking at their grandfather with curiosity in their eyes. Under the gaze of everyone, the Duke of Moravia slowly said, "Don't look at me, I don't know very well. This kid will never do it unless he does it himself. As far as I know, during the expedition, only 3 attempts were made." After hearing this, Everyone put away their prying thoughts and watched the duel seriously. Under the siege of the Life Knight and the Death Knight, Angus felt increasingly weak and had fewer and fewer means to break the situation. At the edge of the battlefield, Wylin crossed his arms and watched his old father struggling to cope. He thought about whether to let go, but this thought only existed for a few seconds before he rejected it. Based on his understanding of his father, letting him go would make him dissatisfied. The battle has entered a stalemate, and neither side can do anything to the other, but for the strong men in the stands, it is a good opportunity to learn. They even hope that the father and son will fight as long as possible. Based on the deductions from the battle scenes, many soul-level warrior professionals have come up with many techniques for using fighting spirit. Father, can you still hold on? What do you think? Angus glanced at Wylin several hundred meters away, flicked to the side, took a breath, and regrouped his fighting spirit armor. Seeing this situation, Wylin decided to find another way to send his father out. The next moment, Wylin took back the Life Knight and Death Knight into his body, raised the green wood staff high, and silently recited, "Giant wood beast shape killin'." In an instant, Tangmen appeared out of thin air, and tangled with each other in the air, forming a huge thing. Wylin stood on the top of the giant beast, overlooking the earth. Everything seemed so small. This boy wants to kill his father. This idea suddenly came to Angus's mind, but he didn't dare to relax at all, always paying attention to the movements of this traitor. This is definitely his biological child. The Duke of Moravia took a leisurely sip of tea, nodded, and said with emotion. Alyssa was convinced when she heard what her father said. As for Ankral Moravia, he was full of questions. He didn't understand what his father said. Could it be that he was picked up if he wasn't his own child? After a fight, Varen cleanly swept Angus out of the training ground. The moment he saw Angus fall off the court, Varen felt a little happy in his heart, but it was enough to do this once. Otherwise, it would be difficult for his mother to explain it to him. After releasing giant wood beast shape Killin, Varen flew outside the field and came to Angus, sincerely apologizing and acknowledging his mistake. In just a few decades, you have surpassed me. Maybe I really should retire. With a smile on his face, Angus patted Wylin on the shoulder and said with some pride. Looking at the expression on his father's face, Wylin felt that he seemed a little happy, but not because he had defeated him, but because he was about to retire. The next moment, the stands rang with congratulations, with envy in their tone. Not surprisingly, these golden transcendents will not have an easy time in the next few months. Italia, why are you staring at me like this? In a corner of the stands, Claire looked at his wife and had a bad feeling. Italia said seriously, Claire, you are too weak. I will arrange a detailed training plan for you. I am the deputy captain of the floating battleship, and I have to. Don't worry, I will let Isolde take care of your part of the affairs, don't worry. This, okay, it's a happy decision. Unless you can beat me one day, I will listen to you. Now you should listen to me, Italia said in an unquestionable tone. Seeing this, Claire smiled bitterly. This is not happy at all, okay. Unfortunately, the wife his father found for him was too strong, so strong that he was far behind her. There was no hope of defeating Italia in this lifetime. Half an hour later, everyone dispersed one after another. After Angus and Wylin met with Alyssa and others, they headed to the resting palace in the west part of the palace. In the side hall, Wylin waved all the maids in the hall to leave, then came to the bed and lay down directly on it. Zemia came around and placed some restrictions casually to prevent others from prying and disturbing. After doing this, Shermia came to the bedside, sat next to Wylin and asked, "How does it feel to fight with your father?" Wylin put his hands behind his head, squinted at the ceiling, and answered slowly, "I feel that my father has not worked hard these years. He has been standing still and made no progress. After a while, I have to find my grandpa. Let him visit his father more and give him some pressure and motivation." After hearing this, Zemia covered her mouth and chuckled and said, "You will be motivated only when you are under pressure. You have a really profound understanding of this." There was a cunning light in his eyes, as if he was teasing Wylin. "You said this, I didn't." Wylin smiled slightly, reached out and grabbed Shermia, and gently pulled her against him. Shemia struggled symbolically, then lay obediently on Wylin, put her head on his chest, listened to the sound of his heart beating, and asked softly, How long do you think it will take for the eldest brother to inherit his father's position? There was a hint of curiosity and expectation in his tone. Wylin stroked Zemia's silver hair and replied, "It's hard to say. I think back when my grandfather forced my father to inherit the title of Earl of Eagle, my father delayed it for more than 10 years on the grounds that he had no heirs. If my eldest brother follows my example, my father may have to work for more than 10 years. Shemia put her hand on Wyland's shoulder and said softly, "It seems like this." Back then this matter was widely spread, making other family heirs very envious and eager to replace it. It's just that the family inheritance is different. Compared with other Earl families and Marquis families, the heirs of the Earl of Eagle need to go to the branch to study and get the approval of the branch leader before they can enter the next stage. After receiving the approval of the person in charge of the branch, the successor of the branch needs to swear allegiance to the ancestor in front of the plaque. Zemia raised her head and looked at her husband, with a trace of doubt in her eyes, and asked curiously, "Is it similar to the oath of allegiance system of the Guardian Knight?" "There are some differences." Wyland sat up, stretched out his arms to hug Shemia, and explained with a smile, "This kind of oath of allegiance is not done in the Temple of the Gods, but under the witness of all the strong men of gold rank and above in the branch, carried out. After hundreds of years of evolution, this oath system has three most essential provisions. First, under special circumstances, the clan leader can bypass the branch leader and directly mobilize the troops under High's command. Second, changing the successor of the branch leader requires the approval of the clan leader. Third, when the clan leader is incompetent, as long as half of the branch leaders agree, he can be forcibly removed and a new Earl of Eagle can be selected. However, generally only the first and second situations have happened, and the third situation has never happened. After all, under this selection system, it is difficult to find mediocrity." After hearing Wyland's explanation, Shemia fell into deep thought. As a bystander, she only knew that the Akers family was very united, and that the heirs of its main line had a tradition of studying under the leaders of the branch lines. She didn't know much about the underlying reasons. "By the way, doesn't this mean that you will have to teach your eldest brother's children in the future?" Shemia looked at Wyland and asked. Wyland saw this and smiled. "When I become an Earl, I am a new branch. Of course, I have to teach the next generation of Eagle Earl heirs." Hearing this, Shemia tried to recall that her husband had many instincts, but his biggest one was laziness. Wyland knocked on Zemia's head and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Seeing this, Zemia smiled gently and said nothing. Seeing the look on his wife's face, Wyland didn't need to think that she knew there would be no good words to say, but it didn't matter. There were only a few possibilities anyway. "However, I feel that with my eldest brother's character, he is very likely to take the initiative to take over the title of Marquis of Eagle." "Why is that?" Zemia was a little confused. Why was this statement so contradictory? Could it be that the eldest brother wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface? Looking at his wife, whose curiosity was aroused, Wyland raised the corners of his mouth slightly, whispered into her ear. The next moment, Zemia's face turned red in a rare way. She glared at Yaoi fiercely and muttered in a low voice, "Every day I am not in good shape. I'll tell you if you promise." Hearing this, Zemia hesitated and finally nodded, agreeing to her husband's request. When Wyland saw this, he didn't show off and explained, "Don't look at the cheerful appearance of the elder brother all day long. In fact, this is just his appearance. He is a very complicated person. He values family ties, but he is also dissatisfied with some of the existing family systems. He wants to change, but change means shaking up old interests. Once confrontation is triggered, it may trigger internal strife." With a hint of shock in her eyes, Zemia asked, "Does father know about this?" "He must know, but since he didn't choose to intervene, he acquiesced." Wyland replied, "Even though I contradict my father every day, he is not angry at all. This is all due to my own achievements. In other words, if my second sister, third sister, and fourth brother were like me, they would have been hung up and beaten long ago, and after being beaten, they would have to kneel in front of the ancestral tablet for 3 days and 3 nights. Zumia lowered her head and whispered, "Just like my father treated my second sister. You have to know that my father has always been a patriarch, and then a father. In his heart, the interests of the family are always put first, Maybe only the mother can put interests before interests. As for the offspring, he will be very tolerant if they are capable. If they are not capable, they must listen to him. Zumia touched her belly, stared at Wylan, and asked in a deep voice, "Will you be like this in the future?" "Who do you think I am?" Looking at the smile on Wylan's face, Zumia suddenly realized that she knew her husband best. In his heart, relatives and friends are the first, and interests are often put behind. Otherwise, he would not have a reputation for being kind and approachable. "It's getting late, it's time to rest." Wylan stopped the topic, smiled and said, and then lay down on the bed. Seeing this, Zumia went forward to take off her husband's clothes and hung them on the coat rack. Then she took off her coat, lay down beside him, waved her hand to extinguish the magic lamp, and slowly fell asleep. January 1, 9764 of the glorious calendar. Outside the Church of Life, Wylan, dressed in his best clothes, stood shoulder to shoulder with 6 other people, standing behind his father. 72 gold-level temple knights, dressed in silver-white armor, stood in 2 rows, holding their swords with firm and sharp eyes, looking straight ahead, and their robes embroidered with the emblem of the church dancing in the wind. The sunlight at 9 o'clock in the morning gradually became stronger, like a bunch of golden arrows falling in every corner of the church. The bell rang melodiously, spreading from the church to all sides, penetrating the soul. "The ceremony begins. Please invite the Eagle Earl Angus X to come in and accept the canonization." A melodious voice came, resounding in everyone's ears. Looking at his father's back, Wylan gave him his blessing. After 800 years, the X family finally came to this step, surpassing the Earl and becoming a Marquis. With a serious face, Angus walked through the ranks of 72 gold-level temple knights and 12 soul-level temple knights and came to the solemn temple. Under the statue of the goddess of life, Belgrave Sylves, the king of the kingdom of Ilia, turned sideways and took a step back. Pious worship. Under the chanting of a soul-level life priest, Angus knelt on his knees and saluted the statue. In an instant, a divine light emerged and shot into Angus' body. Everyone turned their eyes to Angus, waiting for the result of the goddess's judgment. Whether it is a viscount promoted to an earl, or an earl promoted to a marquis, the first step is for the gods to judge their camp. The method of judging the secular camp may be deceived. The gods use rules to judge the camp of believers, which cannot be concealed. If it is judged as an evil camp, it will be purified in an instant. If it is judged as a good camp, the divine light will become a gift, repairing the damage to the body and soul and improving strength. It was determined to be a neutral camp, with no punishment or reward. After a while, the divine light left Angus' body and returned to the statue. After the first ceremony, Angus stood up. "Your Majesty, please confer the title." Hearing this, Belgrave took the cloak on the tray held by the soul-level guard, came to Angus, tied it on him personally, and then took out a super-class knight's sword and handed it to Angus. The warlike spirit of the kingdom of Ilia was prevalent, which originated before the establishment of the kingdom. Its title conferment ceremony was also inherited from the founder of the Principality of Ilia. "Your Majesty." Soul-level guard came to Belgrave and presented the purple ilang-ilang flower badge with strange light with both hands. "Sir Angus, I, Belgrave Sylves, the 25th king of the kingdom of Ilia, congratulate the X family on their promotion to the Marquis family. May the goddess of life protect you, and may you share the honor of the kingdom of Ilia." After reading it, Belgrave took the purple ilang-ilang badge and put it on Angus' chest. In a sense, the Marquis is the highest-ranking noble in the kingdom of Ilia. Only legends can become dukes. If legends pass away, they will be automatically downgraded to marquises. Legends are the cornerstone of the country. A widely circulated saying in the world of Illyria is that legends do not belong to the country, but the country belongs to legends. After the second ceremony, Belgrave stepped aside. Baptism. Hearing this, Saint Anastasia took the ilang-ilang wreath soaked in holy water of life and came to Angus. Seeing this, Angus lowered his head with a serious face. Under the purification of the legendary magic, Angus seemed to return to his mother's arms and his soul was purified. After putting the wreath on Angus's head, Saint Anastasia smiled gently and said softly, Angus Acres, congratulations, the goddess of life always protects her believers. I hope you can spread the faith for the goddess. Listening to the voice of Saint Anastasia, Angus replied respectfully, Saint, thank you for your blessing. Please turn around. Under the guidance of the priest, Angus turned around and faced the door. In the temple, except for a few legends and kings, everyone bowed their heads and saluted. I have met the Marquis of Eagle. Angus turned around and returned the salute to show respect. After the ceremony, Angus stepped aside and waited for the 6 earls to be canonized. Outside the temple, Wylin watched everyone into the Church of Life one by one. Compared to the time required for the canonization of the Marquis, the canonization of the Earl only takes half the time. More than 2 hours later, when he heard his name, Wylin took a deep breath and walked towards the temple. At this moment, he was actually a little nervous. After passing through the majestic guard of honor, Wylin came to the hall. Seeing the newcomer, everyone cast their eyes on Wylin. They were very familiar with the person who was about to become the Earl. The duel between father and son 2 days ago allowed them to witness the strength of this future rising star, and they couldn't help but feel envious of Angus. It's not surprising that the father is stronger than the son. It's what they want for the son to be stronger than the father. Who doesn't want the family to be strong from generation to generation, but it's just a thought. It's extremely difficult to really achieve this step. Pious worship. Under the guidance of the priest, Wylin knelt on his knees and worshipped the statue. The next moment, the statue burst into light, illuminating everyone. Feeling the baptism of divine power, everyone was shocked, with disbelief in their eyes. At the same time, Wylin's eyes revealed confusion, staring at the smooth floor, not knowing what to do. After a moment, a shadow appeared and walked out of the statue. In an instant, most people in the temple knelt on both knees to show their respect for the gods. Belgrav Silves, the king of the kingdom of Ilia, knelt on one knee and bowed half-heartedly. The 3 legends bowed and saluted. Anastasia, my god. The saint responded, bring the ilang ilang wreath. Yes. Anastasia came to the holy pool, took out the ilang ilang wreath soaked in the holy water of life, came to the shadow of the god, and presented it with both hands. The shadow of the god took the wreath, came to Wylin and put it on his head. My most devout believer, I hope you can bring me new glory. The voice seemed to come from the sky, full of majesty and love. I will crown. Feeling the warm touch, Wylin answered subconsciously. The next moment, his soul vibrated, and the 3rd soul skill took shape naturally, allowing him to complete all the journeys of the initial stage of soul consciousness. Next, he only needs to polish his foundation. In less than 5 years, he can become a mid-level soul consciousness knight. Warm tips. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your underst. Ending. After Life Night and Death Night. The 3rd soul skill healing spirituality is based on the healing of the soul. But it requires the power of a medium, and the Devil's Soul light ball can be used as fuel. Ryu seems to be a bit unlike an orthodox knight, and his path seems to be a little crooked. After thinking for a moment, Wylin threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Facing the phantom of the god, he did not dare to think randomly. The incarnation of the goddess of life cast a ray of light, blessing the surrounding clergy and nobles, and then came to Belgrav, the king of the Ilia kingdom, and said softly, a natural king is about to be born in the Silvas family. There was a sound in his ears, and a flash of shock flashed in Belgrav's eyes, and he moved his mouth to express his own words of awe. Count Kai Xing, a count given by my god. Your will crown. The next moment, the incarnation of the goddess of life slowly dissipated, turned into the purest power of faith, and returned to the statue. At this moment, Wylin, who was kneeling on the ground, was confused the whole time. He didn't know what happened, but he was sure that he should know something. Earl Kixing, please get up. Hearing Belgrave's voice, Varen put away the doubtful look on his face, stood up, and accepted everyone's attention. Earl Kixing's firm belief makes me, the king, a little ashamed. Goddess Crown personally canonizes you, which means that all countries that believe in the goddess will recognize this title. Your Majesty, you have done a wonderful job. Wylan lowered his head and replied respectfully. He was certain that his being canonized by the goddess had absolutely nothing to do with faith, and most likely had to do with the guidance of fate. However, fortunately, these people all believe in this reason, and there is no need for them to explain anything. They can just accept their mistakes as they are. I have met Count Kai Xing. Everyone put their hands on their chests and saluted Wylan. Seeing this, Wylan returned the favor one by one. It is conceivable that after today, the prestige of the God-given Earl will spread throughout the countries. You don't need to think about it to know that there will definitely be many people who will come here to pray for the star to pay homage to you. As a result, your happy time may be gone. The noble canonization ceremony was over, and Angus was just about to approach Wylan, but when he saw his father-in-law, he stopped and turned around and left without mercy. The son can be seen at any time, but it is better not to see the father-in-law if possible. Looking at the back of his old father, Wylan looked a little strange and had mixed emotions in his heart. He didn't know how to describe it. "Why, you're not happy?" "Hey, Grandpa, it's nothing, I'm just a little confused." Wylan waved his hands repeatedly and answered. After hearing this, the Duke of Moravia nodded and responded. "To be honest, I am also very confused about the goddess' personal canonization, but this is not the place to talk. Let's go to my manor in the royal capital first." As soon as the words fell, the two figures disappeared into the temple. In the corner, watching his father leave, Ankral Moravia looked very helpless but helpless. Compared with Varen, his uncle was as inconspicuous as dust. "Sir Ankral, I can accompany you." Upon hearing this, Ankral replied without hesitation, "Your Majesty, this is my honor." After boarding the carriage, Belgraf sat on the left side and motioned for Ankral to sit on the opposite side. Seeing this, Ankral bowed and immediately sat down on the right side. After the guard poured the tea, Belgraf smiled and asked in a gentle tone, "Mr. Ankral, I heard that the Duke of Moravia attaches great importance to Earl Kixing." Ankral thanked the guard and then replied, "To answer your Majesty's question, my father's love for Varen originally came from my sister, but now it is his love for him. You should know that when my brother-in-law, now the Marquis of Eagle Angus, first married my sister, he was made things difficult by my father. Even after the marriage, he would find excuses to ask him to go to the Duchy of Moravia. Let her go to the secret realm to train, saying that without strong strength, it will be difficult to protect my sister Alyssa. The exercise thing was put under control after my nephew Ilyssus was born, giving my brother-in-law an excuse not to go." Belgraf picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, "I know this very well. I remember many years ago when I summoned Sir Angus, he came to see me injured. I still remember." In the manner, Wylan took the tea set brought by the butler, placed it on the wooden table, poured a cup of tea for his grandfather, and brought it to him. The Duke of Moravia glanced at Varen, took the teacup from his hand, and took a sip. "Grandpa, how are you? The tea poured by me, the God-given Earl, is not bad." "It's good." The Duke of Moravia put down the teacup, motioned for Varen to sit down, and asked, "I brought you here mainly to give you a few words. In countries that do not believe in the goddess of life, try not to reveal yourself as the God-given Earl. After all, the goddess crown is not without its enemies. Those guys hiding in the shadows are very happy to seduce a God-given Earl." "Grandpa, I understand." Wylan put away the smile on his face, looked serious, and nodded heavily after some time. "I will ask someone to send you something that can cover up the prophecy spell's prying eyes on your information. Thank you." Grandpa, the Duke of Moravia, saw this and raised his lips slightly, saying with a smile, "I will have to pay back my investment in you in the future." "Grandpa, you can only get it if I am willing to pay it back," Wylan said with a sly smile on his face. Duke Moravia frowned and pretended to be angry and said, "You kid, if your mother wasn't in the capital, I really want to throw you into the secret realm again." "Grandpa, don't worry. If you want something in the future, just ask." Duke Moravia looked at Wylan's face and laughed, then said, Okay, I'm just teasing you. I have what you have and I have what you don't have, so why should I ask you, a junior, for anything in return?" Hearing this, Wylan smiled and replied, "That's right, Grandpa, you are rich enough to rival a country. There are several floating cities hidden alone, which is not comparable to a poor guy like me. There was a hint of expectation in Wyland's eyes. He rubbed his hands and asked, "By the way, Grandpa, can you give me some light balls to hold souls?" "How many do you want?" "Not much, just give me a few thousand." "Okay, I'll send these things and that thing to you." After a conversation, Wyland said goodbye and left the manor. On the other side, Belgrave and Ancral had a good chat. The carriage arrived outside the manor of the Duke of Moravia, and Ancral took the opportunity to say goodbye. Upon seeing this, Belgrave readily agreed and watched Ancral leave. After getting off the carriage, Ancral saluted Belgrave and then entered the manor. As soon as he stepped into the manor, when the door closed, Ancral put away the smile on his face, glanced at Roel, who was being punished, and walked straight to the hall, ready to see his father. Outside the manor, Belgrave waved to the guards to move on. "Samuel, Your Majesty, please give me your instructions. I remember that Count Kai Xing's wife is named Shermia Akers, and she is from a royal family." The middle-level guard of Soul Spirit replied respectfully, "To answer Your Majesty's question, Earl Kixing's wife, Shemia Akers, is indeed from a royal family and belongs to the Collateral family. Her grandfather's name is Sailor Silvis. He is the Grand Duke of the Principality of Silvis in the Metagoa Plain of Nangasia. Her father's name is Cyprian Silvis. He is now one of the 12 generals of the royal capital's garrison. He is mainly responsible for the defense of the East 4th Gate to the East 6th Gate. His mother is Eulalia Silvis, who comes from the Simaces family. She is the sister of the current Lycian Count of the Simaces family. She currently serves as the vice president of the First Magic Academy in the province of Krumi. Her eldest brother." After a while, Belgrave spoke with emotion. "Samuel, Encyclopedia, you live up to your name. With you here these years, I have saved a lot of worries. Your Majesty, my family has served the royal family for generations. As your guard, it is my responsibility to share your worries." The middle-level guard of Soul Spirit replied respectfully. Belgrave supported his chin with his hand, looked at the respectful Samuel, and asked, "I remember that your nephew presided over the 3-peer review of Earl Kixing." "Yes, Your Majesty," the middle-level guard of Soul Mind replied truthfully. "Do one thing for me. Your Majesty, please make it clear. All the children of princes and grandsons who were born in the past 3 years must be recorded in detail and reported to me once a month, especially those children who are precocious." Belgrave looked at Samuel with a serious face. "Say it word for word." After hearing this, the middle-level guard of Soul Mind asked, "Your Majesty, do you include the illegitimate children of the princes?" "Including," Belgrave replied. "This matter must be carried out secretly, and no third person can know about it." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Okay, let's go back to the palace." "Yes, sir." The order was given, and the honor guard turned and headed towards the palace. In the side hall of the palace, as soon as Wyland entered the door, he saw his wife walking over. "Wyland, people in the streets and alleys of the royal capital are talking about your deeds." Shemia came to her husband, hugged his right hand, and said with a smile, "So fast." He turned back and looked at the sky. It was not dark yet, and everyone in the capital knew that he was the Earl of Kai Xing, conferred by the Goddess of Life. "It seems that someone is behind this, and I don't know if it's my grandfather, my old father, His Majesty the King, or the Church of Life. After thinking about it carefully, I couldn't determine who it was for a while. However, this is not a bad thing. My lord, congratulations." Kyle came to Varen's side, leaned down and saluted and said. Wyland looked at Kyle, raised his left hand, helped him up and said with a smile, "I accept your blessing." In the next few days, Wyland and his father met with many palace ministers, leaders of the Marquis family and the powerful Earl family, high-ranking military generals, and some members of the royal family. There are people who have known each other before, people who have met each other once, and people who have never met before. Wearing a hypocritical mask, Wyland only felt tired, but he had to go through these processes. Angus took advantage of this turmoil to conduct a large number of exchanges of interests with various forces and deepen their ties with each other. Compared to his father, Wyland felt more and more that he was not a qualified lord. Half a month later, after the meeting between the nobles ended, Varen lay in a manor with beautiful scenery outside the royal capital, enjoying his wife's massage, feeling that this was the life he wanted. Wylin, don't forget the deal with the first Magic Academy, Shemya reminded her while massaging her husband. By the way, there is a deal. I would have forgotten it if you didn't tell me. Wylin rubbed his head and replied, in just 15 days. My father took my eldest brother and me to attend 146 gatherings. An average of 10 times a day, Ling Ling always met thousands of people, such as the heir of the Marquis family, the brother of the Earl, or the deputy commander of a certain legion, as well as a high-ranking priest in the Church of Life personnel. Shemya smiled and said in a gentle tone, doesn't this show that the Akers family has extensive connections? It's indeed very broad. Fortunately, my eldest brother takes over as the patriarch of the Akers family. If it were me, I would have a child as soon as possible, raise him up and pass on the throne and live a free and unrestrained life. Wylin curled his lips and sighed, rode. At the same time, I was actually a little happy inside. Speaking of children, I don't know when we will have our first child. Shemya took her hand away from Wylin's shoulder, came to sit next to him, and rested her head on his shoulder, somewhat low. Let it be. Wylin hugged Zumia in his arms and comforted her. We both have long lifespans and will have children in the future. Besides, Baird is in charge of the territory's political affairs, Cassius and others are in charge of the military affairs, and Kyle can make decisions on important matters. As a lord, I just need to be a good lord. I can work in this position for another 500 years. Hearing Wylin's words, Zumia covered her mouth and laughed. If you let the chief steward Baird hear you, he will definitely quit. Wylin suddenly felt guilty. He looked around and saw that there was no one else. He smiled and said, if you don't say it and I don't say it, how can he know? Zumia rolled her eyes at Wylin and said, look at what you can do. If it weren't for the chief steward Baird and others, you would definitely be exhausted every day. So fortunately, they are there, otherwise Kixing territory would not have developed so prosperously. As time passed, Wylin gradually fell asleep. Feeling her husband's breathing, Zumia opened her eyes, waved to get a blanket, covered them both, and then leaned in his arms and slowly fell asleep. 3 days later, Wylin took Zumia and Kyle out of the manor and went to the first Magic Academy in the capital to prepare for the unfinished transaction. As soon as he entered the royal capital's first Magic Academy, he saw Isabel, the Secretary General of the Academy's President Thaddeus. Good morning, Count Varen. The Dean is waiting for you in the office. Please come with me. Thank you, Secretary General Isabel. Wylin nodded in response and then followed him to the Dean's office. Pushing open the door, the resentful look in Thaddeus's eyes was undisguised. Seeing this, Wylin shook his head in embarrassment. After all, poaching other people's guest professors was indeed unethical, but for the development of the star prayer leader, he had no choice but to be a villain. Long time no see, Lord Thaddeus. Thaddeus stood up and said calmly, Count Varen, I feel that I am not well. When Wylin heard this, he knew that this guy wanted to bargain. However, is it appropriate for you, the Dean of the Magic Academy, to act this way? Mrs. Shermia, Sir Kyle, please go to the lounge and take a rest. Seeing the Dean's eyes, Secretary General Isabel said with a smile. Wylin, let's go first. Shemya let go of Wylin's hand and said softly, kindness. After the irrelevant personnel left, Thaddeus and Varen were left in the office. Lord Thaddeus, how about we talk openly? Thaddeus took out a set of chairs and placed them in the office, took the lead to sit down, and said with a straight face, then let's talk openly, but you kid poached the college's visiting professors without saying a word, ours said. Varen said without blushing, Sir Thaddeus, you already said that he is a visiting professor, so Osmond is free to go where he wants to go, but I pray that the scenery will be pleasant and there are many talents. Just become his first choice. Thaddeus took a deep look at Varen. This boy was really good at telling lies. If he had had this shameless spirit when he was young, he would not have let Isabel's mother get together with someone else. However, when you are young you cannot. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Varen stared hard at Thaddeus's eyes and saw the fluctuations in his eyes. He kept thinking about countermeasures in his mind to deal with the language trap set by this old fox. In short, the departure of Professor Ammons is a loss to the Magic Academy. You must make some compensation, otherwise I will go to the king to sue you. Lord Thaddeus, if you want to sue, just sue my grandpa. Anyway, he did it, not me. Wylan spread his hands and moved out of a big mountain, saying shamelessly, "If you win the lawsuit, I will let Mr. Osmond go back." You kid." Thaddeus had a hint of fear on his face, but more of a disbelief in his eyes, and he said with some suspicion, seriously. Wylan chuckled and replied, "You will know after you try it." Hearing Wylan's instigation, Thaddeus was a little unsure. If this was true, he would definitely fall into the space crack late at night. It could be as short as a few months or as long as a year, and he would be unable to come back. But if it's fake, it seems like he won't get any benefits. As for Osmond's return to the First Academy of Magic, he was originally a visiting professor and might only take classes once a year. There seemed to be no loss without him, but it seemed to have some effect. The K is the boy's expression. This thing is most likely true. Lord Thaddeus, what do you think? Varin asked again with the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Thaddeus looked helpless and said, "Okay, you win. Let's talk about the price of the Demon Soul Light Ball." Later, the two fought with each other over the price of the Demon Soul Light Ball. If the number of transactions is only a few hundred or thousands, everyone will pass it by in peace and harmony. And they won't care about a few more magic crystals. But the quantity of this transaction is 500,000 bronze-level Demon Soul Light Balls, 100,000 silver-level Devil Soul Light Balls, and 1,000 gold-level Devil Soul Light Balls. For each additional low-level magic crystal, the total number is 500,000 low-level magic crystals, worth 300 million gold coins, which is equivalent to 1% of the price of a small floating city. The price of the silver low-level Demon Soul Light Ball is too high. I think the price of 2 mid-level magic crystals, plus 3 low-level magic crystals, is very suitable. Your Excellency Thaddeus, your appearance is too ugly. You need at least 2 intermediate magic crystals and 5 low-level magic crystals. Varin slapped the table and responded loudly. Thaddeus blew his beard and glared and replied unceremoniously, "It's a beautiful thought. You shameless little thing is trying to harm an old man like me who is hundreds of years old. If it weren't for your grandfather's sake, now I just want to hang you up and whip you. I am suffering a little loss. How about I compensate you with half a low-level magic crystal for every silver low-level Demon Soul Light Ball? Add one more and I'll sell it." Wylan raised his finger and responded, "Although the price has reached the psychologically expected price, why not do it if you can earn an extra point? If the price of 50,000 silver low-level Demon Soul Light Balls were determined, it would be 50,000 low-level magic crystals, worth 40 million gold coins. No, just half a pill, no more." Thaddeus glared at the boy fiercely and clenched his fists tightly. He really wanted the boy to know that the master was also angry. Seeing Thaddeus, who was about to reach the edge of explosion, Varin felt a little guilty. Although his grandfather could revenge him afterwards, it would not help. After all, he had been beat. It is better not to anger Thaddeus, a man who has touched the edge of legend. Mage is a symbol of wealth, but also a synonym for pauper. After a lot of trouble, the two finally determined that the price of a silver low-level Demon Soul Light Ball is 2 intermediate magic crystals, 3 low-level magic crystals, and half a low-level magic crystal. Both sides stopped fighting for half an hour to calm down, and then continued bargaining. In the reception room, Zumia heard the vibration coming from the next room from time to time, and said with some concern, "Will Wylan and Lord Thaddeus will not fight? Kyle, why don't you go and see Wylan? If there is a fight, you can help him." "Madam, with my strength, I can at most take the master away, but I can't beat Lord Thaddeus." Zumia turned her head in thought and said, "That's right. Anyway, Lord Thaddeus will not hurt Wylan, and it's okay to get beaten. At most, I can ask my grandfather for revenge." Afterwards, Zumia put this matter aside and concentrated on playing chess with Secretary General Isabel. As for Kyle, he read books and constructed new spells, preparing to experiment when he returned to Kixing territory. After a friendly exchange, Thaddeus and Varin signed the trade document. The First Magic Academy in the royal capital purchased 500,000 bronze-level Demon Soul Light Balls from the Kixing leader for 7,000 high-level magic crystals, 580,000 mid-level magic crystals, and 6.5 million low-level magic crystals, and 100,000 0,001 silver-level Demon Soul Light Ball, and 1,000 gold-level Demon Soul Light Balls. After the signing, there was no tense atmosphere between the two parties. Business is business, feelings are feelings, and the two of them still make a clear distinction. Thaddeus added a cup of tea for himself, took a slow sip, and then issued an invitation. "Wylin, would you like to come to the First Academy of Magic as a visiting professor?" Seeing this, Varen smiled and refused. "Your Excellency Thaddeus, I don't think I have this ability, so let's forget it." "If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time," Thaddeus said with a smile. Looking at the old guy's eyes, Varen was very wary. He felt that Thaddeus was digging a trap, but as long as he refused resolutely, he would not be able to trap him. After some small talk, the two ended the meeting. After completing the transaction, Varen left the First Magic Academy with Shemya, Kyle, and a lot of magic crystals. After returning to the manor and resting for a few days, Varen received an invitation from Barbara. In the study, Varen handed the invitation letter to Kyle and asked, "What do you think the grandson of the finance minister will do with me?" "Lord, I can't tell it yet, but there is only one ultimate goal, and that is to get closer to you." Kyle thought for a while and replied, "He met you through Krell, but we only have a brief relationship with each other, and the relationship is not strong. It can only be regarded as an acquaintance." Wylin touched his chin and said, "Then go and see him. It just so happens that I also want to buy some properties in the royal capital. After all, as a God-given earl, I will inevitably have to come to the royal capital frequently in the future." Late at night, outside a manor outside the royal capital, Varen brought Kyle there. As for Shemya, she went to visit her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Barbara stood at the entrance of the manor, saw Varen's arrival, and greeted him with a smile. Wylin got off the carriage, laughed loudly, and stepped forward to give the other party a hug. Both parties knew that the other was practicing, but they didn't care as long as others saw this scene. "Your Excellency Wylin, please come in." Barbara let go of Wylin and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Wylin was polite and entered the manor with Barbara under the watchful eyes of everyone. The moment you step through the door, the scene inside the manor can be called luxurious. The human maid has a graceful figure, wearing a uniform and revealing maid costume, with the skirt fluttering in the wind. The slender elf maid with big eyes shining brightly and fair skin exuding faint luster, the half-elf maid has a soft figure. She moves among many nobles with her agile movements. She as orc maid is full of wild charm, and her unique animal-like appearance arouses the most primitive desire to conquer in her heart. Barbara caught a strange emotion flashing in Wylin's eyes and explained with a smile, "Your Excellency Wylin, this is a secret in the capital. If you are interested, you can take a few people and leave." A smile appeared on Wylin's face. He shook his head and rebuffed in a gentle tone, "Just satisfy your curiosity. After all, the person in my family doesn't like my behavior like this. Your Excellency Wylin, let's go sit over there first. The exchange meeting won't start until later." Seeing this, Barbara invited him and ended the topic. This is of course an excuse. Since Varen has no interest in these maids, there is no need for him to continue this topic, otherwise it will make both of them feel embarrassed. When they arrived at the rest area, the two of them were polite to each other. Wylin looked helpless and sat down first. When Barbara saw Wylin sitting down, he sat on the left side and waved to the two maids to bring them cakes, tea, and wine. Kyle sat down on the right side, listened to the exchange between the two, and added a few words when appropriate. Half an hour later, seeing that the time had come, Barbara took the opportunity to ask, "Your Excellency Wylin, what do you think of the fourth prince?" "Brother Barbara, I'm ashamed to say that I don't know you very well." Wylin smiled, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "As a noble of the kingdom, I only know that I am only loyal to His Majesty the King, and I don't pay much attention to anything else." Barbara smiled bitterly, took a sip of wine, sighed, and said, "Your Excel. And see why Wylin lives a very clear life. But unfortunately, I am already in the game, so I can't help but be a bystander." Seeing this, Wylin offered a few words of comfort, but did not reveal his thoughts. With his grandfather as his backer, he didn't need to take sides. In addition, the Akers family does not encourage family members to participate in the battle for royal heirs. When the midnight bell rang, Barbara stood up and said apologetically, Your Excellency Wai Lin, I have to go to host the exchange meeting, so I will take my leave first. Wai Lin also stood up and responded in a gentle tone. Brother Barbara, please do. After Barbara left, Varen waved several Shia orc maids down, and then asked Kyle to raise a magic shield to block the prying eyes of others. I really didn't expect that Barbara would side with the fourth prince, and I don't know who his brothers and cousins would side with. Wai Lin leaned on the sofa and said. After hearing this, Kyle replied, Lord, I feel that none of these princes have any chance of being crowned king. Why is this? Wai Lin looked at Kyle and asked with some confusion. Intuition, Kyle saw this and said slowly, maybe I guessed wrong. Forget it, no matter who ascends the throne, it doesn't matter to me. Wai Lin waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's fine if the new king behaves well. If he messes up, those royal legends will teach him how to behave. In the history of the kingdom of Ilya, there are many mediocre people who have ascended to the throne. It is better not to act like a monster. If it causes turmoil in the kingdom, there is only one end: being deposed by the royal legend, blocking the extraordinary path, falling into ordinary people, and being imprisoned for decades. Die of old age naturally. The legend does not belong to the country, but the country belongs to the legend. This sentence is not empty talk. 2 hours later, Barbara was a little tired, and came to the rest area where Wai Lin was again. In this exchange, Wai Lin directly stated his purpose and did not talk about innocuous things. Your Excellency Wai Lin, are you interested in griffins? After hearing Barbara's words, Wai Lin's eyes lit up and he asked, Can you tell me in detail? It's my honor. Barbara smiled gently and then began to explain to Varen. Half an hour later, Wai Lin fell into deep thought, thinking about whether to take over this griffin breeding ranch. The ranch is a good ranch, but the history of this ranch is a bit complicated. 800 years ago, Mew Spencer, the finance minister of Grotley Silvis, the 22nd king of the kingdom of Ilya, founded the White Tower Griffin Ranch. 300 years later, the White Tower Griffin Ranch fell into the hands of Corsi Cowes, the finance minister of Congreve Silvis, the 23rd king of the Ilya kingdom. 200 years later, it became the property of the new finance minister, Montes di Lester. 100 years ago, it was acquired by Barbara's grandfather Ismail Asterix. In just 800 years, the White Tower Griffin Ranch has had 4 owners. At a glance, it seems that it is just a normal flow of industry and there is no problem. But as long as you understand a little bit of history, you can see the clues. Therefore, among the upper echelons of the kingdom, the White Tower Griffin Ranch is also known as the Cursed Ranch. Whichever family of the finance minister takes over this Griffin Ranch will fall when the throne is rotated. But every finance minister does not believe in evil and wants to prove to the world that his family's fortune can suppress this cursed ranch. As for whether there is a royal family behind this, it has to be done. However, in Varen's view, the reason why these families fell was simply because they were on the wrong team and were liquidated by the new king. But there are some things that you would rather believe than not. Wai Lin thought about it and was ready to refuse. Your Excellency Wai Lin, according to my grandfather's wishes, the White Tower Griffin Ranch will be sold for only 1 gold coin. Barbara noticed the change in Wai Lin's mood and spoke first. This matter, well, let me think about it. Hearing this, Wai Lin opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment. It's not that he doesn't want to refuse directly, but the price is too cheap. In addition, he is not the Minister of Finance, so there is no need to pay attention to the rumored curse. Seeing Wai Lin's hesitation, Barbara gritted his teeth and continued. Your Excellency Wai Lin, if you are willing to buy the White Tower Griffin Ranch, the Asterix family is willing to transfer 25,000-acre Fengyar Ranch to a grass field, a Griffon training cliff, and 10 Griffon Knight training instructors are given to you. I would like to ask why the Asterix family chose me. Varen turned to look at Barbara and asked curiously. Seeing this, Barbara smiled and replied, Your Excellency Wai Lin, you are the Earl of Kixing, personally consecrated by the goddess of life. You are favored and protected by the goddess. This is what we like. Wai Lin couldn't help but gasped and asked in disbelief, Is it just such a reason? It's that simple. Barbara explained with a wry smile, In your opinion, the previous finance ministers fell because they were on the wrong team. This is indeed the case, but Asterix, the rest of the family, had wild ideas, and even the elders began to persuade my grandfather. As time passed, my grandfather lost the high-spiritedness he had in middle age. He gradually believed these rumors and wanted to transfer the White Tower Griffin Ranch. However, there was no family in the royal capital that wanted to take over, and there was no shortage of big nobles. Griffin Ranch, as for the new nobles, they don't have the financial resources, let alone the courage. Wylan struggled a lot and finally answered, Barbara, I can accept this White Tower Griffin Ranch, but you have to agree to one condition. Your Excellency Wylan, please tell me. After hearing this, Barbara asked with a serious face. There is no rush now. I will send someone to find you by then. Seeing this, Wylan responded, but don't worry. The conditions I have proposed will not cause you to violate the principles of life and work. After hearing this, Barbara took a deep breath, bent down to salute and said, Sir Varen, I, Barbara, would like to thank you for your help on behalf of the Asterix family. Wylan stepped forward to help Barbara up and said with a smile, Ha ha ha, it doesn't have to be like this. If you really say it, I took advantage of it. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Barbara left the place temporarily citing important matters. My lord, there is something wrong with the White Tower Griffin Ranch. Why did you buy it? After Barbara left, Kyle looked at Varen and asked curiously. Wylan picked up the teacup and took a sip of the tea and replied with a smile. I bought the White Tower Griffin Ranch, but I didn't say I wanted to run the ranch. As long as I bring all these things back to the Praying Star territory, abandon the White Tower Griffin Ranch, and convert it into a manor, won't the so-called rumors be self-defeating? Besides, with my luck, I don't think the curse can do anything to me. After hearing this, Kyle recalled the story that happened to his master and thought to himself, it's true. Cursed creatures will take a detour when they see you, for fear of being caught by you. Looking at Kyle's expression, Varen was a little curious about what he was thinking but did not ask. No one bothered him, or Kyle deliberately lowered the sense of existence here, so that the surrounding nobles automatically ignored this place. After eating a few pieces of pastry, Varen stopped. It's not that it doesn't taste good, it's just that I've eaten too many good things these days and my stomach can't hold it anymore. As time passes, the sun rises in the east. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning shines on the manor, this private communication ends. Led by a maid, Varen and Kyle came to the interior of the manor. Babura looked apologetic and said, Sir Wylan, I was busy last night and neglected you. Please forgive me. Brother Babra, this is a bit strange. Wylan smiled and responded in a gentle tone. Seeing this, Babra smiled ashamedly and asked the butler to bring the White Tower Griffin Ranch, 25,000 acre Fengia grass pastures, and a Griffin training cliff title, as well as the lifetime employment contracts of 10 Griffin Knight training instructors. After everything was brought, Babra took the lead and said, So Wylan, let's start the transaction. Okay. Wylan nodded in response, then took out a gold coin and put it on the table, and then signed his name on the business contract with the breath of the gods. With the status of both parties, this transaction can be signed as an ordinary contract, but the Asterix family was afraid that Wylan would regret it, so they took this approach. However, Wylan was not angry anyway, it was just a bargain. When Babra signed his grandfather's name on behalf of the Asterix family, the transaction was officially completed. Babra took a gold coin from the table, then took the contract from the servant and handed it to Wylan. After the transaction was completed, Wylan said goodbye. After sending Wylan away, Babra put the gold coin in his arms, then told the servants to clean up the mess, and then left the manor and walked towards the capital. Unnoticed, the surface of the gold coin flashed a slight fluctuation, and then returned to its ordinary appearance. After returning to the manor where the Asterix family was located in the capital, Babra returned to his courtyard and waited for his grandfather to return. 3 nights ago, his grandfather suddenly called him to the study and asked him to invite Count Kixing to sell the White Tower Griffin breeding ranch for 1 gold coin. As for why he did this, his grandfather did not say it clearly, but only asked him to keep the gold coin he traded well and come to the study to see him immediately after he attended the court meeting. The White Tower Griffin breeding ranch is worth 60 million gold coins. 25,000 acre Fengia grass pastures are worth 15 million gold coins. A Griffin training cliff is worth 20 million gold coins, and the lifetime contract of 10 Griffin Knight training instructors is worth 1 million gold coins, totaling 96 million gold coins. The exchange of 96 million gold coins for a gold coin was a free gift, which conflicted with the concept he had formed since childhood. But he could not resist his grandfather's order. Sitting at the desk, Babula took out the gold coin in his arms and observed it repeatedly, but did not find anything strange. After a long time, Babula put the gold coin in his arms, took out the account book, and began to calculate the profits generated by his industry this year to kill time and wait for his grandfather to return home. The sunlight shining through the window moved slowly, depicting a series of flowing pictures on the windowsill. Time passed slowly. The light spots on the windowsill began to shrink and were gradually swallowed by the shadows. Master Babula. Hearing the servant's voice, Babula came back to his senses and looked out the window. It was already night. Immersed in numbers, he forgot about time. After putting the stacked account books into the cabinet, Babula stood up, came to the door of the study, opened the door, looked at the beautiful Shia orc maid and said in a deep voice, "Lead the way." "Yes, young master." The maid bowed her head and saluted, leading the way with steady steps. Wherever she passed, the servants stopped their work and saluted the young master who was loved by the master. When she came to the study, Babula waved to the maid to take all the maids around her away, so as not to hear the news that she shouldn't hear and be dealt with quietly by her grandfather. Seeing this, the maid saluted respectfully and then gestured for everyone to leave. After everyone left, Babula raised her hand and knocked on the door of the study. "Come in." A majestic voice came, asking Babula to tidy up her clothes again, then pushed the door open and closed it. Under the dim light, an old man with a white beard was sitting at the desk, looking at the documents in his hand. Seeing this, Babra waited quietly as usual. Half an hour later, Ismail Asterix signed his name on a document, looked up at Babra and asked, "Did you get it?" Babra took out the gold coin from his arms, came to the desk, put the gold coin in front of his grandfather, and then returned to his original place and stood quietly. Ismail looked at the gold coin on the table and used identification magic to check it. The light wrapped around the gold coin and analyzed it. After a long time, Ismail removed the spell and waved to Babra, indicating that he could go down. Babra bowed his head and left the study. During the whole process, the two did not exchange a word. As for why he did this, Ismail was unwilling to say and Babra did not want to ask. After the door of the study was closed, Ismail picked up the gold coin on the table, stood up, came to the bookshelf, picked up a golden magic scroll and activated it. In an instant, a red light enveloped Ismail. Ismail did not resist the exploration of this power. The next moment, the space changed. With his eyes open and closed, Ismail came to an isolated island. Around the isolated island, the space flowed, and from time to time, space storms were sent, trying to destroy the foreign objects in the space crack. In the center of the isolated island, a pavilion stood in it, and an old man sat on a stone bench, leisurely brewing tea. Venerable Bader. Walking outside the pavilion, Ismail put his right hand on his chest and saluted the old man. The old man looked at Ismail with a kind look and slowly said, "Ismail, you are very punctual, please sit down." After the other party sat down, the old man poured him a cup of tea. "Thank you. You're welcome." Bade smiled gently, then put down the teacup, looked at Ismail and asked, "Have you decided to use my second wish for your ancestor?" "Yes, Lord Bader, I have decided." Ismail took out the gold coin, placed it on the stone table, and said respectfully. Bade looked at the gold coin on the table side and said, "Being addicted to power is very similar to your ancestor." Hearing the other party's words, Ismail's face did not change at all, and he still maintained a respectful attitude. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Bader no longer sighed, stretched out his finger, and wrote the divine text of fate with his own blood. Looking at the golden light, Ismail felt that his soul was lost. Observing Ismail's strangeness, Bard waved his hand to erase his understanding of the fate mantra to prevent his soul from collapsing. After escaping the disaster, Ismail lowered his head and dared not interpret the unknown text in his own way. In front of the legendary high-level fate venerable, even if he was a mid-level soul mage, he was like an ant. After the 3 fate mantras were written, Bard picked up the gold coin and put it in. The 3 fate mantras intertwined with each other, and merged into one word, attached to the gold coin, and began to analyze the true owner of this fate gold coin formed by the fate card. Above the rules, a pair of eyes stared at Bard. Sensing the gaze of the gods, Bard raised his head and looked again, and politely bowed to express his respect. After a moment, the gaze of the gods dissipated. 3 hours later, the fate mantra dissipated. A ray of light suddenly appeared on the gold coin and poured into Ismail's soul. Before Ismail could come to his senses, Bader waved his hand and sent him away. Ismail, I once told your ancestors not to be overly obsessed with power. Today I will give you this sentence again. I hope you take care of it. 1,000 years later, your descendants can call me in the same way and make a third wish. The voice faded away, and Ismail opened his eyes again, looking at the gold coin in his hand with a little confusion in his eyes, and then replaced by determination. 3 days later, Wylan and Kyle went to the White Tower Griffin breeding ranch. Within the jurisdiction of Meal Satellite City, Wylan landed on a hill and looked down. The scenery was picturesque, and griffins flew by from time to time. With a thought, a half-plane channel was opened. The next moment, Zing fell out of the half-plane channel, flapping his wings, stabilizing his posture, looking around, and saw the figure of his master. Seeing this, Zing swallowed the barbecue on his front paws, flew to the grass beside, wiped his paws, and then came behind his master. Fortunately, my family is big. Otherwise, I really can't afford to support you. Wylan looked at the grease on the hair near the corners of Zing's mouth, covered his head, and said helplessly. Hearing the master's words, Zing lowered his head, wiped the grease on his hair with green grass, and then looked into the distance like a griffin. Zing. Zing rolled his eyes, revealing a gleam of light, and answered, Master, what do you want? I'll take you to fight later. Fight, is there a reward if you win? Wylan heard this and said with a straight face, If you win, I don't know if there is a reward, but if you lose, you will have to beg your wife for food for the next 3 months. Master, you are unreasonable. Zing raised his 2 paws and protested. When Wylan heard this, he flashed to Zing's side, raised his hand and knocked on its head, and asked, You still want to be reasonable? Do you think my reason is reasonable? I'm not being reasonable. I'm not being reasonable. Feeling the danger, Zing protected his head with his paws, lay on the ground, and acted like a turtle. Wylan kicked Zing, who was playing the ostrich, and promised, Okay, if you win, I'll give you 3 bottles of glowing wine. Hearing the wine, Zing loosened his claws, raised his head, looked at his master, and licked his lips. Master, what you said is true. Wylan grinned and said, Hee, of course it's fake. Kyle looked at Zing, who looked aggrieved and couldn't help laughing. She was still cute when she was a child, but she became more tactful when she grew up. I don't know who she learned it from. Zing protected her head and said carefully, Master, then I won't go. Seeing this, Wylan didn't tease it. He took out half a bottle of glowing wine and opened the cork at the mouth of the bottle. Smelling the familiar smell, Zing took his claws away, looked at the liquid in the bottle, and drooled at the corners of his mouth. Take it. Seeing that the master didn't seem to be joking, Zing bravely stepped forward to take the bottle and drank it directly. In less than a moment, the empty wine bottle was thrown aside. Zing raised his paw and touched his lower abdomen, with a satisfied expression on his face. I've finished drinking the wine, it's time to go. Okay, master. Zing rushed forward, got under Wylan's crotch, lifted him up, and then flapped his wings to fly down. Seeing this, Kyle put away the empty wine bottle and followed. In the sky, the griffins that were flying freely stopped one after another, and saw the snow-white fellow with curiosity and fear in their eyes. Shasha. In just a few minutes, dozens of griffins gathered together and hung far behind the heterochromatic griffin. Master, do you want to disperse those mixed-hair griffins? Zing raised his head and asked Wylan. No hurry, there may be your future subordinates in there. Hearing this, Zing suddenly became alert. Could it be that the master was going to fall in love with someone else and no longer favor the Zufeng clan? However, after a moment's thought, it was raised by the owner. With these mixed-hair griffins, they can't snatch the position of the Snow Wind clan in the owner's heart. 10 minutes later, 2 people and 1 griffin landed at the White Tower Griffin breeding ranch. In the center of the ranch, more than 300 people gathered here. Seeing Wylan falling from the sky, they bowed and saluted and said in unison, "Hello, sir. Get up." Seeing this, everyone stood up, but they didn't dare to look up at the new owner of the White Tower Griffin Ranch, so as not to make the other party unhappy and bring disaster to themselves. They signed a lifelong contract with the ranch, and they were essentially slaves of the ranch. However, as people who raise and breed griffins, they have a certain degree of freedom, but this is a rule set by the previous ranch owner, which is no longer applicable now. The uneasiness about their future fate made them panic. "Who is the manager?" Kyle looked at the people in cloth clothes and asked. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment until a middle-aged man stood up, bowed and saluted, and replied respectfully, "My lord, the steward of Tari and the ranch guards were transferred yesterday. Now there is no steward at the ranch, and you need to appoint one yourself." Wai Lin looked up and down at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was at the middle bronze level. "What's your name?" Faced with Wai Lin's inquiry, the middle-aged man replied somewhat woodenly, "My lord, my name is Blossom." "What can you do?" "I can massage griffins." Wai Lin pointed at Zing and said to Blossom, "Give it a massage. If you do it well, you will be the steward of the Griffin Ranch in the future. If you are not capable, I will not punish you." Blossom felt a little palpitation in his heart and replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Seeing the human in front of him, Zing lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and prepared to enjoy it. I don't know if he can have a point of massage skills like Eunice. Under Blossom's care, Zing couldn't help but hum softly, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. 10 minutes later, Wylan waved his hand to let Blossom stop massaging. After the comfortable feeling disappeared, Zing opened his eyes and glanced at his master, but didn't dare to say anything, fearing that he would reason with him. "It seems that you do have some ability, but your strength is a little weak." Hearing this, Blossom's eyes flashed a little, but he didn't say anything, still looking submissive. "But I won't take back what I said. From now on, you are the manager of the Kixing Griffin Breeding Ranch." Blossom raised his head, unable to believe his ears, and then knelt on the ground, saying excitedly, "Thank you for your gift, respected sir." "Okay, get up." After Blossom stood up, Wylan asked him, "Tell me about the situation of the White Tower Griffin Breeding Ranch." "Yes, sir." Blossom bowed his head and saluted, saying respectfully, "The White Tower Griffin Breeding Ranch has 526 acres, 386 adult griffins, 893 griffin cubs, 352 ranch slaves, and a total of 683 people. According to the classification of the previous manager, ranch slaves are divided into 3 categories. The first category is the staff who serve the griffins. The second category is the staff who drive horses to collect griffin feces. And the third category is the staff who do miscellaneous work. Go and call all the griffins and ranch slaves." "Yes, sir." After receiving the order, more than 300 people dispersed in all directions. "Come over." Hearing his master's voice, Zing came behind Wylan and lay on the ground, acting as a meat pad. Leaning against Zing's body, Wylan felt the soft touch, which was very comfortable. Kyle took out a book and read it as if no one else was watching. 2 hours later, all the ranch slaves and griffins in the entire White Tower Griffin Breeding Ranch gathered on the square, and a black sea surrounded the place. "Dear sir, everyone at the ranch is here." Blossom stood in front of Wylan, bowed and saluted, and said respectfully. Seeing this, Wylan got off Zing's back and walked around to check the quality of the ranchers. Generally speaking, the division of labor is clear and the management is strict. Except for a few people who are professionals, most of the others are ordinary people without any magic power or fighting spirit in them. "Is that the leader of the Griffin tribe?" Varin asked Brawson, pointing to a muscular griffin. "Sir, Habs is the leader of the White Tower Griffin tribe. He has high-level silver strength. Only the steward can restrain him. Slaves like us don't dare to get close." There was a trace of fear in Blossom's eyes. He opened his mouth and answered. He looked up with a proud look on his face. Wylan raised his right hand, gently grabbed it, and lifted up the 6-meter-long leader of the White Tower Griffin tribe. Seeing their leader in trouble, more than 1,000 griffins flapped their wings and wanted to help, but they felt an invisible weight pressing on them, making them unable to move. "Zing, teach this griffon a lesson." "Don't worry, master, I will let it know what respect is." Zing stood up excitedly, eyes flashing, and flew into the air. his body gradually growing in size until he returned to his full size. The 11-meter-long body shone with golden light under the sunlight, and the golden low-level aura swept out like a raging wave. Many young griffins were so frightened by this momentum that they peed directly, shivering, and looked at the Griffin King in the sky in horror. Shashrasha, the leader of the White Tower Griffin tribe, begged for mercy, his voice full of fear and despair. Wylan turned a deaf ear to the begging for mercy and threw it directly towards the star with a wave of his arm. Shad! The painful scream seemed to penetrate the soul, causing many griffins to cover their heads and block their ears, not daring to listen to the heart-rending wails. In the sky, Zing grabbed the leader of the White Tower Griffin tribe with his left paw and punched him in the abdomen with his right paw. While beating him, he shouted that he was wrong. "Lord, I feel that Xinjiang thinks that Griffin is you." Kyle closed the book and said with a smile. When Wylan heard this, he covered his face and said helplessly, "It seems that this guy won't correct himself without a few good beatings." After hearing this, Kyle nodded in agreement. "We really need to give him a good beating, otherwise it will be bad for the Zufeng clan to be led astray." At this moment, Zing, who was enjoying the fun of beating the griffin, felt a chill in his back. He looked around with lingering fear. After seeing that there were no enemies, he felt relieved and continued to educate the leader of the White Tower Griffin tribe. Half an hour later, Zing carried the dying griffin back to the square and threw it in front of the White Tower Griffin tribe. After walking around in a show of force for a few times, he resumed his small reminder and came to lie down behind Wylan. Seeing the miserable condition of their leader, more than 1,000 griffins covered their mouths and did not dare to make a sound. Sure enough, for monsters that are not very intelligent, killing chickens to scare monkeys is always the most effective method. Varen came to the leader of the White Tower Griffin tribe, and through its eyes, he could see the fear and awe deep in its heart. "Squat down and put your hands on the top of its head to heal its injuries." Healed by the light, Habis, the leader of the White Tower Griffin tribe, was fascinated by his eyes and couldn't help but feel close to the human being in front of him. Seeing this scene, it was really difficult for Varen to understand the thinking of Warcraft. "It was you who asked Zing to beat it, and you who healed its injuries. You didn't even mention showing fear, but you actually showed a docile look." After the light dissipated, Hab stood up, lowered his head, and gently touched Varen's hand with his forehead. When Zing, who was yawning, saw this scene, he rushed over with force, knocked Habs away, stood in front of Varen, and roared threateningly. Seeing this, Habusi crawled on the ground with fear on his face, showing his surrender. Okay, he will be your little brother from now on. Don't act like a life and death enemy." Wylan touched Zing's head and said softly, "All right." After finishing speaking, Zing came to Habusi, raised his paw, put it on the opponent's head, imitated his master's tone of accepting the allegiance of others, and said, "From now on, the White Tower tribe belongs to the Zufeng clan. Vassal tribe. I, Zing Zufeng, will be your boss from now on, do you understand?" Shashdasha. "Well, don't worry. From now on, if I have a bottle of wine to drink from, there will be a wine bottle for you to lick." Shahasa. Habs nodded and replied with a look of conviction. Seeing the serious conversation between the two griffins, one white and one brown, Wylan always felt a little funny. After forcing thousands of griffins from the White Tower Griffin tribe to surrender to the star, Varen asked Kyle to open the Messier Demiplane passage and transfer all the White Tower Griffin breeding pastures into it. 3 hours later, the White Tower Griffin ranch lost its former bustle, and a peaceful atmosphere filled the vast grassland. Kyle closed the Messier Demiplane channel, turned to look at Wylan, and asked curiously, "Master, what are you going to do with this land in the future?" "I want to build this into a complex manor. What do you think?" Wylan opened his arms, felt the breeze blowing, and said, "Then what is your positioning for this complex manor?" Kixing territory is the center of the eastern region of the Kingdom of Ilia. Wylan heard what he was thinking. Becoming an earl is also a goal of mine. The next step is to focus on economic development, and the capital will naturally become the point that cannot be avoided. After some time, you go to the capital and the suburbs to buy some shops and manors. After dealing with the temptation of the monster clan in the Grey Wasteland, you can start to plan our layout in the capital. "Yes, my lord." After dealing with the White Tower Griffin breeding ranch, Wylan and Kyle went to Fengya Grassland and Griffin Training Cliff for a tour. After appointing a steward, they returned to the capital. Half a month later, Wylan ended his trip to the capital and returned to Kixing territory. At the beginning of March 9764 in the glorious calendar, Wylan returned to the Praying Star territory. After accepting everyone's congratulations, Wylan set about dealing with Jontarn County. After ordering Zelia and Zephyrin to be summoned, Varen took the escort team to Jontarn County. As for the construction of the Praying Star Griffin Breeding Ranch, Baird, the general manager, is naturally responsible for it. Jontarn County can now be said to be the poorest county in the Kixing territory. It covers an area of 6,500 square kilometers and has a population of more than 60,000 people. There are 3,000 troops under the command of the consul, and there are 3,000 troops under the command of the consul. More than 3,000 soldiers of the 7th Battalion were stationed at the border. Jontarn County has 6 third-level administrative districts, namely Jontarn City, Donghu Town, Shiting Town, Nanj Town, Menjia Town, and Gushu Town. Among them, Jontarn County is the richest third-level administrative district in Jontarn County, with a population of 18,437 people, 89,500 acres of farmland, 43,900 acres of pasture, and fruit with an area of 173,300 acres. It occupied 20% of Kixing County's fruit supply in less than 5 years. Menjia County is the poorest third-level administrative district in Jontarn County. It is located on the border. Rock cliffs cover a large area of land. It has a population of 4,853 people. The land is barren and only 18,000 farmlands have been cultivated. 1,900 acres, so the main pillar of Menjia town is stone quarrying, providing stone materials to other counties for paving roads, building houses, constructing water conservancy projects, shaping sculptures, etc. A middle-aged man in gray cloth came to Wylan, leaned down to salute, and said loudly, "Decorus, the acting consul of Jontarn City, is bringing Jontarn County officials to pay homage to the Lord." Behind him, dozens of people bowed and saluted to show respect. "Everyone get up." When everyone saw this, they stood up and retreated to both sides of the road. Wylan got off his horse, stood on the stone road, looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Tell me, how many people are there in this small town?" Returning to the Lord, Jontarn City currently has a permanent population of 2,833 people, mainly families of soldiers in the standing army, families of villages and towns under Jontarn County, and craftsmen and their families. "Lead the way." "Yes, sir." Following the middle-aged man, Wylan walked through the tall city wall and came to the city. He looked around and saw that everything he saw were low-rise houses. There were only a few 2-story buildings and a bell tower, and there were no other characteristic buildings. However, it is normal for this small town with a population of only more than 2,000 people. Although there are few people, the environment is quite clean. Under the leadership of the acting consul of Jontarn County, Wylan, Kyle, Zephyrin, Zelia, and Gabriella gradually got to know this small border town. Half an hour later, Wylan finished his inspection and came to the Lord's mansion of Jontarn City. Wylan came to the main seat and sat down, then motioned for the others to take their seats. As for the acting consul of Jontarn County, Dickley stood on the right side of Wylan, waiting for instructions. "Zevlin, what do you think of Jontarn City?" Zephyrin stood up with a serious face and replied in a cold voice, "Lord, Jontarn City is small, but it is also very clean." Seeing this, Wylan waved his hand for him to sit down, then looked at Zelia and asked, "How do you feel?" "Back to your lord, although Jontarn City is small, it has superior geographical conditions and the people have expectations for life. Given time, this place will definitely develop." Zelia stood up and replied, "Sit down." "Yes, sir." Varen knocked on the table with his hand, then turned to look at Kyle. Kyle understood his master's instructions and said, "First of all, there is a problem with the urban planning of Jontarn City. The disorganized layout will cause subsequent construction to be time-consuming, laborious, and waste materials." Secondly, the single structure of residence will make urban development solidify. If things go on like this, rural people will only look forward to moving to the city to become a master and will not be able to develop the local area with peace of mind. Third, there are many idlers in the city, and the trend of extravagance is gradually taking shape. If you want to change it in the future, you will only see blood. As soon as these words came out, Decles was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and knocked his head on the ground, but he did not dare to speak and waited for disposal. Varen ignored Decles but looked at Zelia and Zevlin and asked again, "How do you feel about Giantarn City now?" "Lord, this may be." Zephyryn's face turned a little red, and she didn't know how to answer for a while. "Just forget it if you can't answer it. I won't blame you. If you haven't been exposed to these things, you can't tell it's normal," Wyland said with a smile on his face and comforted you. After some thought, Zelia stood up and replied, Lord Kyle, thank you for your teaching." Wyland waved his hand, motioning for Zelia to take a seat, and then explained, "You two have the same strength and the same character, but your experience is still quite different. Giantaran County has 6 counties. I am going to let you each govern 3 counties for 10 years. After 10 years, I will come to check and accept. The judgment will be based on the weight of economic development, cultural scenery, infrastructure, and population. The outstanding ones will be promoted to the governor of Jiangtarn County, plus a mysterious reward. The loser should be punished. As for what it is, you don't need to know yet. I'll give you 10 days. You can first go to the other 5 counties in Jiangtarn County to visit Juju. 10 days later, come back here and choose the territory you need to govern. Yes. Lord, after Zephyrin and Zelia exchanged greetings, they left the hall. As for Gabriella, she stood up, bowed, and chased after him. She thought it would be hard to keep her heart in a place without a lover. Decles. Hearing his name, Decles stood up, came to the center of the hall, knelt on the ground again, and said with fear on his face, "Lord, please punish me." Welland glanced at Decles indifferently and asked, "I remember you were recommended by Andrew." "Yes, Lord, I used to be a sheriff under Lord Andrew. Because of his recommendation, my wife appointed me as the acting governor of this place." Decles answered truthfully, not daring to hide anything. "Okay, get up." Hearing this, Decles stood up carefully. "You have some faults, but you have also made some contributions. You are a person who can be cultivated. After 3 days, when Jiangtin City is chosen by one of the 2, you will follow the other person and learn well." "Thank you, Lord." Decles bowed and saluted, his face excited. His merits and demerits were offset. "Okay, go down." "Yes, Lord." After Decles left, Wyland and Kyle left Jiangtin City and flew to the Gray Wasteland, 800 kilometers west of Jiangtin County. Kixingaling in a valley, thousands of goblins emerged from the caves and began their busy work today under the urging of the Lizardman Whip. In a tent built with animal skins, a Lizardman warrior crawled on the ground. The silver-level Lizardman warrior sitting on the fur of an unknown monster opened his eyes, grabbed the monster meat that was simply roasted by charcoal fire, swallowed it, and stuck out his tongue, looking at his confidant and asked, "Brew, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Leader, a servant reported that there were traces of dog-headed people in the north." The Lizardman warrior raised his head and reported respectfully. Guga stood up, stared at the lizard warrior kneeling on the ground, and ordered, "Go and gather 20 lizard warriors, 200 lizard fighters, and 800 lizard slaves to patrol the territory with me." "Yes, Chief." The lizard warrior lowered his head and replied, with a strange light flashing in his eyes, and then retreated. Looking at the empty tent, the lizard man Guga grinned and said, "Idiot who thinks he has done it perfectly." Half an hour later, Guga came to the center of the tribe with a war knife. His erect pupils captured the movements of the tribe below and roared, ordering to set off. The huge army of lizardmen left the simple stone village gate and marched north. More than 80 kilometers away from the north of the valley, thousands of dog-headed people buried themselves in the soil, waiting for the order to attack. Listening to the vibration sound from the ground, the chief of the Zishan dog-headed tribe opened his eyes and signaled his tribe to prepare to meet the enemy. Behind him, a one-eyed dog-headed man hid his hatred in his heart and silently carried out the order. As the sun set, when the Lizardman army reached the river beach, Guga suddenly ordered to stop advancing. "Leader, why don't you leave?" the lizardman warrior asked with a puzzled look on his face. Guga glanced at the lizardman warrior, then raised his sword and cut off his head. Looking at his body, the lizardman warrior had disbelief in his eyes. "Idiot!" With a sneer, Guga raised his left foot and crushed his head. He was able to go from a cannon-fodder soldier to this point today, never relying on his brute force, but relying on his brain. Otherwise he would have died in the war with humans decades ago. Seeing that his internal response was killed, the chief of the Zishan dog-headed tribe no longer hid, stood up from the mound, roared, and issued an order to attack. More than 3,000 dog-headed men climbed up, waving simple weapons, and rushed towards the lizardmen army on the river beach. Seeing this, Guga snorted coldly, swung his sword, and shouted, "Kill!" More than 1,000 lizardmen heard this, looked fierce, picked up their weapons, and charged towards the dog-headed man. In less than a moment, the two sides fought in a group. In the sky, Wylan and Kyle stood side by side, watching the fight below. I didn't expect to see a plan in this primitive wilderness. Wylan looked at Kyle with great interest, turned his head and asked, "How about we make a bet?" Kyle retracted his gaze, turned his head and looked at Wylan and asked, "My lord, how do you want to bet?" "How about a gold coin?" "Okay." Wylan pointed to the two sides fighting brutally below and said, "To be fair, you choose first." Seeing this, Kyle looked down and said, "My lord, I choose the lizardman to win." "Then I choose the dog-headed man to win." Wylan crossed his arms and said with a smile, "According to my observation, although the plan of the dog-headed tribe leader failed, he is stronger than the lizardman leader. The number of dog-headed men is 3 times that of lizardmen, so the chance of winning is still very large." "That's not necessarily true," Kyle said with a slight smile on his face. When Wylan heard this, he suddenly felt a little unconfident. Could there be a traitor? However, since the choice has been made, there is no room for regret. On the riverbank, the lizardman Guga held a sword and resisted the fierce attack of the chief of the Zishan dog-headed tribe, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. Waving the iron rod in his hand, he smashed a lizardman warrior. The chief of the Zishan dog-headed tribe showed a happy look on his face, looking at the retreating Guga as if victory was in sight. "Guga, kneel down and be my slave. I can spare your life." Guga wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and taunted, "Ha, Quint, are you so sure you will win?" "Guga, I admire your bravery, but this place can only accommodate one tribe. For the Zishan clan, the Guga tribe must die." With a roar, Quint, the chief of the Zishan clan, stopped talking nonsense and charged forward, ready to decide the outcome. It's time to end it." With a low murmur, Guga's eyes showed a fierce light, lowered his body and rushed up. Quint suddenly felt a pain in his chest. A deep pain came, causing Quint's eyes to bulge. He threw away the iron rod in his hand and kept hitting his head with his hands. Guga came to Quint's side, without giving him a chance to breathe, raised his sword and chopped off his head. "Stop it!" On the battlefield, both sides were shocked, and looking at the head of the chief of the Zishan dog-headed tribe, they stopped fighting. "Kneel down, live, stand, die." Lost their backbone under the shock of Guga. The dog-headed people threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. After Guga ordered the lizardmen to tie up the remaining dog-headed men, he came to a one-eyed dog-headed man, looked at his cold body, and ordered people to bury him properly. As for the bodies of the other dog-headed men, they were naturally taken back as food reserves for the goblins. "My lord, you lost." Upon hearing this, Wylan took out a gold coin, threw it to Kyle, and then flew down. The busy lizardmen were shocked and pressed to the ground, unable to move. As the leader of the lizardman tribe, Guga was the focus of attention and was directly pressed into the mud. Wylan stood on the river beach and waved his hand to dig out the lizardman leader. "I ask you answer. If I am satisfied, you can live. If I am not satisfied, you don't need to exist." "My lord, please speak. Guga will never hide anything." Guga used the common language skillfully and said respectfully, not daring to have a trace of resistance on his face, for fear of being beaten into dust by the other party. "Have you received the order to assemble?" "No." "Which tribe is protecting your tribe?" "Tushu tribe." In that direction, 500 kilometers to the west, there is a hollowed-out hill, and the Tushu tribe's base camp is in it. After getting the information he wanted, Wylan left this place and flew westward. Guga, who had saved his life, lay on the ground, sticking out his tongue and breathing in the air. He decided in his heart that he would move north after returning and definitely not stay here. With the momentum of these two strong men, the Tushu tribe must be gone. Decades ago, he killed the monitors sent by the half-dragons, fled here with a few confidants, and laid a huge foundation. Now he can start all over again. And he can definitely do it. At the gathering place of the Tushu tribe, Wylan and Kyle concealed their bodies, transformed into half-dragons, and walked in with a swagger. In the underground city, monsters of various shapes spoke a common language to sell their goods. When they walked to a stone house, they looked at the lizard men dressed up in fancy clothes and felt that they were a bit imaginary. "Master, you want to go in?" Hearing Kyle's voice, Wylan coughed lightly and said seriously, I just feel a little ridiculous. I don't have any other thoughts." After that, Wylan walked straight forward. Crossing the dirty streets, they came to a stone-cast city wall. In front of the city gate, hundreds of lizard men holding iron weapons and wearing scale armor guarded this place. The two concealed their bodies, as if they were in an empty place, and walked in with a swagger. After entering the base camp of the Tushu tribe, Wylan and Kyle separated and began to capture lizard men with strength and status. Half an hour later, the two met up and came to the Messier Demiplane. Under a hill, Wylan summoned the Druid's book and asked it to release all the imprisoned lizard men. After receiving the order, the Druid's book could not wait to spit out all these garbage creatures, then shook its body, and then returned to the back of Wylan's hand. Seeing this, Kyle waved his hand to wake up these sleeping lizard men. In less than a moment, 83 lizard men woke up, sat up, looked around, and their eyes were full of confusion. Gold mid-level lizardman warrior, a gold low-level lizardman priest, a gold low-level lizardman assassin, and the rest were all silver-level lizardmen, which were most of the high-level people of the Tushu tribe. In Wylan's view, these lizardmen can be killed at will. But in this area, they can be called overlords. "Okay, everyone, look over here." The lizardman looked in the direction of the voice, and when he saw the human in front of him, his face changed drastically. He wanted to stand up to fight, but found that he couldn't use any strength. Seeing this scene, Wylan looked contemptuous, summoned the vine, and caught the golden intermediate lizardman warrior. "I ask you answer." The golden intermediate lizardman warrior opened his mouth and cursed loudly. Kyle's face sank when he heard it, raised his left hand, grabbed his soul, and began to search his soul. Most of the lizard men trembled with fear when they saw the human's actions, and only a few lizard men spoke dirty words. The next moment, white holy flames appeared out of thin air and attached to the lizard men who dared to resist. The body was oil, and the soul was the core, which was brightly displayed in front of other lizard men. In a few breaths, it was burned into a pile of black ash, which made the remaining lizard men even more panicked, and some fainted directly. Death is a common thing, but if the soul is destroyed, it will be irreparable. Seeing this, the other two gold-level lizard men lowered their heads, not knowing whether they were afraid of Kyle's method, or hiding their anger, or both. 10 minutes later, Kyle waved his hand to crush the soul of the gold intermediate lizardman warrior, and projected the information he had explored. On the light screen, a gold low-level half-dragon came to Tushu City arrogantly, and read the assembly order to the gold low-level lizardman priest in public. According to Lord Haynes' order, the Tushu tribe needs to gather 500 lizard warriors, 3,000 lizard warriors, 7,000 lizard servants, and 30,000 slaves to participate in this war before the spring of the 9,766th year of the glorious calendar. The chief of the Tushu tribe obeys your order. The old lizardman Cares crawled on the ground with a flattering look on his face, and respectfully took the order document made of Warcraft skin from the half-dragon. Seeing this scene, Wylan waved his hand to grab the golden low-level lizardman priest, looked him up and down, and asked, "You are the chief of the Tushu tribe?" "Yes." "Yes, sir." Under Wylan's pressure, Care's body trembled slightly, a humble smile appeared on his face, and his voice trembled a little. "Where is the gathering place?" Wyland stared at Cares closely, revealing a hint of impatience in his eyes. I don't know either. Cares always observed Wyland's eyes and answered carefully, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Wyland stared at the lizardman Cares, his face calm, and said word by word, "Then you seem to be useless." Looking at the other party's actions, Cares was about to say something, but his head was taken off and he was dead. Search his soul to see if this old guy is lying. Kyle nodded after hearing this and pulled out the soul of Cares, the chief of the Tushu tribe, to verify his previous statement. After a while, Kyle released the soul in his hand and let it go along the faith channel to the kingdom of the lizardman god, and then said to his master, "He didn't lie." It seems that the other party has a complete set of means to deal with spying intelligence. In this case, let's go back. Wyland put his hands behind his back and said slowly, "Master, how to deal with these lizardmen?" Kyle spread out his right hand, ignited the holy flame, and asked, looking at the group of frightened guys. Wyland thought for a while and said, "Take them back. They can be sent to the Magic Academy as experimental materials." "Yes, sir." Kyle put away the holy flame and waved his hand to make the remaining lizardmen fall asleep. After leaving the Messier Demiplane, the two first went to the Tushu tribe's treasury, moved away all the wealth accumulated by these lizardmen for hundreds of years, and then left in style. 3 days later, most of the high-level combat forces of the Tushu tribe disappeared, causing a number of vassal tribes to be ready to move. 7 days later, after a tribe of dog-headed people robbed a mining field of the Tushu tribe without being retaliated, this move completely ignited the ambitions of other tribes, and they began to divide up the hunting grounds, mining fields, and slave tribes that originally belonged to the Tushu tribe. Although they did not find out the information they wanted during this trip, they at least determined the approximate time when the monster clan invaded the border of the Ilia kingdom. In Jiangtin City, Wyland sat in the main seat, looking at Zelia and Sfulin, waiting for their choice. "My lord, I choose to govern Jiangtin County, Menjia County, and Gushu County." Zelia stepped forward and answered, telling the results of his previous discussion with Sfulin. Sfulin followed closely behind, stepped forward to salute, and said respectfully, "Lord, I choose Donghu County, Shiting County, and Nanj County." "Well, since the choice is made, then in the name of Lord Kixing, I will appoint you two as deputy governors of Jiangtin County, each in charge of 3 places. Whether you cooperate or compete, I will not interfere. 10 years later, I will only look at the results. Do you two understand?" "Understood." The two bowed their heads and saluted, answering in unison. Wyland left 100,000 gold coins for each of them as development funds, and then left Jiangtin County with Kyle and returned to Kixing County. At the beginning of June 9764 in the glorious calendar. After Varen finished handling the affairs of the Prayer Star territory, he went to inspect the Zephyrus territory. In Parkbu City, Wyland left the teleportation array and walked out of the teleportation hall. He looked at the bustling city with great satisfaction in his eyes. Sure enough, handing over Zephyrus territory to Orlando was a very right choice. Varen did not notify Orlando in advance of this inspection. As expected, this guy must be tired of being with his silver dragon girlfriend now. "My lord, shall we go directly to my elder brother?" After not seeing each other for 10 years, Hebra missed his elder brother very much, and especially wanted to fight with him to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Looking at Hebra's expression, Varen easily knew what he had planned. Kyle, who was standing aside, opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was stopped by his master's eyes. Only a few people knew that Orlando had been promoted to a low-level soul knight. Only Baird, Varen, Shermia, and Kyle in the Kingsing territory knew about it. Thanks to the Lord's bad taste, he actually wanted to know what the expression on Hebrew's face would be when he learned that the eldest brother he wanted to challenge was already a low-level soul knight. With plenty of time, Wyland did not rush to the city lord's mansion. He first added a layer of shallow cognition spell, and then wandered around the city to see how the security situation was here. Walking on the street, Wyland counted carefully. Among the 10 creatures, there were 2 half-dragons, 3 dragon-shaped creatures, 2 humans, 1 elf and 2 half-elves, and occasionally a silver dragon was mixed in. A glimpse of the leopard shows that the prosperity of Parkpu City may be more than what it seems on the surface. Damn asterisk, how dare you sell me fake goods? Hearing a voice mixed with dragon language, Wyland's ears perked up. He got into the crowd and came to a stall. A beautiful blanket is spread on the ground, with various sculptures placed on it, surrounded by an aura of magic. Wyland looked up at the stall owner and saw that she was wearing a brown-gray cloth, a bronze mask on her face, and her pointed ears already indicated her identity. The elf just looked at him indifferently, not caring about the scrutiny of the people around him, and said calmly, "This is not what I sold you." When the half-dragon saw this, he was furious, but when he thought of the rules prohibiting fighting in the city, he had no choice but to resist the urge to beat the opponent violently, and shouted in a cold voice, "I spent 300 gold coins to buy it from you, and you actually don't admit it. I said this is not what I sold you, then it's not." In an instant, the half-dragon's face turned pale, and his body trembled involuntarily. His knees weakened, and he knelt on the ground, supporting his body with both hands. Cold sweat fell from his forehead like broken beads. His eyes were full of fear, and his lips were trembling uncontrollably. Dark elf. The moment the opponent threatened the half-dragon, Wyland noticed a clue. Not surprisingly, the bronze mask on her face is a key item to conceal her racial characteristics. A glimmer of light flashed in Kyle's eyes. The idea of research arose in his heart, and he asked his master in his heart, "Are you going to arrest her?" Hearing Kyle's voice, Varen waved his hand and said from his heart, "Put a long line to catch the big fish." Seeing this situation, Kyle restrained his intention to take action. "Roll." The half-dragon's expression softened, and he did not dare to stay for a long time. He picked up the wooden sculpture and rolled and crawled away from the place. Some half-dragons looked disdainful when they saw the ugliness of their fellow tribesmen and spit on them, but had no idea of standing up for them. The situation was resolved, and everyone slowly dispersed. Wyland left a mark on him and followed the crowd away. "Where's Hebrew?" Wyland looked around and asked curiously, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. When Kyle heard this, he pointed to the ring behind his master. Turning his head to look, he saw Hebrew lifting a 3-meter-tall dragon man and throwing him off the ring. This kid has learned how to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. With a murmur and curiosity, Wyland walked towards the ring. Upon seeing this, Kyle glanced at the elf wearing a bronze mask in the distance and left a mark on his body as a mark. At this moment, the elf, who was obsessed with carving, had no idea that he had been targeted. On the ring, a thin half-dragon man stepped onto the ring, saluted Hebrew. His movements were solemn, and then announced his name. Feseki, the 3rd Battalion of the Zephyrus Legion, the captain of the 1st Squadron of the 3rd Brigade, high-level silver, and a warrior by profession. Hebrew looked up and down at the half-dragon man in front of him with confidence and calmness in his eyes. He raised his chin slightly and said, "You attack first." Upon seeing this, the half-dragon Feseki thanked him, then drew his sword and began to attack. Seeing the opponent's steps, Hebrew grinned. He was familiar with this style of fighting. After dodging the attack, he teleported behind the half-dragon Feseki and kicked him off the ring. It all happened so fast, there were no fancy fighting skills, just simple and direct attacks. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the elite officers of the Zephyrus Legion were defeated in this way. Under the ring, Varen looked at Hebrew's triumphant look and couldn't help but shake his head. "Childish." Kyle nodded in agreement. In the following time, several more officers from the Zephyrus Legion came onto the ring. As expected, they were knocked off the ring by Hebrews within 3 moves. Many dragons, half-dragons, and dragon-like creatures admired the strength of this human named Norns, but they were unwilling to give up. This was their home ground, and they had to fight back. "My lord, Lord Orlando is here." After hearing Kyle's words, Wyland looked up and saw a blond young man descending from the sky and standing on the ring. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Hebrew looked at the person in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and subconsciously stepped back a few steps. "Hebrew, I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be you." Orlando looked up and down at his brother and said in a deep voice, Big brother, when did you become a soul knight?" With vigilance in his eyes, Hebrew retreated to the edge of the ring, ready to run away at any time. Seeing that his brother's expression did not seem to be fake, Orlando suddenly realized, turned his head and looked down the stage, and indeed found the Lord. Meeting Orlando's eyes, Wylan nodded involuntarily and made a secret gesture, indicating that he should not let the boy go and should give him a good beating. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hebrew was ready to jump off the ring, but he found that a layer of magic shield had lit up behind him at some point, blocking his way back. "You want to run away after beating my people? How can it be so easy?" Hearing his elder brother's words, Hebrew showed an awkward smile on his face. Shanshan smiled and said, "Brother, am I not checking their training results for you? It's fine if you don't thank me well, but now you want to beat me. Besides, I'm your younger brother. Can you bear to beat me in front of so many people?" Under the ring, many onlookers held their breath and stared at the ring, looking forward to how Archon Zephyrus, the commander of the Zephyrus Legion, the commander of the Fire Lion Knights, the Silver Dragon Knight, and Lord Orlando would beat their younger brother. As time passed, the crowd gathered like a tide. They were whispering to each other, pointing and talking, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. In order to get a better viewing angle, some people simply climbed onto the roof with their hands and feet and looked down at the ring from a high position. "You are so sharp-tongued. It seems that you have really grown a lot. Let me test your quality today." Orlando put his hands behind his back and said. Seeing that he could not convince his elder brother, Hebrew's eyes flashed with cunning, and he was ready to change a way to gain some advantages for himself. "Brother, since we want to fight, you can't use combat skills, and you must suppress your realm to the same realm as me." Orlando looked at Hebrew quietly, his eyes calm as water, and said lightly, "Okay." Seeing that his evil plan succeeded, Hebrew was very calm and took out the sub-legendary weapon, the Knight's Sword of Nikaya. In an instant, a chill swept across the ring. The temperature dropped sharply, and ice crystals condensed in the air. "Brother, come on." Looking at Hebrew's arrogant expression, Orlando shook his head helplessly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, slowly stretched out his right hand, and gently turned it, and a sub-legendary weapon that also exuded a mysterious atmosphere appeared in his hand. A wave of heat came like a surging wave, colliding violently with the ice field formed by the sword of the Knight of Nikaya, as if two giant beasts were wrestling. Looking at the flaming weapon in his elder brother's hand, Hebrew couldn't help but mutter, "It seems that the elder brother has eaten a good meal." However, he is no longer the Hebrew of yesterday. Orlando took out a gold coin and threw it into the air. The two watched the gold coin flipping in the air, ready to start fighting. Ding! The gold coin fell to the ground, and two lights, one red and one blue, intertwined. Professionals below the silver rank can only see the scene of one fire and one ice competing. As for the scene of the two fighting, they can't see it at all. Catch some swords and shadows in front of the silver rank. Professionals. In the crowd, Wylan watched the duel between the two brothers with relish. It must be said that Orlando's fighting skills have improved over the years, but it is still not as good as Hebrew. He witnessed the boy's crazy behavior on the battlefield. "What do you think the result will be?" Hearing his master's question, Kyle answered, "No surprise, Lord Hebrew will win." Indeed, no surprise, Hebrew will win, but Orlando is not a man who sticks to the rules. Wylan crossed his arms and nodded in response. "I'm afraid this boy's life in Zephyrus will not be easy for more than a month. But it's good this way. This boy has been a little crazy recently, so it's good to let Orlando suppress him. It's not good to be like this when you are about to get married. How about throwing this boy to Zephyrus territory?" "Lord, it's up to you to decide," Kyle answered, pushing the question back. On the ring, facing the offensive of Hebrew, Orlando gradually couldn't hold on, but there was a satisfied look in his eyes. This ability to fight at least proves that this boy has not been lazy in the past 10 years when he was away. Seeing his elder brother getting weaker and weaker, Hebrew became more and more excited. Today was the day for him to turn the tables. He was finally going to knock his elder brother down. 10 minutes later, seeing that the time was right, Orlando took out another sub-legendary weapon from the space ring. Hebrew widened his eyes and was about to say something when he was blinded by a gust of wind. When he recovered his sight, he was already outside the ring. Hearing the cheers of the onlookers, he knew he had lost again. "Damn it!" Hebrew muttered and put away the Nakaya knight's sword. He had calculated everything, but he had not expected that his elder brother would eat so well. Orlando stood on the ring, put away the two sub-legendary knight swords, ordered the security team to maintain order, and then jumped off the ring and walked towards Hebrew. "Brother, I lost." Hebrew smiled, opened his arms, and hugged Orlando. Seeing this, Orlando also hugged Hebrew and said with emotion, "In terms of fighting skills you won, but overall, you still lost. Strength is important, but wisdom is also important." "I know, brother." Hebrew let go of Orlando and nodded heavily. Orlando looked at Hebrew with some suspicion and asked, "What do you know now?" Seeing this, Hebrew looked determined and said, "Next time I duel with you, I will hide a few more cards so that I can win by surprise." Well, you are right. You should always have a hand in everything and don't let others see through you." Orlando patted Hebrew on the shoulder and said. After the conversation, the two brothers met with Wylin and Kyle and went to the palace of the Lord of Parkpoo City. Outside the palace of the Lord of Parkpoo City, a silver-haired elf with a height of 1.6 meters stood at the gate, bowed and saluted, saying, "Hello, Sir Knight of West Wind. Dolores, long time no see." Wylin looked at the silver dragon girl in front of him and responded with a smile. Dolores met Wylin's eyes, then lowered her head, came to Orlando's side and hugged his left hand. "Brother, this is the sister-in-law you found for me." Hebrew touched his elder brother with his wrist, with a faint smile on his face. "You know why you don't call people?" Orlando glared at Hebrew and said. Seeing this, Hebrew bowed and saluted, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law." Hearing this address, Dolores' face was filled with a bright smile, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing her white teeth. Entering the city lord's mansion, Wylin looked at the territory of Zephyrus and found that it had basically not changed, but the economy of the territory had prospered more than 10 times compared to 10 years ago. The population of the territory was nearly 400,000, which had tripled. "Orlando, this time I came to Zephyrus for one purpose, to inspect the territory, and another for your marriage." Hearing this, Dolores, who was leaning on Orlando, suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining, and looked at her fiancé with expectation. "I will do whatever the master decides," Orlando answered with a serious face. For him, Wylin was the person he was loyal to and the person he regarded as his father. "I'll take you to visit Lord Ernest in a few days." "Yes, my lord." In the next few days, under the leadership of Orlando, Varen began to inspect the territory of Zephyrus. Every time he arrived in a region, he would summon the tribal chiefs and village governors from all over the place to meet him in the local capital. When the respected knight of Favonius arrived, some tribes offered the most beautiful women in their tribes, hoping that Varen would accept them. Seeing this, Varen asked Orlando to come forward and accept her as a maid, and hand her over to his future wife Dolores for training. Being able to get close to the silver dragon is also an opportunity for these dragon maids and half-dragon maids. Seeing this, some tribal chiefs showed regretful expressions, knowing that they would have followed suit and sent women. Half a month later, Varen set out to visit Dolores' father Ernest. In the southern peak of the Tasha Mountain in the electoral district of Zephyr, there stands a castle. Hundreds of dragon soldiers patrolled the city walls with guns and swords, guarding the safety of the castle. Suddenly, a shadow came from the horizon, attracting the attention of the general guarding the city. Standing on the city wall, looking into the distance, one of the dragons was Miss Dolores. The blonde young man was the lady's fiancé, and the other two looked familiar, as if they had seen them somewhere. "Come here, General." Silver-level, high-level dragon guard stepped forward and answered. "Go and tell the master that Miss Dolores and Master Orlando are here to visit." "Yes, sir." After the dragon guards left, the general guarding the city ordered his subordinates to open the city gate and line up to greet them. 10 minutes later, 3 people and a dragon landed outside the castle. Gold-level, high-level dragon warrior stepped forward and saluted. "Miss Dolores, welcome back." "Uncle Helen, long time no see." Dolores let go of Orlando's left hand, smiled, and bowed slightly to show respect. After that, Dolores introduced Wylin and Kyle to Helena. Hearing this, Helena turned to Wylin, beat his chest and saluted and said respectfully, Helena, the general guarding Ernest Castle, greets Sir Knight of West Wind. Wylin nodded politely and responded, General Helena is polite. The two sides exchanged politeness, and under the leadership of Dolores, Wylin and the other two walked into the castle. Passing through the city gate and entering the castle, there were almost no gold and silver decorations, and even the shiny items were pitifully few. Just when Wylin was puzzled, he heard Dolores muttering in a low voice, Father is really, I won't take more, why put these things away? Hearing this, he understood why the castle was bare. With this house thief here, it is indeed necessary to take good care of the property, otherwise it will fall into the hands of the son-in-law sooner or later. After thinking for a while from Ernest's perspective, Wylin put away his inner thoughts and followed Dolores into the hall guarded by the guards. In the simple hall, middle-aged silver-haired elf sat on the throne. When he saw Wylin, he stood up and nodded slightly, which was considered a greeting. Seeing this, Wylin politely returned the greeting. Under the legend, one of them was a silver dragon of the soul level, and the other was a dragon knight of the soul level. They were equal in status and did not need one to greet the other. Kyle stood behind Wylin and bowed slightly. As for Orlando, he came to the hall to pay his respects. After all, he took the other's daughter away, so he should pay his respects properly and not let people find fault with him. Under the gaze of Otnes, Dolores stuck out her tongue. Left Orlando reluctantly, came behind her father and stood quietly. Knight of West Wind, what are you doing in this humble place? Hearing the resentful tone in Otnes's words, Wylin smiled and came to Orlando's side and said, Sir Otnes, let's not beat around the bush. This time I came to visit you mainly for the marriage of Orlando and your daughter. Otnes was silent when he heard it. He turned his head to look at his daughter side and said, Knight of West Wind, I agree with the marriage of Orlando and Dolores in principle, but it must be tested by me and her mother. That's natural. If Orlando can't pass your test, then we can only fight to decide the final result. Wylin looked straight into Otnes' eyes and said slowly, Okay. Otnes looked calm and nodded in response. To be able to do this, it shows that this blonde young man has a very high status in the other party's heart. According to the customs of the human side, this should be regarded as an adopted son. Come here. Outside the palace, two low-level golden dragon warriors heard the words, entered the palace, knelt on one knee, saluted respectfully, and waited for orders. Take the distinguished guest to rest. Yes, master. Seeing this, Wylin nodded to him and turned away. Looking at Orlando's figure, Dolores was very reluctant, but seeing her father beside her, she did not dare to chase him, fearing that she would be locked up in the demoplane. Dolores. Hearing her father's voice, Dolores came back to her senses and said, Father, is there anything? Go and call your mother. Oh, go quickly. Yes, father. Dolores did not stay any longer and left the palace through the side door. In less than a moment, a beautiful silver-haired elf came to the palace. Seeing the figure of his lover, Otnes threw Dolores into the demoplane to prevent this traitorous daughter from revealing the news to the other party. After listening to her husband's story, Meredith frowned and asked, Otnes, if the blonde boy can't pass the test you set, can his master beat you? Otnes sat on the throne, looking at his lover and asked back, What do you think? Meredith smiled politely and replied, I think you will let him go. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about how to prepare a dowry for that rebellious girl. Otnes yawned and said to Meredith, Dowry. Have you given it to me? Meredith asked with a question mark on her head, staring at her husband with her beautiful eyes, and said curiously. Otnes coughed lightly and said seriously, This is the custom of humans. We are silver dragons and we don't have this rule. Meredith thought for a moment, showing a painful look, and said with some difficulty, 1,000 gold coins, is it more? Okay, then I will also give 1,000 gold coins. Seeing his wife say this, Otnes made up his mind and agreed. That rebellious woman has taken away several sub-legendary weapons. It is already a big deal for the couple to pay another 2,000 gold coins. The next morning, in the central square of Otnes' castle, more than 100 dragon guards were deploying the site. Led by a dragon maid, Wylin and the other two came to sit aside. A few minutes later, two giant dragons appeared in the air. After a burst of light, they landed on the ground and transformed into the image of a silver moon elf. In the square, the dragon guards and dragon maids stopped their work and saluted Otnes and Meredith. Otnes looked around and seemed to be missing something. After a while, Ornitz remembered that he had locked his daughter in the demiplane. After being released from the demiplane, Dolores revealed a trace of resentment in her eyes. She looked around and found the figure of her lover. She walked straight over regardless. But after a few steps, she was caught by Meredith. "Stay here, Mother, you." Facing her mother's indifferent eyes, Dolores quickly gave in and whispered, "Mother, I know." Otnes glanced at Dolores and thought, one thing conquers another. It seems that only Meredith can control this rebellious girl. Dolores didn't care about her father's gaze. She sat down on the throne beside her, put her eyes on Orlando and cheered him silently. At 9 o'clock the bell rang. Orlando stood up and walked towards the square. Before leaving, Wylan took out the sword of Anansi and sent it to Orlando. "Take this." Orlando looked at the knight's sword floating in front of him, raised his hand and grabbed it. In an instant, a breeze appeared out of thin air and surrounded Orlando. "Pretty handsome." Wylan leaned on the stone chair, looked at Orlando's back and said with emotion. Kyle nodded in agreement. Orlando was indeed handsome today. Arriving at the center of the square, Orlando stood up straight, holding the hilt of his sword tightly in his right hand. Raising his wrist slightly, pointing the tip of the sword to the ground, with sharp eyes, looking into the distance, his expression showing fearlessness and determination. The breeze blew gently, fluttering his robe, bringing a touch of liveliness. Looking at his lover, Dolores' eyes shone, but sitting next to his parents, he did not dare to be too presumptuous, for fear that they would deliberately make things difficult for Orlando. Otnes looked indifferent and asked his wife, "The first test, you or me?" "I'll go first." Meredith raised his right hand, and the cold wind swept across the square like a raging wave, and ice crystals condensed on the scales of the dragon guards, making a crisp sound. 8 huge magic circles shone with mysterious light on the square, like circles of cold ripples, tightly surrounding Orlando in the center. Under the breathless gaze of the crowd, 8 low-level ice warriors from the elemental space passed through the contract channel and descended into the main world. Their bodies were condensed from pure ice elements, and their skin was like crystal-clear ice crystals, flashing a faint and cold blue light. Their faces were clearly defined, their features were as cold as sculptures, and their eyes were as sharp as cold stars. In his right hand, he tightly grasped the ice sword that was full of cold light, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Orlando in the center. Meredith, who was sitting on the throne, quickly condensed 8 shining light balls with his hands and accurately sent them into the bodies of the 8 ice warriors. At the moment when the light balls merged, a trace of agility flashed in the eyes of the ice warriors, and they had learned about the duel. "Let's start." As soon as Meredith finished speaking, a transparent magic shield suddenly rose up, covering 1 person and 8 ice warriors. Orlando's eyes suddenly became solemn, and he held the sword of Anansi tightly in both hands, feeling the subtle information coming from the breeze and judging the enemy's movements. The ice warriors rushed towards Orlando without any hesitation. The ice sword drew a series of cold tracks in the air and launched a fierce attack on Orlando with a biting chill. Orlando flashed and avoided the frontal attack. At the same time, the sword of Anansi in his hand swung out a gorgeous sword light, colliding with the long sword of the ice warrior. In an instant, sparks flew, and the cold breath and the hot energy intertwined. Orlando and the ice warriors fought fiercely in the magic shield. Their figures intertwined like lightning, and the collision of swords came one after another. Asterisk and Ice Warrior sent out an attack signal. The other 7 ice warriors moved at the sound and launched spell attacks at the same time. Under the siege of 8 strong men of the same level, Orlando responded calmly without showing any defensive posture. Looking at Orlando, who was in a desperate situation, Dolores couldn't help but clench her fists. Ice Warrior advanced from the high-level gold ice element warrior, who advocates the way of warriors through the ice trial, is not only proficient in various ice attribute spell attacks, but also has a deep understanding of swordsmanship. She didn't expect her mother to be so ruthless and merciless when she attacked. Feeling her daughter's gaze, Meredith didn't care. On the other side, Wylan looked at Orlando, who was in trouble, bit his nails and said, "It seems that Dolores' mother has a lot of opinions about Orlando. However, I seem to have heard Dolores say that her parents did not prevent her from dating Orlando." Kyle looked at the battle in the square and reminded, "My lord, dating is different from marriage." "Indeed, dating is different from marriage. I hope this kid can win, otherwise we will have to fight." Wylan wiped his fingers on his body and said with great ease. Kyle nodded after hearing this. Fighting with a mid-level soul silver dragon should allow him to exert 70% of his strength. In the center of the square, Orlando dodged a slash, resisted a spell attack, came to an ice warrior, swung the sword of Anansi, cut off the ice sword, and left a slash mark on his chest. Looking at the scar on his chest, a trace of surprise flashed across the face of the ice warrior Ice Cube, and he looked up at the scarred Orlando with respect in his eyes. In less than a moment, under the blessing of the ice power, the scar on the ice warrior's chest recovered as before, and the broken ice sword grew a new tip. "Human, you are very strong. In the 1,000 years since I became an ice warrior, you are the 10th human I recognize. Next, I will end this battle with you." As soon as the voice fell, the other 7 ice warriors put away the ice sword and stepped aside. Looking at the tall ice warrior 100 meters away, Orlando's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity, and at the same time he was a little unwilling. He took a deep breath, tightly grasped the sword of Anansi in his hand, and began to gather his fighting spirit. The ice warrior was ready, its body exuded a biting cold, and the ice sword in his hand flashed with a cold light. Orlando took the lead in launching an attack. He rushed forward suddenly, and the sword of Anansi drew a gorgeous arc in the air, slashing at the ice warrior with a blazing flame. The ice warrior dodged sideways and easily avoided the attack. At the same time, he swung his sword to counterattack. The cold air on the blade turned into ice blades and shot towards Orlando. Red Lotus Fury. The flames all over the body burst out instantly, forming a huge red lotus. The red lotus bloomed with dazzling light, carrying endless heat, sweeping towards the ice warrior. Feeling the powerful force of the red lotus, the ice warrior held the ice sword with both hands, and a thick layer of ice appeared on the sword body and rushed towards the flame lion. There was a loud bang, and the two collided fiercely, and the huge impact made the whole arena tremble. The magic passport was damaged and looked like it was about to fall. The next moment, a powerful magic power flowed into the magic shield, imprisoning the aftermath of the battle in the arena. After the aurora disappeared, Orlando flew out of the arena and fell heavily on the floor. Seeing this scene, Wylan sighed and he really lost. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. The ice warrior slowly put away the ice sword, walked to Orlando and stretched out his right hand. Orlando saw this and stretched out his left hand to hold it tightly with him. Then the ice warrior pulled Orlando up from the ground with a little force. "Canis, this is my name." The ice warrior straightened his body and said. Orlando touched his chest with his right hand and responded respectfully, "Sir Canis, you can call me Orlando." The ice warrior took off the ice sword from his waist and handed it to Orlando, saying, "Orlando, the warrior I recognize, please accept this weapon." Orlando shook his head and refused firmly. "How can a defeated general accept the weapon you gave me?" "Please accept it." The ice warrior stared at Orlando with his 2 crystal eyes and repeated again. After a stalemate, Orlando was finally defeated. He said gratefully and took the ice sword from the ice warrior with both hands. "Orlando, you are very strong. My companions and I recognize your strength. Lord Iardes told us that you must lose this battle." Then Orlando, the warrior I recognize, goodbye. After that, the ice warrior resolutely turned and left. The contract channel quietly emerged, sending the 8 ice warriors back to the elemental space. Velen came to Orlando, put his hand on his shoulder and said to him, "Go and rest." "My lord, I lost." "If you lose, you lose. Don't I still have me?" Velen smiled and comforted, "No one will always win. The important thing is not to lose confidence. Go and have a good rest, leave it to me next." After that, Velen took out a bottle of luminous wine and stuffed it into Orlando's arms. Seeing this, Orlando bowed and saluted, returned the sword of Anansi, turned around, and slowly walked towards the rest area. "Ernest, you come or I come." Hearing his wife's words, Otnes came back to his senses and said, "I will do it." As soon as the voice fell, the figure disappeared and appeared in the arena. "Knight of the West Wind, who are you going to send to the arena?" "Kyle, go." Kyle nodded, teleported to the arena, looked at Otnes, bowed slightly and saluted and said, "How about a battle in the sky?" "Yes." The next moment, the figures of the two disappeared in the castle and appeared 10,000 meters above the sky. On the clouds, Kyle held the main spear of the Spear of Putlock, his eyes firm and sharp. Two secondary spears quietly surrounded him. The Heart of Angels bloomed with dazzling light, and the blood-red battle armor appeared out of thin air, slowly attached to Kyle's body. 4 pairs of angel wings slowly emerged from his back. Each feather was covered by feather armor, flashing a mysterious light. The visor fell quickly, covering Kyle's face, revealing only a pair of eyes burning with the desire to fight. After the dress was completed, the whole person exuded an unparalleled majesty and power. Ornate suddenly put away the relaxed look on his face, and his momentum suddenly changed, and he quickly returned to the body of a dragon. In an instant, the light was dazzling, and the 18-meter-long silver dragon soared into the air, like a towering mountain. The sun shone down, and the silver scales were like twinkling stars, shining brightly, reflecting the surroundings. Spreading the huge wings, the powerful airflow swept in like a hurricane, and the wings made a low and shocking roar when flapping, as if the whole sky was trembling. "Fight!" Kyle let out a low roar, exploding in the clouds like thunder. With a shake of the wings, he took the lead and attacked the silver dragon. Otnes condensed the Frost Knight and blocked in front of him, then transformed into 2 phantoms to confuse the opponent's vision. After pulling away, he began to use large-scale spell attacks to consume the opponent's strength, swinging the main spear of Putlock's spear, smashing a Frost Knight, and killing the nearest dragon. On the ground, Wylan looked up at the sky. In terms of killing power, Kyle deserves it, but in terms of the degree of spell application, Ernest is better. Silver dragons, also known as magic dragons, are unique in their research on magic. On the throne, Dolores looked at the scene of the angel fighting with her father, and her heart was entangled. She wanted the angel to win, but she didn't want her father to be hurt. Meredith glanced at her daughter, and it was not in vain to raise her. Then she stopped paying attention and focused on watching her husband fight with the angel. In the sky, Kyle has been chasing Ernest's figure, constantly destroying the illusions he left behind, looking for his real body. Under such circumstances, the recovery speed of Ernest's magic power gradually cannot keep up with the speed of consumption. However, he will not surrender easily. Besides, it is not a shame to lose to an 8-winged war angel. A dragon and an angel fought from day to night, and from night to day. Wylan lay on the rattan chair and slept soundly. Orlando stared at the battle scene in the sky, tightly locking every move of Kyle, not missing any opportunity to learn. At the same time, there were many more dragons around the castle, some hovering in the air and some landing on the roofs and towers of the castle, their eyes attracted by the battle in the sky. "Found it," Kyle whispered and shot out a holy flame with his backhand, burning the surrounding ice knights to ashes. He flashed to an airspace, holding the main spear of Putlock's spear tightly with both hands, and his eyes flashed with a determined light. He shouted coldly, swung the spear in his hand fiercely, and slammed into the airspace fiercely. The space was torn apart, making a dull, loud noise. Ernest escaped from the broken space in a somewhat embarrassed manner. His face was pale, and large pieces of scales were oozing blood. Before he could catch his breath, Kyle came behind him, and the spear in his hand hit his back with a sharp momentum. Ernest screamed, and his body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Meredith's face suddenly changed, flew over the castle, opened her arms, caught her falling husband, and her hands flashed green light to treat Ernest's injuries. Dolores also flew to her father's side. Her face full of worry, tears in her eyes, opened her mouth, wanted to say something. But in the end she didn't say it, just lowered her head in shame. Kyle took off the angel armor, returned to the ground, came to the side of his master, saw him sleeping soundly, looked a little helpless, but thought it was normal. The next moment, Wylan opened his eyes, looked at Kyle's figure and asked, "One. You are worthy of it." After saying that, Wylan glanced at Orlando. The meaning was obvious. This is a good opportunity for you to show off. Orlando, who was immersed in the battle scene just now, came back to his senses and flew out of the castle. 3 days later, in the castle hall, at a private banquet, Utnus and his wife sat on the left, Varen and Kyle sat on the right, and Orlando and Dolores stood aside. "Knight of the West Wind, my wife Meredith and I both agree to Dolores's marriage." Varen smiled and responded, "Sir Otnus, Madam Meredith, I thank you on behalf of Orlando." After a chat, the two sides began to discuss their engagement and date. For Otnus, he wanted to hold the wedding in Otnus Castle. As for Varen, he wanted to hold Orlando's wedding in Kixing City. After several discussions, both sides took a step back and chose the venue of the wedding in Parkup City in the territory of Zephyrus, and the time was set to be January 1, 9765 of the glorious calendar. After staying here for a few days, Varen took Kyle and Orlando back to Zephyrus. Dolores was left behind by her mother, temporarily separated from Orlando, and could only meet when they got married. After returning to the territory of Zephyrus, Varen asked Orlando to teach Hebrew, and then wandered around Parkup City with Kyle. Unknowingly, the two followed the tracking marks set a month ago and came to the residential area. After determining the location of the elf, the two hid their bodies, passed through the low wall and entered the yard. Several weak furry monsters lay in the yard, lazily basking in the sun. The elf wearing a bronze mask sat on a small bench, sometimes carving wood carvings, and sometimes grabbing a furry monster to groom its hair. At her feet, two knight statues were lifelike and vivid. Seeing their faces, the two were shocked. A trace of curiosity flashed in Wylan's eyes, and he asked Kyle through his mind, "Strange, did you see anything?" Kyle shook his head and replied, "My lord, I am also curious. It is understandable that she carved you. After all, you are standing in the front, and I am standing in the crowd. An inconspicuous existence. Let's wait and see, don't rush." Wylan crossed his arms and came to the corner of the courtyard, sat by the well, and quietly observed the movements of the female elf. As for Kyle, he left the courtyard and prepared to check around to see if the cognition of the surrounding residents had been modified. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was 2 hours later. The female elf stared at the wood carving and carved it carefully. During the whole process, no magic was used. Wylan stared at the wood carving and observed her carving techniques. After the overall shape was carved, the female elf put away the carving knife, put her finger to her mouth, bit it, forced out 2 drops of blood, and merged into the eyes of the wood carving. The next moment, the wood carving began to absorb the free magic in the air. At this moment, Kyle returned to the courtyard. "Did you find any useful information?" Kyle shook his head after hearing this and then asked, "Master, are you going to do it?" "Catch him." The female elf who was about to carve the next wooden sculpture suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart and wanted to escape from here. But before she got up, she lost consciousness. Looking at the female elf lying on the ground, the two of them dispersed their disguises and appeared in the courtyard. Kyle came to the side of the female elf, helped her up, reached out to grab the bronze mask and took it off. When the bronze mask left the female elf's originally fair skin quickly turned dark. The silver hair also faded and turned into long black hair, and her chest gradually bulged. After a while, a closer look revealed a unique charm between her eyebrows and eyes, which could be called a beauty. After taking off the bronze mask, Kyle began to study it, put it on his face, and carefully felt it. There was no magic fluctuation at all, just like an ordinary item. "It's really strange. Could it be that only this dark elf can use it?" Hearing Kyle's words, Wylan took the bronze mask and put it on his face. The result was the same, no magic fluctuations. After taking off the mask, he put it on the dark elf's face again. The next moment, magic burst out, and a silver-haired elf appeared in front of the two. Under the perception of Wylan and Kyle, they indeed found that the bronze mask used magic to cover the appearance of the dark elf. "This thing is not bound to her soul." Hearing the words of his master, Kyle nodded and answered, "It is possible. First conduct a camp test. If it is bad, then search the soul." if it is a good camp or a neutral camp. Wake her up and slowly ask her. Yes, master. Kyle extinguished the idea of searching the soul directly and turned to determine the camp of the dark elf. The result was unexpected. I didn't expect that this dark elf was actually in the neutral camp. The last time this result happened to Kyle's followers Feng and Guan. After a while, the dark elf slowly woke up, opened her eyes, looked at the strange human in front of her, subconsciously touched her mask, and saw that the other party did not take off the bronze mask, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Excuse me. Okay, don't hide it, dark elf. Kyle waved his hand, interrupted her, and got straight to the point. Seeing this, the dark elf's face instantly turned pale as paper, but under the cover of the bronze mask, she tried to calm her expression and not let the fear and tension in her heart show. After calming down, the dark elf calmed down. The other party found out her identity but did not kill her, which meant that the other party was not one of those pedantic clergymen and stubborn adventurers. In other words, she had a chance to survive. Are you calm? The dark elf raised her head and looked at the other party and nodded silently. After being shocked, she had already found out who the black-haired man in front of her was. The Lord of Zephyrus territory, the Dragon Knight of the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, Varen X. As for the blonde young man next to him, it should be his butler Kyle. Why the memory is so deep, there is no other reason, just that I have been carving more recently. In the past half-month, many dragons and half-dragons have found her and are willing to spend a high price to buy the wood carvings of the Knight of Favonius and his butler from her. For money, she agreed. As for the deeper reasons, she didn't think much about it. Wylan thought and took a picture of a wooden sculpture of Kyle's face. He asked curiously, I really want to know why a dark elf like you would stay in my territory. Facing the two powerful men, the dark elf chose to obey the truest thoughts in his heart. Lord Knight of the West Wind, my name is Saber. My mother is a dark elf assassin and my father is a human bard. During his travels, my father strayed into the underground world of Soda Lilanda, was captured by the dark elves, and became a slave. Relying on his knowledge and ability, he gradually became the most outstanding of my mother's many lovers. 50 years ago, after my father died, I assassinated my mother and escaped from the underworld of Soda Lilanda to the surface world. And finally, Roman 9 years ago, I came to Zephyrus and settled down temporarily. Since you were born from a dark elf and a human, why don't you have human blood in your body? Varen handed the wooden sculpture in his hand to Kyle, looked at him up and down, and asked curiously. After hearing this, Saber took off her bronze mask and revealed her true face, with a hint of struggle in her eyes, but in order to survive, she had no choice but to confess. I once mistakenly entered an underground ruins, which seemed to be the death place of a mage. I obtained this bronze mask from that ruins. I don't know if it is a legacy of that mage. At that time, when I got the bronze mask, a voice sounded in my mind, asking me to choose between becoming a human or a dark elf. Under the choice, I chose to become a dark elf. After making the choice, the bronze mask attached to my face swallowed up the human blood in my body and turned me into a pure dark elf. After that, the bronze mask gave me another choice, indulgence or self-denial. The influence of my father, coupled with my disgust for my mother, ultimately led to self-denial. After the second selection was completed, a lot of memories related to carving came to mind. At the same time, the bronze mask changed my appearance, but it must be worn on my face for it to take effect. After it is taken away from my hands, it is just an ordinary item in the hands of others. As time goes by, I find that as long as I restrain my desires, my strength will slowly increase. In 42 years, I grew from a silver low-level assassin to a gold low-level assassin. After listening to Sable's story, Varen felt very strange. The bronze mask seemed to be made just for her, but the reality was different. What would have happened if she had chosen to become a human or indulged? In the silent environment, Saber couldn't help but feel nervous, not knowing how this Dragon Knight would deal with her. Are there any similar stories in the memories you've passed down? After hearing this, Kyle nodded and explained, My lord, the bronze mask should be a regular thing. This dark elf meets certain conditions and will be given a specific choice when he comes into contact with the bronze mask. With curiosity in his eyes, Wylan asked, "How far will such people go in the end?" "I don't know." Under Varen's expectant gaze, Kyle shook his head helplessly and replied, "The stories of the weak have no reference value. I cannot peep into the past of the strong." Okay. This result is both unexpected and reasonable. Sable, Lord Knight of the West Wind. The dark elf responded cautiously, always observing Varen's face. "Are you interested in doing something for me?" When Saber heard this, she just wanted to think about it, but when she saw the flames on the blond young man's fingertips, she trembled with fear. The most primitive fear in her body forced her to make a choice as soon as possible. "Lord Knight of the West Wind, I am willing to do something for you." Seeing Saber's panicked look, Varen turned his head and looked at Kyle, only to see him smiling gently. "Sable, my subordinate is here." Saber replied, and in just a few seconds she had completed the transformation of her identity. "How long will it take to complete the wooden sculpture you promised someone else?" After hearing this, Saber silently made an estimate and then answered, 6 days. "In 10 days, I will send someone to find you." "Thank you, sir." After exchanging a few words, Varen and Kyle left the courtyard. Watching the other party leave, Saber breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. The blond young man's eyes were so terrifying, as if he made the wrong move, his soul would be torn to pieces. After calming down, Saber put the bronze mask back on her face and continued carving. After leaving Sable's courtyard, Varen and Kyle walked on the street chatting. "That dark elf, do you think she can go that far?" "Not sure." "Okay, then give her a sinecure and see how far she goes. As for the other party's escape, there is no need to worry at all. You must know that the mark left on Saber has not been taken back. If the other party goes against his promise and runs away early, then just catch him and give him a good education." Returning to the palace of Parkpoo City, Varen saw Orlando in a hurry, preparing to go out. "What happened?" Looking at the other party's expression, Wylan asked. Orlando stopped, lowered his head and saluted and replied respectfully, "My lord, ruins have been found in the misty forest. I am going to take people to investigate." Seeing this, Wylan waved his hand and said to him, "Go." "Yes, sir." Orlando bowed and saluted, quickly left the place, and went to Zephyrus Legion to gather the troops. 10 days later, Wylan ordered his people to invite Saber and bring her back to the Kingsing leader. Returning to Star Moon Castle and entering the study, Varen saw the secret family letter on the desk. Sitting on the seat, Wylan picked up the letter. First checked its completeness, and after confirming it was correct, he opened the envelope and read the contents. A few minutes later, Wylan put down the letter and murmured to himself, "If nothing else, this family meeting will be held, and I may be assigned tasks." After growing into the pillar of the family, he will begin to assume corresponding responsibilities. He might be like Aunt Miley, Earl of Blood Moon, responsible for the family business and the development of contacts in a certain kingdom. It is also possible that he might be responsible for building the family's military force like his cousin Ivrios, Earl of Hurricane. Or like Grandpa Oster, Count of Androsi, he is responsible for financial custody and guarding the family's secret treasury. Regarding this matter, Wylan couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart, but thinking about it carefully, neither his father's eldest brother nor the family elders would leave this matter to him. As for the affairs that Uncle Ipjil, Earl of Mitchise, is responsible for, he doesn't know much about it, but he will know after this family meeting. In mid-November of the glorious year 9764, Wylan took Zumia, Kyle and the escort team to the capital of Kadlo Province, and then went to the capital of Zihit Province through the teleportation array. 2 days later, the group arrived at Windsor Castle. The familiar city walls evoked Wylan's dusty memories. 20 years have passed since the last time he returned to Windsor Castle. Zumia stood beside Wylan, curious about this war castle with a gleam in her eyes. After more than 10 years of marriage, this was her first time to come to this castle, the place where her husband grew up as a child. "Master Wylan." At the gate of Windsor Castle, a high-ranking bronze knight came to Wylan and bowed. The other 12 warriors beat their chests and saluted to show respect. "Yes, sir." Seeing this, Wylan nodded as a return salute, and then took Zumia's hand and walked into the castle. Entering Windsor Castle, Zumia looked at the surrounding decoration style. As rumored, the ancestral land of the X family really maintained a strong border war castle style, and each building was born for war. What is that? Zumia pointed to the tall tower in the distance and asked curiously. Following Zumia's finger, the memory of being punished in Wyland's mind suddenly emerged. That's the Listening Wind Tower. Listening Wind Tower, what is that? Looking at the curious baby beside him, Wyland asked Kyle to rest first, then picked up Zumia and flew to the Listening Wind Tower. Holding her husband's neck, Zumia's attention was attracted by the castle building below, observing the servant's walking trajectory, which was looming and should be related to the secret passage planned by the castle. At the top of the Listening Wind Tower, a young man in thin cloth sat against the wall, his face purpled by the cold wind, staring at the food on the plate, resisting the desire not to eat. Suddenly, hearing a sound, the boy stood up and saw a man and a woman appear in front of him. "Who are you?" Hearing the boy's voice, Wyland asked back, "Before asking someone else's name, you have to report your own name first." Hesiden X, this is my name." The boy slowly reported his name with vigilance in his eyes. Wyland smiled when he heard it, looked at the boy and said, "Hesiden, a good name, who is your father?" The boy's eyes revealed a firm look, and he said decisively, "My mother said that I have no father." "Then who is your mother?" "Harriet." Hearing this name, Wyland felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. "What about you, what's your name?" The boy stared at Wyland and asked. "Ha, don't worry, wait until you come out of the Listening Wind Tower. If you can still meet me, it won't be too late to tell you my name." After that, Wyland hugged Zumia and left the Listening Wind Tower. Lying on the edge of the low wall, the boy looked at the other person's back as he left, feeling that he had been deceived. Suddenly, a basket of fruit was thrown over and landed steadily at his feet. Seeing the food, the boy squatted down, picked up a fruit, wiped it with a cloth, and then ate it. Back on the ground, Zumia looked at Wyland and asked, "Is that Wind Listening Tower a building used by the family to punish the family's children?" "I guess so." Wyland nodded and answered, "I almost regarded it as my home when I was a child." Hearing this, Zumia said gently, "So you often went hungry when you were a child?" "That's not the case. My eldest brother would always send someone to bring me food. Even if he went out, he would ask his guardian knight to bring me food when I was punished." Wyland looked at Zumia's overflowing maternal love and explained with a smile. "Then why were you punished?" Wyland touched the back of his head and replied awkwardly, "Nothing, I was just lazy and was caught by my father." Hearing this, Zumia covered her mouth and smiled. "By the way, from the look in your eyes just now, you seem to know that Harriet." "I think so, I'm not sure. After all, I don't remember the things when I was a child. I have to ask the housekeeper to find out. After all, when I was a child, I only thought about being a guardian knight for my eldest brother, and then eating and waiting to die in Windsor Castle. I didn't remember the content of those courses at all, let alone the identities of those family children who received education together." "Okay, let's go to my father's study first." "Yes." Arriving at the main castle, Wyland was familiar with the way and came to the outside of the study. "Let me do it." Looking at Wyland's actions, Zumia stopped him and knocked on the door of the study. "Come in." Hearing his father's voice, Wyland pushed open the door, looked at Angus, who was handling government affairs, and greeted him. "Father, I'm back." "Father, good afternoon." Angus raised his head, looked at Wyland and his wife, nodded, and asked them to go to the sofa next to them to rest for a while and wait until he finished handling government affairs. Coming to the sofa, Wyland wrote down his sword and put it on the weapon rack, then took the teapot, poured 3 cups of tea, picked up one of them and drank it. Zemia sat beside Wyland, but she couldn't be as casual as her husband. After finishing the affairs in his hands, Angus stood up, sat down to the side, looked at his youngest son and said, "You're back pretty soon." "Father, you asked me to come back, I dare not delay. As soon as I received the news, I took Zumia and Kyle to Windsor Castle without stopping." Wyland put down the teacup and replied with a smile. Angus waved his hand and said mercilessly, "Okay, I don't know you yet. If you can be lazy, you will definitely be lazy. Kicksingling will be the same with or without you, and it will still function normally." "You are a marquis, you are right." Wyland smiled and said indifferently, Hearing this, Angus looked at the boy with some surprise. It was a little uncomfortable for a while. I think you should know what this family meeting is for. I won't say more. 3 years later, I plan to pass the title to your eldest brother and take your mother to see the scenery of this world. Now, the only thing I can't let go of is your second sister. Second sister, what about the third sister? Wylan asked when he saw this. Angus glared at Wylan fiercely when he saw this. I can't beat this kid in a fight, and I may never have the chance in this life. Now I can only use my seniority to suppress him. I should have taken advantage of this kid's weakness to test his lessons more, but it's a pity that there is no chance now. Seeing this, Wylan smiled, closed his mouth, and didn't interrupt his father again. Do you know about your second sister? I don't know. Wylan shook his head and answered very straightforwardly. Seeing this, Angus sighed and said, your second sister Orsia's marriage is a difficult problem. Your mother softened her heart after your second sister's crying, which put the matter in a difficult situation. The paladin named Ziliel has good talent and is a good seedling, but the family has invested a lot of resources in your second sister. We must see the results. Otherwise, it will be my dereliction of duty as the patriarch. If he chooses to marry into the family, this matter can be covered up, and I cannot intervene. Hearing this, Wylan put away the smile on his face and asked in a deep voice, Father, does this mean that he doesn't agree? You can say that. Angus nodded and replied, under your mother's obstruction, I was forced to compromise. The plan proposed by your second sister is that, after she marries Zylier Late, she will repay the family's investment in her within 100 years. However, this plan was opposed by Earl Andusi and Earl Mishies. Earl Hurricane neither supported nor opposed it. As for Earl Blood Moon, he did not express his position. After listening to his father's words, Wylan picked up the teacup and asked calmly, Father, do you want to ask about my attitude? Yes, Angus nodded in response. Father, I'm sorry, I don't want to get involved in this matter. Wylan drank the tea, put down the teacup, and said slowly, if I use my resources to train someone, I can choose to give up or choose a tough attitude. But the extraordinary resources and network resources consumed in training my second sister belong to the F. Emily and you, as the patriarch of the family, can represent the family, so now the decision is in your hands. However, Father, I want to remind you that if you do this, it will cause trouble for my eldest brother. Once this is opened, it will be difficult to deal with others following suit. Angus fell into silence after hearing this. He knew what Wylan said. Zemia picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea for Wylan, and then sat quietly aside without saying a word. As a child of the royal family, she had a clearer understanding of these things. Behind her marriage to Wylan, she represented her parents in an exchange of interests with the Aix family. As for what was traded, Wylan didn't know, and she didn't know either. But the royal family must have gained a lot of benefits from the Aix family by letting such a less than 100-year-old golden high-level arcanist go. The same applies to the second sister Orsia and the civilian genius Zylier. The Aix family has invested resources in Orsia, and to let her go, they must get corresponding benefits. For the friendship of a civilian genius, the Aix family, a great noble, does not care. If the other party has a deep background, the Aix family will definitely be happy to facilitate such a marriage. This is the reality. In the communication between her father and her husband, she could not express her opinion, and all she could do was listen quietly. After thinking for a long time, reason overcame emotion. Angus sighed and asked, what do you think? Wylan stared at his father and asked back, Father, how far do you want to go? Try not to make your second sister crazy. After hearing this, Wylan fell into deep thought and began to think about a reasonable solution. The simplest way is to hate out of love, find a woman. Let the paladin fall in love with her, and finally be seen by his second sister, so that the relationship between the two breaks down. It's easy to say, but hard to execute. Both of them have their mouths and have been together for so long. It's hard for such a simple trick to confuse both parties. After a long time, Wylan looked up at Angus and said, Father, this matter is difficult to handle. Why don't we lock up the second sister? Lock her up for 100 years. If she still loves the paladin, let them be together. If she changes, a paladin of the soul rank who is over 100 years old, is also very young. As long as the word spreads, there are many noble sons willing to marry her. Angus looked at Wylan deeply and replied, "Your method is better not to say it." Wylan spread his hands and said very straightforwardly, "The easiest way is to make the paladin disappear. Unfortunately, you don't let him, so I have no choice." "How about letting your grandfather do it?" "I don't think it's good." Wylan curled his lips and said, "With his old man's character, he probably won't pay attention to such things." Alas, seeing his father sighing, it seems that the second sister's matter really made his father anxious. Of course, his mother played a big role in it, otherwise, with his father's character, he would never be so indecisive. "Father, I'm thinking about this slowly. When I have a solution, I'll tell you in detail." "Okay, that's the only way." Angus rubbed his temples and said helplessly. After discussing some other matters, Wylan took Zumia out of the study. Coming to the window, opening it, and looking at the knights training on the training ground, Angus's manic heart gradually calmed down. Over the years, he has become a little indecisive. But before passing the throne to Illusis, this matter must be resolved. Otherwise, he will definitely make a wrong decision for the sake of family affection. On the other hand, after leaving the study, Wylan went to find Rokas, the castle steward. "Master Wylan, what do you want?" When the old housekeeper saw Wylan's figure, he bowed and asked respectfully, "Uncle Roches, no need to be polite, I just want to ask for some information about Harriet." Varen stepped forward to help her up and asked politely. Rokas heard the words, thought for a moment, and after finding Harriet's information in his mind, he said to Varen, "Master Varen, Harriet Akers is the previous generation of Eagle Earl Ignatius. The second daughter of Anticero, the third son of Fortina, the Lord's third sister, is also your cousin. Harriet was originally married to Matthews Grobeck, the younger brother of Earl Felic Grobeck. For some reasons, the two chose to divorce. She returned with her only child, Hessidon. The family also changed their surname back." "Uncle Roches, thank you very much." "You're welcome, Master Wylan. It's my honor to serve you." After thanking him, Wylan took Shemia away and prepared to visit his mother. At this moment in the deputy castle, Alyssa looked at her daughter with a straight face, picked up the magic wand on the side, thought about it, put it down, thought about it again, and picked it up again. Repeated several times, Althea, who was sitting in front of Alyssa, did not dare to take a breath. "Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix." "Mother HMPH. Alyssa glared at her daughter fiercely, and her eyes that wanted to beat her up were not concealed at all. "I'll give you 3 days to find that thing back, otherwise let your father know about this, and you'll never leave Windsor Castle in your life." Ailsiah opened her mouth, with thousands of words in her heart, but facing her mother's eyes, she couldn't say a word. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door relieved Alyssa's anger. She took a deep breath and said, "Come in." Outside the room, Wylan heard his mother's tone and felt very depressed, but he didn't think much about it, opened the door and walked in. Entering the room, the couple saw Alyssa with a cold face and Ailsiah trembling. "Mother." Zumia let go of Wylan's hand, bowed and said, "Hello, Mother." Looking at Zumia, Alyssa smiled, waved to her and said in a gentle tone, "Come and sit down." Seeing this, Zumia glanced at Wylan and then came to sit next to Alyssa. Seeing this, Wylan shrugged helplessly, pulled a stool, dragged it to the small table full of flowers and sat down. "Wylan, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing, I just want to come and see you, but I didn't expect my second sister to be here too." Wylan smiled and answered slowly, "HMPH." Alyssa turned her head and glared at Orsiah, saying angrily, "I get angry when you talk about your second sister. It's as if she has no brain." Wylan asked curiously with doubt in his eyes, "Mother, what happened?" "Your second sister lost the legendary knight spear of Grandpa." "Lost? How can that thing be lost?" Hearing his mother's words, Wylan turned his head and looked at Orsiah with scrutiny in his eyes. Losing it might be just an excuse, and there must be other reasons. "Aye." Under the gaze of Alyssa and her own brother, Orsiah's face turned red. She wanted to explain, but when she thought of the poor excuse, She didn't dare to say it out loud. "Mother, does father know?" Wai Lin turned his head to look at his mother with a serious face and asked. "This matter is big and small. If it is really lost, then it is lost. If it is lost on purpose, then the second sister will be in big trouble. For such a betrayal, the father will definitely not be merciful." "Your father doesn't know yet," Alyssa sighed and spoke slowly. As the mistress of the X family for so many years, she is very clear about the family's punishment for such behavior. Father doesn't know yet. So there is still room for maneuver, as long as we find that thing back. At this point, Wylan turned his head to look at Orsaya and asked in a deep voice, "Second sister, tell me where the legendary knight spear is." "Aye." "Second sister, I hope you think it through before you speak." Wylan's eyes were full of indifference, and he said word by word, "If you dare to lie to me, don't blame me for doing it. With my power, it's easy to kill that guy named Xylier." Under the pressure of Wylan's momentum, Orsaya's face turned pale. 30 years ago, she was a gold intermediate paladin. 30 years later, she just broke through to a gold high-level paladin. You have to know that the resources given to her by the family every year are top-notch. After so many years, she has only made such a little progress, which is very wrong. "Aye." Orsaya gritted her teeth and was in a dilemma, afraid that the matter would be exposed and would affect Xylier. "I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. I hope you can think it through. Otherwise, if there are any consequences, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Wylan looked at Orsaya coldly and gave a final warning. Lissa looked at her youngest son with a complex look in her eyes. In front of her, Wylan always looked heartless and even a little rebellious. But in the final analysis, he was already a border earl who controlled the fate of millions of people. Zumia looked at her mother and whispered to comfort her, but she didn't mention her second sister in her words. For such matters, her husband should make the decision, and she just needs to support him silently behind the scenes. Time passed bit by bit, and Orsaya bit her lip, looking weak and helpless. Wylan ignored his sister's pleading eyes, took out a piece of fruit, and began to eat it leisurely. Unknowingly, 3 minutes passed. Wylan stared at Orsaya and asked, "Second sister, what is your decision?" Under the gaze of her mother and brother, Orsaya lowered her head and whispered, "I melted the legendary knight's spear and forged it into a knight's sword as a gift to see Cyril." "What did you say?" Lissa looked at Orsaya and felt that she knew her again. "Do you know that the legendary knight's spear carries the glory of the family, and you actually melted it?" "I was. Mother, I feel that my second sister's soul may be problematic." Wylan interrupted Orsaya's explanation and said without question, "Lock her up first, then invite Grandpa to investigate carefully, and then make a decision." Lissa heard this, her expression was a little solemn, nodded and said, "You are right, your second sister's soul may have been tampered with." "Mother, Alsaya was about to explain, but her eyes suddenly became blurred and empty. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything, she just sat there quietly. Zumia waved her hand and let her fall asleep on the table. Seeing this, Alyssa frowned, and her eyes revealed a trace of worry. Then she asked her maid to come over and take Alsaya to the secret room and lock her up. Her temperament suddenly changed, and she was obsessed with love. I should have thought that there might be something wrong with her soul. Alyssa muttered to herself, then stood up, took out a crystal ball, and began to enter information, telling her father about this, and asking him to come to Windsor Castle to check on Alsaya's soul. Seeing this, Wylan made a look and asked Zumia to stay here to accompany her mother. Seeing her husband's hint, Zumia nodded, saying that she understood and told him to rest assured. After leaving the room, Wylan went to find Kyle to hear his opinion. Arriving at Kyle's residence, Wylan recounted everything in detail. After listening to his master's description, Kyle stroked his chin and began to search for relevant records in the angel's heart. Wylan sat quietly aside, waiting quietly. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. After an unknown amount of time, Kyle raised his head, looked at his master solemnly, and slowly said, "This method of subtly affecting the soul is usually only used by the minions of the outer gods. Minions of the Outer Gods. Hearing this title, Wylan was shocked and suddenly remembered a past event from more than 10 years ago. When he returned to the Synapse subcontinent from the La Romana Islands, he encountered a natural disaster caused by an alien god on the way. Hundreds of millions of living beings were wiped out in the thunderstorm. Varen stared closely into Kyle's eyes and confirmed in a serious tone, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Kyle responded with a solemn nod. "It seems that there is a big problem with that Ziliel. I am afraid that the kingdom of Ilia will usher in another major turmoil, and many nobles may be killed by the Church of Life." Wylan frowned and thought to himself, "Lord, what are you going to do?" Wylan paced back and forth in the room several times. According to past practice, he would not intervene in this incident. However, this time it was related to his sister's life, so he had to think carefully. After thinking for a long time, Varen stopped, looked at Kyle and asked, "Can you capture that paladin without attracting others' attention?" "Lord, I'll try my best." Hearing this, Kyle looked serious and replied in a deep voice, "It is somewhat difficult to capture the paladin without attracting the attention of the organization behind him, but there is still a way to do it." "Be careful and put your own safety first," Wylan warned. "Yes, Lord." Kyle lowered his head and replied, then turned and left the room, turning into a stream of light and flying towards the provincial capital of Zih province. In the next few days, Varen wandered around Windsor Castle, seemingly leisurely, but in fact, he was anxiously waiting for Kyle's return. Zemia has always been by Alyssa's side, taking good care of her. As for Angus, he is still in the dark. 3 days later, Angus, who was dealing with government affairs in the study, suddenly felt uneasy, as if there was a thorn in his back. He raised his head and looked around the study, but didn't find anything strange. "Is it my imagination?" Angus put down the pen in his hand and muttered to himself. At the same time, in Alyssa's room, the Duke of Moravia's face became very solemn after listening to his daughter's story. Unlike his ignorant daughter, he has a deep understanding of the secrets of the world. "Take me to see Althea," said the Duke of Moravia. "Yes, father," Alyssa responded. Opening the passage to the secret room, a group of 4 people came to the room where Althea was imprisoned. On the bed, Althea, who was addicted to the illusion, was still asleep, showing no signs of waking up. The Duke of Moravia walked to the bedside, placed his hand on Althea's head, closed his eyes, and began to explore her soul. Alyssa stood aside, looking at the ferocious expression on her daughter's face, and couldn't help but feel worried in her heart. Zemia noticed Alyssa's expression. She held Alyssa's hands and comforted her softly. "Mom, don't worry, the second sister will be fine." As for Wylan, he was already thinking about other matters. If the second sister is hopeless, should he send her on her way in person, or let her grandfather do it for her? Half an hour later, the Duke of Moravia retracted his hand, stared at the 3 people, and spoke slowly. "Although her soul is contaminated, it is very secret, and the degree is very slight. No wonder it was not discovered by the church." "Grandpa, can my second sister be saved?" Wylan asked with a calm face. Alyssa immediately turned to look at her father, looking slightly uneasy. "If you find it in time, you can still save it." Alyssa was relieved when she heard this, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Duke of Moravia looked at Varen and asked, "Have you sent someone to capture the paladin?" Yes, Varen saw this and did not hide anything. He replied truthfully, calculating the time. "Kyle should be back soon." The Duke of Moravia waved his hand to seal Althea, threw her into the demiplane, and said, "In that case, I'll go find your father first." "Wait." Before Alyssa could say anything, she saw her father disappear in front of her. "Mom, don't worry, Grandpa will protect the second sister." Wylan looked at his mother's expression and comforted her. "Well, things have come to this, and this is the only way." In the study, Angus's heart tightened. A sense of ominousness arose spontaneously, and alarm bells suddenly sounded in his heart. He stood up suddenly and was about to run away through the door. However, the next moment, a hand stretched out like a ghost and pulled him into the demiplane. Angus closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his father-in-law's figure was clearly visible. "Why are you surprised to see me?" came the voice of the Duke of Moravia. "No." Angus shook his head hurriedly, trying his best to put away the shock on his face, for fear that his father-in-law would take this to make trouble. The Duke of Moravia stared deeply at Angus. With his hands behind his back, his eyes flashing with wisdom, and he said slowly, "Don't worry, I'm not here to test your ability today." When Angus heard this, the boulder hanging high in his heart finally fell to the ground. He breathed a long sigh of relief, with a look of relief on his face. "You take a look at this first." Before Angus asked why, the Duke of Moravia had passed the information about the soul pollution of Orsaya into his mind. Looking at the news in his mind, Angus's face gradually became solemn, and his brows knitted tightly. He never thought that his daughter would be related to the invaders, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Fortunately, Orsaya's soul has not been polluted too much, and there is still room for salvation. Otherwise, for the sake of the family, he might have to end her life with his own hands. "What are you going to do with Orsaya?" Angus looked indifferent, without a trace of affection in his eyes, and replied coldly, "She will pay the price for her mistakes." After hearing this, the Duke of Moravia looked at Angus deeply and read his son-in-law's eyes. Not surprisingly, after he removes the pollution on Orsaya's soul, Angus will marry her off as a marriage tool and recover the investment of the Axe family in her. This practice was understandable among the nobles, but when he thought of his daughter Alyssa, the Duke of Moravia's heart softened immediately. He sighed softly, his eyes full of helplessness and kindness, and slowly said, "Orthaya, how about letting me take care of her for 50 years? Angus was silent for a moment after hearing this, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. After a while, Angus nodded and agreed, "Okay." 2 days later, everyone gathered in the dungeon of Windsor Castle. The Duke of Moravia looked at the handsome young man lying on the ground with a cold face, stretched out his hand to pull out his soul, and began to search. He would not be polite to such minions of the outer gods who were destined to be scattered. Having nothing to do, Wylin pulled Kyle aside and asked in a low voice about the arrest process. Time passed bit by bit. Under the brutal means of the Duke of Moravia, the soul of the paladin became broken and dim, and it was possible to dissipate at any time. After getting the information he wanted, the Duke of Moravia snorted coldly, waved his hand to stabilize his soul, and stuffed it into his body. This guy is still useful, and he can't die so easily. Seeing that the Duke of Moravia stopped searching, Angus couldn't wait to ask, "Father-in-law, how is the situation?" "It's a bit complicated. After this battle, the kingdom's nobles will be 1/8. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, even Wylin was no exception. Losing 1/8 of the nobles is no less than a major blood transfusion. In addition, this kind of incident involving the outer gods is most likely to be handled by the Inquisition of the Church of Life. The means and strength of the cleansing will definitely be aimed at killing as many as possible, and there will definitely be no consideration of blood ties. Angus, don't worry about this matter. Let me discuss it with Calix first." "Yes, father-in-law." Before leaving, the Duke of Moravia threw a memory light ball to Angus, then tore open the space, left Windsor Castle, and went to the capital. In the dungeon, Angus integrated the memory light ball into his body and began to absorb the memories in it. Others waited on the side, but the curiosity on their faces did not diminish at all. After a while, Angus opened his eyes, looked at the 3 pairs of eyes staring at him, and slowly said, "Most of the nobles affected this time are from the east, followed by the middle, and very few from the west. In addition, this organization not only involves the Kingdom of Ilia, but also the Kingdom of Cube and the Kingdom of Bascio." Wylin heard this and said, "Father, in this case this is still a good thing, at least it will not cause a large-scale war." "That's true, but in this incident, the family needs to be subdued and can't show off, otherwise the king will be afraid of it." Angus nodded and replied, "Angus, what is the name of that organization?" Alyssa asked with confusion in her eyes. "Casimir Organization. 7-star organization," Wylin said in shock. Angus looked at Wylin and asked, "Do you know this organization?" "More than 30 years ago, I came into contact with some." Wylin heard this without hiding and slowly answered, telling a past event. Half an hour later, Angus showed a look of understanding. He knew why his father-in-law asked him to postpone the report. It turned out that it involved his brother-in-law. "By the way, father," Why was the paladin not discovered by the Church of Life? Hearing this, the others looked at Angus, wanting to know the answer. It is really terrifying that a person corrupted by the outer gods has grown into a high-level golden paladin of the Templar Knights, one of the 3 major knight orders of the Church of Life. This paladin's belief in the goddess of life is true, so naturally others will not discover that he is a lurker. Everyone was full of question marks when they heard this. The belief is true, but he is also a lurker, which sounds very contradictory. This person is born with a special soul skill. He has 2 consciousnesses. The main consciousness controls the secondary consciousness. The secondary consciousness has no memory of the main consciousness. In other words, most of the time, the secondary consciousness dominates the soul and controls this concrete body. In this case, he is the most devout paladin of the goddess of life. When the plan is implemented, the main consciousness seizes the control of the soul, and after completing the plan, it returns the soul to the secondary consciousness. Therefore, he can grow up to be a paladin with firm faith, but he is also a veritable invader. Hearing his father's explanation, Wylan couldn't help but smack his lips. The soul skill is really strange. I just don't know what means the outer god used to cheat the gift of the world consciousness. Or maybe this paladin is not from this world, but smuggled here, and the soul skill is brought by himself. In short, everything is possible. Looking down at this handsome young man, Wylan felt a little disgusted. It's better for such minions of the outer gods to die. If they really become powerful, the kingdom of Ilia may be directly destroyed by the world, and even the legend cannot escape. After the conversation, several people left the dungeon and returned to the room, waiting for the news from Duke Moravia. In the royal capital, in the Mage Tower of Calyx, a young man opened his eyes, felt the fluctuation of space, and waved his hand to lift the ban here. The next moment, a space channel appeared, and Duke Moravia walked out of it. What do you want to see me for? Calyx looked up at Moravia, his face calm, and asked, seeing this. Duke Moravia did not waste words, and sent the information obtained from the soul of the paladin into a beam of light in front of Calyx. Seeing this, Calyx did not resist, and took the initiative to accept this beam of information. After a while, Calyx's face became more and more gloomy, and the anger in his heart was on the verge of exploding. Calyx calmed down his anger, looked up at the Duke of Moravia, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "Lend me your copy of Song of the Stars for 10 years. The Duke of Moravia raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay." Calyx nodded and agreed, took out the book left by his teacher, and presented it to the Duke of Moravia. Looking at the starlight on it, the Duke of Moravia was aroused to study. For hundreds of years, he had asked Calyx to borrow this book many times, but he was rejected by this guy for various reasons. This time he was so generous. It seemed that he was really angry this time. You can own the wealth of the nobles in the west and the middle, but you can't touch the things in the east. Okay. The Duke of Moravia put away the Song of the Stars and said, "You can discuss with the Church of Life. I won't interfere in this matter." "I understand." After watching the Duke of Moravia leave, Calyx stood up with a blank expression, tore open the space, and prepared to go to the Temple of Life first, and then clean up the bugs in the capital himself. As the sun set and night fell, countless knights left the capital. Late at night, the Knights of Judgment went out in full force to search the kingdom of Ilia, regarding the affairs of the kingdom of Cube and the kingdom of Basio. St. Anastasia reported to the goddess of life. In the governor's mansion, in the capital of Seton province, Governor Noise Livelic looked at the uninvited bishop of the Church of Life, Valoy, with a somewhat confused look. He was about to say something, but when he saw the 2 low-level soul-mind trial knights, he shut up. Valoy, bishop of the Church of Life in Seton province, took the lead in saluting with a serious face and said, "Governor, please don't resist." "Bishop Valoy, please." Although Noise was very confused about this, he knew what it meant with the trial knights beside him. Upon hearing this, the 2 low-level soul-mind trial knights came behind Noise, stood on the left and right, surrounded him, drew their knight swords, and were ready to attack at any time. Valoy looked at the old friend in front of him, apologized again, and then raised his staff and began to judge his faith. A faint light shone on Noise, and there was no abnormality. Seeing that this person was not a polluter, the two trial knights looked at each other, put away their knight swords, and returned to the side of the Bishop of Life, Valois. Valois, I want to know what happened. Faced with Governor Noyes' inquiry, Valois turned to look at the Knight of Judgment. After seeing the other party nod, he said, "From now on, the kingdom of Ilia is under martial law, and the minions of the outer gods will be completely eliminated. All people or creatures whose souls are polluted will be killed without mercy, regardless of their origins or reasons. Noyes, you passed the camp judgment, which means there is no problem. Next, the church needs you to assemble the city defense army, and the Knight of Judgment will make a faith judgment." Governor Noyes heard this, his eyes revealed shock. But his face remained calm, and he said in a deep voice, "I know what to do." After a while, after receiving the order, more than 10,000 city defense troops in Seton province handed over the city defense to the Temple Knights of the Church of Life, and came to the North City Square to assemble. Looking at the more than 13,000 soldiers below, Governor Noyes' face was gloomy. After this battle, he didn't know how many people could survive. "Governor Noyes, please step back." When Noyes heard the voice of the Judgment Knight, he was about to say something, but he closed his mouth and stepped aside. In the square, the three generals looked at the Judgment Knights, and Temple Knights scattered around, and felt something was wrong, but they pretended to be calm and did not show any fear. "Begin." After receiving the order, more than 100 priests jointly performed divine arts to judge the faith of more than 13,000 city defense soldiers. In an instant, under the holy light, more than 1,000 black smoke emerged. The eyes of the two low-level Judgment Knights of Soul condensed, and they ordered in unison, "Kill." After hearing the order, hundreds of Judgment Knights drew their weapons, found the imprisoned polluter, and killed him. The dark soul left the body, and under the great power, it became the purest power, integrated into the body of the Judgment Knight, and strengthened its strength. In front, the three generals guarding the city looked terrified, looking at the Judgment Knight who was pressing step by step, but they could not say any dirty words. Low-level soul Judge Knight came to the three city-guarding generals and swung his sword to smash their bodies. Noyes, who was far away, saw this scene and closed his eyes in pain. Bishop Valois of the Church of Life saw his friend's painful face, came to his side and said, "Don't be sad. If those killing gods see it, you may lose half your life." Noyes hid the pain in his heart, turned to look at his friend and asked, "What's the situation in the capital, do you know?" "I only know that many people died, and it was St. Calix who did it." "What happened in the province of Seton? How will the Pope punish you?" Noyes asked with a complicated expression. Seeing this, Valois smiled with relief and said, "At most, you will be imprisoned for 100 years. In less than 10 minutes, more than 1,000 polluters were strangled to death. The remaining city defense soldiers all showed fear on their faces. They didn't know what these Judge Knights would do next, whether to kill them all or imprison them. A low-level soul Judge Knight returned to the judgment of Governor Noyes and said expressionlessly, "Governor, please integrate the city defense forces, block the city of Seton, and assist the church in cleaning up the polluters." "I understand." Under the prestige of Noyes, more than 10,000 city defense soldiers calmed down, began to reorganize, obeyed the governor's orders, and went to the 4 city gates to block the city of Seton. "I leave this to you. I will go to exterminate the Balada family." The low-level soul Judge Knight, standing on the left, looked at his companion and said. The low-level soul Judge Knight on the right responded, "I know. The glory of my God will last forever. The glory of my God will last forever." After the two greeted each other, the Judge Knight standing on the left took 20 Judge Knights to leave Seton City and went to the 7th Legion's base to meet another soul-minded mid-level Judge Knight. After a round of cleansing, the 7th Legion still had more than 58,000 people left. In front of a dense forest, the two sides met and headed towards the Earl of Balada, 300 kilometers away. Tens of thousands of troops arrived at the territory of the Earl family, which had been passed down for 1,000 years, in less than 2 hours. The commander of the 7th Legion, the sole intermediate berserker, Stude's troop, looked at the Judgment Knight Denya beside him and asked in a deep voice, "What to do?" The sole intermediate Judgment Knight Denya looked indifferent and said calmly, The Balada family has all become the minions of the outer gods. According to convention, their army is regarded as an invader and will be killed without mercy. Stude's troop took a deep breath, looked at Denia in front of him, and asked again, "No prisoners left." "No mercy," Denia repeated again without any emotion in his eyes. Seeing this, Stude's troop did not delay any longer and ordered the vanguard army to start the attack. All the troops of the Balada family were beheaded, and no one was left alive. As for the civilians in the town, only the relevant personnel of the Balada family army were killed, and the rest could be temporarily pardoned and wait for the judgment night to identify. More than 4,000 soldiers of the vanguard camp received the order and, under the leadership of the general, launched an attack on the city several kilometers away. Less than half an hour later, the city gate was breached, and thousands of defending troops were defeated. In less than 3 days, 3 large cities, 8 medium-sized cities, and more than 10 small cities of the Earl of Balada were all breached, and hundreds of thousands of people died at the hands of the soldiers of the 7th Legion of the kingdom. In the ruined castle, a middle-aged man knelt on the ground, looking at the broken corpses around him with a blank face. Bolivia Berda, betrayed the gods, betrayed the world. Sentenced to body shattered, soul destroyed, clan exterminated. After the trial, the judge knight raised the knight's sword and slashed it down with force. Under the divine light, the head of the Berda family, the golden high-ranking knight, Bolivia Berda, had his body purified, his soul crushed, and died in a pile of corpses of Berda family members. At this moment, in the eastern region of the Kingdom of Ilia, this scene was played out all the time. Countless noble families were exterminated, making the kingdom's nobles recall their fear of the judge knights of the Church of Life. Armies from all over the country were deployed in full force, and the situation in the Kingdom of Ilia became turbulent. The clergy of the Church of Life led the kingdom's garrison into the nobles' castle and carried out heresy judgments. All the minions of the alien gods were in agony under the healing light of the priests. In Zih province, Anga summoned an army to cooperate with the Church of Life in purging heretics. At the same time, the Kingdom of Cube and the Kingdom of Basio were under full martial law, and the Church was purging the nobles and various forces in the country to purge heretics. In just half a month, the 30-year-old layout of Casimir's organization completely collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of minions were publicly burned at the stake. Hundreds of noble families were deprived of their titles, and entire families were annihilated. The dependent forces were wiped out by the kingdom's army. The captured people lose their fighting spirit or magic power, are demoted to slaves, and are sold to various noble families. The territory is taken back by the kingdom and is managed by the noble council. Wylan did not participate in this great purge. The main reason was that the purged nobles were mainly concentrated in the east, and only a few nobles in the west were on the death list. If it happened in the western region, he would have to assemble an army to join the great purge, assist the church, purge the nobles on the death list, and take the opportunity to take a big bite. Due to this purge, the family meeting was postponed to June next year. Seeing this, Wylan had no choice but to take his wife and Kyle back to the Praying Star territory, and then come to Windsor Castle in early May next year. Before leaving, Varen found his eldest brother and asked him to pay a little attention to the young man named Hesiodon. Ilyssus naturally agreed to this small request from her brother. After leaving Windsor Castle, Varen was a little reluctant for a while, and the carefree days were always missed. It's a pity that he has to go back to preside over Orlando and Hebrew's wedding. Otherwise, he will definitely stay in Windsor Castle for half a year. Outside the provincial capital of Zih province, hundreds of temple knights were scattered around to assist the priests in searching for heretics. On the road, civilians looked worried and prayed to the goddess of life for protection. The noble children are no longer as domineering as they used to be. They choose to keep a low profile and accept the inspections of the temple knights honestly. This purge has nothing to do with camps, only faith. Even people from the evil camp will not be hunted as long as their souls are not contaminated. If a large-scale search is based on camp judgment, many clergymen within the church will be executed, not to mention hundreds of millions of believers. Such behavior is contrary to missionary affairs and is naturally not allowed, unless the camp determination method is used for a Small group of people, once the scope is expanded to several provinces, a certain country, or several countries, only the faith determination method will be used for screening. No, I'm not. An adventurer wearing leather armor had a black light coming from his body and a ferocious expression. He looked at the temple knights surrounding him, pulled out his weapon, and roared loudly. Kill! Silver mid-level priest looked indifferent and ordered the surrounding temple knights. Seeing this, the people around him stayed away from the place. In less than a minute, the adventurers' bodies were chopped into pieces, piled together, and burned by flames. A ferocious soul emerged from the adventurer's body. In less than a minute, it was shattered into pieces by a majestic force, turned into the purest magic power, and integrated into the body of the temple knight. A gift to the world. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Wyland felt a flash of shock. Kyle heard the words and replied, Lord, these poor souls with polluted souls are already invaders in a sense. After being killed, their souls will be annihilated and turned into the most primitive power, which will be given to the defenders, warriors of world order. When Wyland heard this, he turned to look at Kyle and asked curiously, Do you think the world will reward me as the discoverer of this matter? Meeting. Kyle nodded without hesitation and replied, This matter has not ended yet, and the world consciousness has not judged this area yet. After the Great Purge is over, it will be time to reward based on merit. Based on my prediction, Lord Thaddeus may want to use this incident to advance to the status of legend. Contribution to the world, that's it. Let me tell you why Thaddeus was so radical during this purge. Varen suddenly understood and replied. In less than half a month, the reputation of the director of the first magic academy in the royal capital had spread across several provinces to Zih province. This purge will bring success to some people, but it will also bring some people to a desperate end. Shaking his head, Wyland patted Zio Hong and continued to move forward. When he was more than 100 meters away from the city gate, a high-level silver priest stopped Wyland. The priest bowed slightly and saluted, with a polite and serious expression on his face, and said, Sir, please accept the examination. Wyland did not reveal his identity, looked at the pastor calmly, nodded, and said, Come on. Seeing this, the priest waved his hand to summon more than 10 temple knights, and surrounded them, surrounding Varen, Shemya, Kyle, and many guards. I'm sorry, the priest said apologetically, then raised the priest's scepter and began to judge his faith. The scepter shone with a faint light, and the light gradually spread and enveloped Wyland and others. The lack of black light showed that they were not polluters. The senior priest of silver put away the priest's scepter and apologized. Sir, you are staunch believers of the goddess of life. Please forgive me for my rudeness. This is your duty, there is no need to be so polite, Wyland responded with a smile. Upon seeing this, the priest waved to the temple knights and told them to disperse, and then said politely to Varen, Please come in. Wyland nodded and walked towards the city gate. After passing through the city gate and entering the city, there were very few pedestrians on the streets, and there was no bustle like in the past. Perhaps after this great purge passes, the provincial capital of Zih province will return to its former prosperity. Without wasting time, Wyland led a group of people and walked straight to the teleportation hall in Baikeng district. Returning to the provincial capital of Kardro province through the teleportation array, leaving the teleportation hall, the streets were also filled with the kingdom's garrison and the clergy of the Church of Life. Good afternoon, Earl. An officer came to Wyland, bowed his head, saluted, and said respectfully. Wyland did not know this officer, but judging from his weapons and equipment and his own strength, he should belong to the city defense army of Cardero province. How many polluters are found in the city? Hearing this, the officer straightened his body and replied seriously, Reporting to your majesty the Earl, so far, only 3 cases of polluters have been found in Cardero province. They are adventurers coming from other provinces. There is no pollution in our local area. Signs of emergence. Wyland took out 5 gold coins, handed them to the other party, and said with a smile, Thanks for clarifying the confusion. My lord, thank you for your gift. The officer looked happy, accepted the gold coins, beat his chest in salute, and then continued patrolling with his men. 3 days later, Wyland returned to the territory and began to prepare for the wedding of Orlando and Hebrew. Unknowingly, the two had been his guardian knights for 43 years. In the study, Wylan and Zumia sat opposite each other and began to discuss what gifts to prepare. No other nobles were invited to this wedding, and all the guests who attended were their own people. Wylan, this 7-color life flower does not need to be written in the gift list. After the wedding, you can give it to them privately. Zumia stretched out her slender jade hand, pointed to the list, and suggested. Seeing this, Wylan nodded, picked up the pen to cross out the 7-color life flower, looked up at his wife and said, "Tomorrow, you go to the treasury to get 2 7-color life flowers and give them to Aunt Flora when you visit her." "I know." Zumia nodded and continued to browse the gift list, adding and deleting. On the other side, Hebrew went to visit Devonshire with a few bottles of wine. Standing in front of the gate, looking into the manor, he was a little hesitant. "Captain, don't stand there." A high-level silver knight standing behind Hebrew reminded him. Hebrew smiled awkwardly, took a deep breath, tidied up some clothes, and walked in with big strides. Behind him, the 2 high-level silver knights looked at each other and smiled helplessly when they saw this. In all these years, it was the first time for the 2 of them to see their captain showing such a shy look, which was really touching. Entering the manor, Hebrew walked towards the hall under the guidance of the maid. Devonshire sat in the main seat, looked at Hebrew coming, and stood up to greet him. Seeing that there was no one else in the hall, Hebrew immediately let go and said carelessly, "Brother Devonshire, long time no see." "Yes." Devonshire looked a little strange, but still nodded and responded to the other party. This kid had just seen him a few days ago, and he said this again today. He is really forgetful, but this is just what he wants. For so many years, he has liked Hebrew's sincerity. No scheming, no arrogant personality, likes to make friends with martial arts, and occasionally shows his forgetful side. Thinking back then, it was because of this kid that he agreed to come to Kixing territory. "Do it." "Thank you, Brother Devonshire." Hebrew thanked him and then sat down. The 2 high-ranking silver knights of the Ice Bear Knights who followed Hebrew looked a little hesitant. "You call your father-in-law brother, which is somewhat against moral ethics, but seeing that Lord Devonshire didn't care, they also extinguished the idea of reminding him." As they chatted, the 2 of them turned the topic to military affairs. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 hours later. Devonshire woke up from his excitement, looked at the sky, and said to himself that it was not good. He was too happy. And for a moment, he even forgot that his daughter Abrian was still waiting for them in the side. "Well," looking at the change in Devonshire's face, Hebrew was puzzled and asked, "Brother Devonshire, what happened?" Devonshire put away the embarrassment on his face, coughed lightly, and responded, "Nothing, but it's getting late, let's go to the side hall first." "Indeed." Hebrew turned his head to look outside the hall. The sky was indeed getting dark, so he nodded and agreed. In the side hall, a woman was sleeping on the table, covered with a blanket. When she heard footsteps, her fingers moved slightly, and she woke up from her sleep. Looking up, she saw her father and sweetheart walking towards the hall. "How long has it been?" "Miss Abrian, 3 hours have passed," the head maid whispered in Abrian's ear. Hearing this time span, Abrian's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly reacted. It's no wonder that her father must have been chatting with Hebrew brother and forgot the time. However, this is not a big deal. She stood up, rubbed her face, and walked towards the door. "Father, Hebrew brother, you are here." Devonshire looked at his adopted daughter's well-behaved appearance. And a flash of embarrassment flashed in his eyes, but soon he restrained himself. "I'm sorry, I forgot the time." "Father, it's okay, I also took this time to rest for a while." Brian replied with a smile, and then took her father's hand and walked to the dining table. Seeing this, the head maid standing aside quietly withdrew and notified the chef to serve the dishes. Seeing Brian, Hebrew was a little reserved for a while, but under the guidance of Devonshire, the 3 of them began to chat. Looking at the woman who was about to become his wife, Hebrew couldn't help but think of the scene when he went to invite Devonshire with the order of his master more than 30 years ago. At that time, Abrian was only 11 or 12 years old. I remember that it was she who opened the door for me at that time. Time passed, things changed, and many years passed. I didn't expect that the little girl back then would become my wife. Brother Hebrew, why are you staring at me? Abrian looked at Hebrew's absent-minded eyes, waved her hand in front of him, and asked. Seeing this, Hebrew came back to his senses and smiled. Nothing, just seeing you. I can't help but think of the first time I saw you. You were only this tall back then, but now you're this big. Abrian's face was filled with a bright smile, her eyes were gentle, and she answered softly. Brother Hebrew, I still remember when I opened the door, you looked eager to try, almost writing on your face that you wanted to duel with my father. Did you? Hebrew touched his face, frowned slightly, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Of course I remember it, I won't be wrong. Abrian nodded heavily, with a glimmer of memories in her eyes. Okay, the food is served, Hebrew. Try it quickly, these are all prepared by Abrian for you. Devonshire waved his hand with a friendly smile on his face. Seeing this, Hebrew was not polite, and picked up a piece of food with a fork and put it into his mouth, with a satisfied expression on his face. Two maids came forward with wine and filled the glasses for the two. After drinking dozens of glasses, both of them felt a little dizzy, but they didn't cheat by fighting. They just looked at each other, then continued to raise their glasses and drank them all. Abrian sat aside. Her eyes fell on her father and Hebrew from time to time. Her eyes were full of concern. She added dishes for her father and Hebrew from time to time, and listened to them calling each other brothers, but she didn't say anything to stop them. If you have to say it, she is the outsider. Window tabula equals window, tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. On January 1, 9765, in the glorious calendar, more than 1,000 people gathered in the inner city of Star Moon Castle, chatting with each other, waiting for the wedding to begin. Verin and Kyle was sitting in a corner somewhere, talking and laughing. As for the mistress of Star Moon Castle, she is busy preparing for the wedding. Lord, you're late. Hearing the familiar voice, Wylin looked up and saw a big bald head appearing in front of him. Wylin stood up and said, I'm a busy man, I rarely see you once. Come and sit down. Upon hearing this, Pastor Lavia touched his bald head and said with a smile, Your Majesty, you're welcome. After waiting for Pastor Lavia to sit down, Verin asked, I heard that genius has appeared in the pastoral college. It's true, and it seems to have something to do with you. Pastor Lavia nodded and answered without hiding anything. Oh. Wylin looked curious. He only heard that a young man in the priest's college was accepted as a disciple by Lavia. He didn't know the rest of the information. Lord, my new disciple's name is Kekia. His father's name is Kelt Chalum, and his mother's name is Eleanor Chalum. Verin didn't know the boy's name, but he knew about Celtic and Eleanor. The couple he brought back from the eastern coastal province of Zina did not expect to give him a surprise after so many years. Although Pastor Lavia is now the bishop of the Kingsing diocese, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is from the Kingsing leader. Regarding this situation, the Life Church of Cardero province chose to acquiesce. In this way, isn't his talented disciple his right-hand man in the future? Celtic Chalum, how has he been all these years? Upon hearing Wylin's inquiry, Pastor Lavia sighed and said, I am very old. Even if I extend my life, I will only have 10 years left. The main reason I came here today is to attend the wedding between Orlando and Hebrew. The second purpose is to ask you for help, whether there is an extraordinary potion to repair the soul. I don't have the extraordinary potion, but I do have the means to repair the soul. After hearing this, Verin looked at Pastor Lavia and said slowly. Hearing this, Lavia's eyes widened, and she said impatiently, Lord, are you telling the truth? Of course, but I have just learned it not long ago, and I am not very proficient yet, but I think it is enough to heal the soul of an ordinary person. Wylin picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and replied with a smile. Then this. Seeing Lavia's hesitation, Verin took the lead and said, Your business is my business. Why do you have such a clear distinction? Hearing this, Ravia touched his bald head and said with some embarrassment, We still have to divide it. Otherwise it would be against my belief that you would just give, and I would not reciprocate. Okay, seeing this, Wylin said helplessly, the cost of treatment will be 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin? That's not okay, just 1 gold coin. Doesn't that mean your help is in vain? Pastor Lavia shook his head and firmly objected. How about a gold coin plus a future priestly genius? That's okay. Lavia's eyes lit up and she replied. Ha, Pastor Lavia. I will go to Lancia County to find you in a few days. Now let's eat and drink and wait for the wedding to start. Lord, I listen to you. As the bell rang, Wyland stood up and walked towards the center of the banquet. Seeing this, Kyle and Pastor Lavia put down their teacups and followed. Shermia was dressed in a costume and stood at the front desk. An invisible pressure made everyone stop making noise and focus their attention on the center. Behind him were 2 silver dragons and 1 knight, Otnus, Meredith, and Devon Hill. As for Orlando and Dolores, the 2 newlyweds Hebrew and Abrian have not yet appeared. Varen walked through the crowd and came to his wife's side. When everyone saw this, they all leaned down to salute and said in unison, I have met the Lord's Lord. No courtesy, Wyland waved his hand and asked everyone to stand up. After hearing this, everyone straightened up and waited for the wedding to begin. At 12 o'clock at noon, the sun shines like golden strings on the magnificent square. Mid the solemn chanting of a night, Orlando and Dolores entered first, followed closely by Hebrews and Abrian. Under the attention of more than 1,000 people, the 4 people were as bright as stars. In the square, flags were flying, the breeze was blowing. And everyone was dressed in costumes, with expectations and respect on their faces. The whole scene was solemn and solemn. Orlando, Dolores, come forward. After hearing the words, the 2 stepped forward. Seeing the young man he once grew up, Wyland felt filled with a sense of accomplishment. 2 high-level silver knights stepped forward in neat steps, holding trays in their hands. They stood on the left and right next to Varen and Shemia, respectively. Varen picked up the red uniform placed on the tray and came to Orlando. With gentle and solemn movements, he put it on himself. Every detail was full of care and expectation. I sewed it with my own hands. I hope you can carry on with your faith and go on unswervingly. May you use the weapons in your hands to protect your wife, the people you value, and everything you want to protect. Wyland's voice was low and powerful, echoing in the square and engraved in people's hearts like an oath. Thank you, Lord. On the other side, Zumia put the scarf on Dolores' head and gave her blessings. After letting Orlando leave, Wyland asked Hebrew and Abrian to come forward, put on the blue battle suit symbolizing ice, and gave him his blessings. After doing all this, Wyland asked Devonshire, Otnez and Meredith to come forward and signaled Baird that he could start. Seeing this, Baird walked up to the high platform and began to preside over the wedding. His voice was loud and solemn, and every word sounded like a bell, ringing in people's hearts. After 3 salutes and oaths, Orlando and Dolores, Hebrew and Abrian officially became husband and wife with the congratulations of everyone. After the banquet began, everyone came forward one by one to congratulate the 2 couples. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Wyland was ready to leave, hand over the stage to them, and find a corner to wait at ease. But before he left, Zumia hugged him. Don't leave, help me with some things. Facing Zumia's serious eyes, Wyland looked a little helpless and said, okay. Kyle and Lavia saw this scene, looked at each other, and quietly returned to the corner to talk. When there were fewer people, it would not be too late to find Orlando and Hebrew. As night fell and the guests dispersed, Wyland returned to the castle, opened the door, and threw himself directly on the bed, enjoying the soft touch and relieving his inner fatigue. Shemia stood in front of the door, waved to Hilda and Cisna, and asked them to go down to rest. Then she entered the room and locked the door. Looking at the lazy man lying on the bed, Zemia looked helpless. After being my bed partner for many years, my husband looks like he is not tired physically or mentally. In other words, the soul is tired and needs soothing. Dong dong dong. Hearing the noise, Zemia looked around and saw Xing Zheng knocking on the window with his mouth, trying to climb in. He came to the bedside, opened the window, and let the other person in. After entering the room, Xing came to the bedside and kissed Wyland with his mouth, his eyes clear. Sitting up and looking at the drunkard, Varen reached out and took out 2 bottles of luminous wine from the space ring as reward. Thank you, master. Holding the 2 bottles of glowing wine in his arms, Xing suddenly drooled and couldn't wait to return to his demiplane to taste the wine. Seeing this, Wylin waved his hand to open the demiplane passage and put the star in. What a drunkard! You didn't raise him yet. Shemya rolled her eyes at Wylin and said slowly, then closed the window and opened the magic circle to isolate the outside world. So tired. Varen fell back on the bed, opened his arms, looked at the magic lamp on top and sighed. What a slacker. Shemya came to Wylin's side and spoke softly while undressing him. How can I show your diligence if I'm not lazy? After taking off his coat, Wylin got directly into the quilt, closed his eyes and waited peacefully, counting the time silently in my mind. It was almost 8 o'clock. After hanging up her husband's clothes, Shemya went to the other side, took off her coat, put on a lighter piece of clothing, came to the bedside, picked up a magic book and started reading. Time passed bit by bit, and a familiar voice sounded in Wylin's ears. South of the kingdom of Ilia, north of the kingdom of Cube, in the flower town under Xian City in the Bailey province in the northern part of the Lex Principality, the saints of the outer gods are hidden here. Saint. Varen opened his eyes and murmured to himself. When Shemya heard her husband's whisper, she took her eyes away from the magic book, turned around and asked with some confusion. What's wrong? It's okay, I was just thinking about the possibility of recruiting Mr. Thaddeus to come over and serve as the Dean of the Magic Academy for decades at Kixing Magic Academy. Varen put his hands behind his head and replied with a smile. Do you have any idea? Shemya closed the book and asked with curiosity in her eyes. If anyone else said this, she would only suspect that the other person was bragging, but if this came from her husband, it was very likely that he really had something to do. I have some ideas, but don't worry about it now. Let's wait until I send a letter to Grandpa. Shemya didn't get angry when she didn't get the answer she wanted from Wylin. She opened the magic book and continued reading. In Manor No. 7, outside the city of Star Moon Castle, Hebra and Abrian sat on the edge of the bed, looking at each other closely. The two looked at each other and said in unison, You speak first. By the way, I'm going to get the gift list from the Lord first. Let's take a look at it together later. Hebrew stood up and said to Abrian. Brother Hebrew, go ahead, I'll wait for you. Abrian said with a smile. Upon seeing this, Hebrew left the room, went to the warehouse, found the gift list sent by his master and walked quickly to the bedroom. Although I am very curious about what the Lord will give me, this gift is more meaningful to watch with my wife. Arriving at the bedroom, Hebrew couldn't wait to close the door, came to the bedside, handed the gift list into Abrian's hand and said with a smile, Open it quickly and take a look. Kindness. I wish you all the best to weave the splendor of dreams together in the journey of time. May your love be as crystal clear as morning dew, always pure and beautiful. Abrian stroked the beautiful words on it and asked curiously, Is this written by the Lord? No, Hebrew shook his head without hesitation and said, The Lord cannot write such beautiful words. It seems that the mistress wrote it. Oh. Abrian nodded and turned to the next page. There was another kind of writing on it. Compared with the writing on the first page, these writings still need to be improved. Hebra held his newlywed wife in his arms and read the above text word by word, with tears streaming down his eyes. My meeting with you is destined by fate. When we first met, you were just a kid hiding behind your brother. Compared to your brother, you seem very simple and have a desire to fight, but sometimes you seem very immature. The beginning of pioneering is your transformation from an innocent boy to a knight. During the 7 Years' War, I saw you transform from a knight to a qualified general. The expedition battle is an important step for you to move from general to commander-in-chief. Although in your mind, I must have been lazy at that time, then you are right. I was indeed lazy. There is nothing to quibble about. At this time you have a family and become someone to rely on. Okay, that's all. Manage your own little family well. Abrian reached out and wiped the tears from Hebrew's eyes, then hugged him tightly without saying anything. After restraining his inner emotions, Hebrew patted Abrian and asked her to turn to the next page. As the third page of the gift list was opened, a long list appeared in front of him. 13 soul-level combat skills, 6 soul-level spells, 36 gold-level combat skills, 41 gold-level spells, 6 advanced night breathing methods, and 27 intermediate night breathing methods. There are 20 shops in the western district of Kixing. City 2 wineries, 3 orchards, a medium-sized black-skinned pig farm, and a large beef cattle farm, 150 red phosphorus horses and 300 blue-purple horses, 180 bottles of luminous wine, 50 kilograms of red tree tea, 80 sets of green vine armor, 50 wind sweet fruits, 10 kilograms of refined gold, 10 kilograms of mithril, 10 kilograms of mountain copper, 200 high-level magic crystals, 2,000 intermediate-level magic crystals, and 20,000 low-level magic crystals, 5 million gold coins, 2 small silver mines, 3 small copper mines, and 5 small iron mines in the underground world. After all the calculations, the value of the things on the gift list has exceeded 100 million gold coins. Abrian looked at the items on it, and her hands trembled a little. These things added up were really too much. From this gift, it can be seen that the Lord attaches great importance to Hebrew. It is not an exaggeration to treat him as his own son. Go to sleep, yes. Early the next morning, Wylan got up from the bed, put on his clothes, asked the maid to call Kyle, and headed for Lancia City. Entering the boundaries of Lancia County, there are more trees and flowers along the road. When passing through the village, flowers of different colors are planted in front of every house. As the most beautiful county in Kixing territory, Lancia County is well deserved. Admiring the scenery along the way, Wylan couldn't help but slow down, and occasionally accepted invitations from village elders to taste the local flower wine, a fine wine brewed from flowers, grains, and fruits. In Chalavlan Village, Ziyuan Town, Lancia County. Lancia County, Wylan sat in the courtyard opposite an old man, listening to his story. This wine is very good, with a light floral aroma. Among ordinary wines, it is considered the best. The old man lowered his head slightly, with pride on his face, and respectfully replied, "Lord, thank you for your compliment. A beautiful thing deserves such praise." Wylan waved his hand and helped the old man in front of him, who was about his own age, up. "Elder Sari, can you explain the history of this village to me?" "It is my pleasure, Lord." With a hint of excitement in his eyes, the old man asked his grandson to fetch the village diary. Upon seeing this, the young man ran back into the house, took out the wooden box placed at the bottom of the cabinet, and carried it into the courtyard. The old man took the wooden box from the young man's hand, placed it on the stone table, untied the coarse cloth wrapped around it, opened the wooden box, and took out the 2 books stored inside. Varen looked and saw Chalavlan Village Diary written on the book. The old man spread the diary on the stone table, opened the first page, and pointed to the date on it, August 3, 9728 in the glorious calendar, which was the founding day of this village. "Lord, this is the origin of the name of our village of Chalavlan." After hearing the old man's words, Varen looked down and saw the following record. Chalavran was born on March 21, 9703 in the glorious calendar, died on April 27, 9734 in the glorious calendar, and died in the Black Forest Fortress. Jan, captain of the 2nd Squadron of the 1st Brigade of Lancia Camp, a low-level silver soldier. Looking at the record above, Varen recalled the battle 30 years ago, in order to block the dwarf army from the direction of Hagar province and support the dwarf army that fell into the encirclement. After the war, Lord Andrew ordered that Stone Village be renamed Cleveland Village to commemorate my eldest son. The old man touched the name on it with rough hands, with memories in his eyes. It is he who can devote himself to praying for the star leader. The honor is also the honor of our Chalavran family. Wylan sat aside, looking at the contents of the log and listening to the old man's explanation of the history of the village. After more than 30 years of development, the village now has 283 households and a population of 1,453. There are 18 men serving in the Standing Army and 33 men serving in the City Defense Army. In addition, there are 145 registered militiamen who train for 2 months after the autumn harvest every year. The entire village has 339 acres of grain fields, 593 acres of flower fields, 181 acres of fruit trees, and 2 winemaking workshops, which are dedicated to supplying fruit wine to Lancia City. On the north side of the village, there is an academy covering an area of 3 acres, with dedicated retired and disabled soldiers serving as instructors to train children. in the lower-level rural towns of the Kingsing territory. Under the connivance of Wylan, low-level warrior breathing techniques are widely spread. But lacking extraordinary resources, talented people can only enter the warrior apprenticeship, and there is no progress, and they can only enter the army. Only then can we go further. In this way, these villages have become huge reserve soldier training units in the Kingsing leader's military system. In addition, low taxes are also an important factor supporting these training units. With the underground world supplying blood, Varen asked Baird to reduce the land tax to 10% so that civilians could have more resources to exercise their bodies and raise their children. Elder Surrey, through your narration, I saw a different village. This is really an important gain from my visit to Lancashire County. Hearing this, the old man looked excited and replied, Lord, without your charity and generosity, we might be no different from serfs. We are trapped in taxes and fields all day long, and we have no extra money to do these things. Wylan picked up the fruit wine in the wooden bowl and took a sip. It felt very mellow. He then took out a sweet fruit and brought it to the other party. He said with a smile, this is an extraordinary fruit that can help you understand nature. It can also help you understand nature. It can prolong life. Seeing the fruit on the stone table, the old man stood up, came to the side, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, Lord, thank you for your gift. Wylan stood up, helped the old man up, waved his hands to remove the dust from his clothes, and said with a smile, You let me see a different countryside, and I will repay you. As for thanking you, that's a bit too much. It is because of you that the Star Prayer Leader will grow and develop. Without your hard work, Kingsing Ling would not be as prosperous as it is today. After comforting the old man, Varen said goodbye. When leaving, under the old man's enthusiasm, Wylan accepted the box of fruit wine. After waving goodbye, Wylan continued on his way to Lancashire City. Arriving outside Lancashire City, Wylan stopped for a moment and then headed to the priest college without entering the city. When we arrived at the pastoral college, the sun was already setting. Lord, you are finally here. I have been waiting here since noon. I didn't expect you to come only at night. Pastor Lavia touched his bald head with a somewhat resentful expression. Ha, Pastor Lavia, I'm sorry. Wylan turned over and came to Pastor Lavia, saying apologetically, It's nothing. Hearing this, Lavia replied with a smile, Lord, please come in. Following Ravia, Varen entered the priest's college. The last time I came to this pastoral college was more than 30 years ago. After such a long time, the pastoral college has expanded a lot, and there are many more students. Under the moonlight, some priest apprentices were tending the crops in the fields. Seeing this scene, Wylan asked curiously, Is this also a part of cultivation? Seeing this, Pastor Lavia nodded and replied, Yes, Lord, this is also a part of the training at Kingsing Pastor Academy. Only by knowing the sufferings of the vast number of believers can they understand the heart of fraternity. Moreover, tending to crops can also exercise their perseverance and physical fitness, and they can sleep better at night. In the following time, Wylan became interested, and under the leadership of Pastor Lavia, he took a good tour of this priestly college, covering an area of 3,000 acres. At noon the next day, under the leadership of Pastor Lavia, Varen and Kyle arrived at Kelt Chulum's home. A beautiful woman is supporting an old man with gray hair, and a young man is standing beside them. People who don't know the inside story may find it very unreasonable. A gentle smile appeared on Kelt's face, and he slowly said, Lord Varen, we meet again. It's been more than 30 years. After hearing this, Wylan responded with a flash of memory in his eyes. After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered the living room and sat around the wooden table. Looking around, the decoration is very simple, and there are no luxurious arrangements. The young man held the teapot and poured tea for everyone. After doing all this, he came behind his father and massaged him to relieve the pain in his body. At Ravia's request, I came here this time to treat your soul injury. Wylan picked up the teacup, looked at the green tea, took a sip, and got straight to the point. Hearing this, Celtic's wife and children all raised their heads in unison, with hope shining in their eyes and joy on their faces. Cough, cough, coughed. Celt choked and said in disbelief, Lord Varen, this. If you want to thank me, let the kid thank his master. If Lavia hadn't come to beg me, I might not have come here. Wylan put down the teacup and said calmly. After hearing this, the young man came to Lavia, knelt down on his knees, and knocked his head on the ground, making a crisp sound. "What are you doing? Get up quickly." Lavia stepped forward to help his disciple up, swept away the gravel from his forehead, and said lovingly, "You are in trouble. How can I just stand by and watch? Teacher, I will definitely repay you in the future." "Why are you saying this?" "If you practice hard, it is the best reward for being a teacher." "I will definitely do it, master." Returning to the wooden table, Lavia touched her bald head and smiled kindly at the Celtic couple. Seeing this, Wylan said, "It's getting late, let's get started." "Lord Varen, what do you need from me?" After hearing this, Celtic's wife Alina stood up and asked. Wylan touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "Just prepare a clean room, and then prepare food and wait for me." "I understand, Lord Varen." Alina nodded, called his child to his side, and whispered to him to go to the vegetable patch to pick some dishes. After receiving his mother's instructions, the boy nodded solemnly and left the living room. In a clean and tidy room, Alina helped Kelt to the bed, took off his shoes, covered him with the quilt, then bowed to Varen, exited the room, and closed the door. Wylan did not start the treatment immediately, but came to pull a chair, put it next to the bed, and sat down. "Kelt, I can see that your wife loves you very much." "Yes." Celtic sat up, raised the pillow, looked at Varen with a happy smile on his face, and said, 10 years ago, feeling that my body was getting more and more decayed, Alina resigned. He accepted the position of professor at the Magic Academy and brought me to Lancia City, preparing to spend the remaining years with me in this beautiful place. Every day when I came here, she massaged me and took care of me all the time with her tempered body, so much so that in the past 10 years, her strength has not improved at all. Now I feel like I'm a burden to her." Wylan looked at the aging Celt and said with emotion, "In my wife's heart, you're not only her husband, but also her hope for living in this world. I know this, so 15 years ago, I tried to get her pregnant. With the connection of the child, after my death, she had the support to live on." The corner of Celt's mouth raised slightly, as he said a secret that had been hidden for more than 10 years was revealed. Wylan covered his face and looked a little speechless. "Between you and your wife, the child is really unexpected." Hello, cough, cough, cough. "Sometimes I think about it. As a father, I really feel sorry for Kekia." The air choked his lungs. After he recovered, Celt leaned against the wall and said with some shame, "What a sincere love." After sighing with emotion, Varen took out the pillow behind Celt and laid his body flat. "It might be painful to wait. Lord Varen, I know that scars on the soul are not so easy to repair." "Kindness." Varen nodded, took out a silver mid-level demon soul light ball, grabbed it in the palm of his left hand, then put his right hand on Celt's forehead, closed his eyes, and began to use healing spirituality. The soul power of the demon soul sealed in the silver intermediate demon soul light ball was extracted and turned into soul light. Under the guidance of Varen's thoughts, it entered Celtic's soul. Under his spiritual vision, Varen turned into a tinker, using his thoughts as needles and soul rays as threads to mend the incomplete parts of Celtic's soul. Time passed bit by bit, and Celtic felt the pain coming from his body. He gritted his teeth and did not interfere with Wylan's treatment. The magic power floating in the air began to converge on Celtic's body, entering his body bit by bit and becoming his power again. Varen carefully observed the changes in the outside world and changed his methods at each stage to maintain the balance between Celtic's body, soul, and external magic. After a long time, when Wylan passed the last stitch, Celtic's soul was repaired. Withdrawing his thoughts, Wylan opened the gate and increased the soul power of extracting the demon's soul. In less than a moment, the patched part of Celtic's soul slowly disappeared and merged with the soul, and even turned a disaster into a blessing, making the soul stronger. When the last trace of soul power of the silver intermediate demon soul was exhausted, only cruelty, killing, and evil thoughts remained in the demon soul light ball. Wylan opened his eyes and looked at Celtic lying on the bed. His whole body was wet with sweat. His wrinkled skin became elastic, and his extraordinary rank also reached the high bronze level. However, before repairing Alina's soul, Celtic himself was a silver intermediate water elemental mage. After the scars of the soul were healed, as time passed, everything that had been lost would naturally come back. In addition, compared with the previous soul, Celtic's soul is now much stronger. With the precipitation of his mind in the past 40 years, it is likely that he will be promoted to a gold mage in less than 10 years. Half an hour later, Celtic's fingers moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the familiar ceiling, felt the power coming from his body, and couldn't stop the tears from his eyes. Warm reminder: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Wai Lin sat aside, watching the scene quietly, without saying a word. If he were in his shoes, he would probably be like this. A few minutes later, Celt restrained the emotions on his face, sat up, walked down, and wanted to pay his respects to Wai Lin. Seeing this, Wai Lin quickly helped Celt up. You don't have to do this because you are entrusted by someone. Lord Wai Lin, you saved me twice. Once you brought me and my wife back to Kixing territory so that we have a stable living environment. Once you cured my injuries and gave me a new life. Anyway, please accept my greeting. After persuading him to no avail, Wai Lin had to let go of Celt and accept his gift. Celt knelt on the ground with a solemn expression. In kowtowed. After a while, Wai Lin helped Celt up and said with a smile, "Your wife has been waiting outside for a long time, go." Celt thanked politely, came to the door and opened it. Squeak. Hearing the sound, Elena, who was pacing back and forth, turned her head to look at the room. Seeing her husband's face, she couldn't help but shed tears on her face. The next moment, she rushed up and threw herself into her husband's arms. The boy standing next to Lavia looked at the young couple with a smile on his face and whispered to himself, "My mother didn't lie to me. My father was really handsome when he was young. I thought she was lying to me." Lavia heard what his disciple said, raised his hand, touched his head, and asked with a smile, "Don't say that in the future." The boy nodded and answered seriously, "Okay, master." Wai Lin leaned against the door, looked at the affectionate couple, and coughed lightly. Realizing the surrounding environment, Celt came back to his senses, let go of his wife, and said, "Elena, let's eat." "Yes." Elena blushed and nodded in response. "Lord Wai Lin, I will go to set up the venue first. You, Lord Kyle, and Pastor Lavia can wait for a while." Celt turned his head to look at Wai Lin, bowed, and said, "Go." Wai Lin waved his hand and said gently. After the Celt family left, Kyle came to Wai Lin and asked with concern, "Master, are you okay?" "What can I do?" Wai Lin spread his hands and replied with a smile, "It's just that I'm a little worried when I see that you are not married yet. I have to find you a wife as soon as possible." "There is no rush for this matter," Kyle refused without hesitation. Pastor Lavia stood not far away, looking at the two people, and just wanted to go up to advise them. But when he thought that he was not married either, he stopped. Calculating, he is almost 90 years old. Although he has become a golden priest and has a lifespan of 300 years, he still looks like a young man now. "Forget it, I don't want to." Lavia shook his head and touched his big bald head. He had a group of lovely disciples, so it seemed unnecessary to be trapped in marriage. 10 minutes later, the three went to the front hall. At Celtic's invitation, Wai Lin sat in the main seat, Kyle sat on his left, and Lavia sat on the right. As for the Celtic family, they sat in the lower seat. Looking at the food on the wooden table, although it was just a family dish, it aroused Wai Lin's appetite. "Lord Wai Lin, do you need wine?" Wai Lin pointed to the 13 dishes on the table and smiled, "Compared to fine wine. I want to try these dishes more." "Please." Seeing this, Celtic smiled and made a gesture of clearing. Seeing this, Wai Lin was not polite and began to enjoy the food. Kyle and Lavia, who were standing by, looked at Wai Lin, who had turned into a foodie and stopped waiting and began to enjoy the food. Looking at the three people, Celtic and Elena smiled at each other and felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. As the sun set and night fell, Wai Lin and the other two said goodbye to Celtic's family of 3 and left the Blue Veil City. At the gate of the city, looking at the sunset, Wai Lin said, "Pastor Lavia, let's say goodbye." "Lord, take care on the way." Pastor Lavia bowed and saluted, smiling, and responded, "You two go to Andrew if the Priest Academy needs anything, and come to me if he can't solve it." Wylan patted Lavia's shoulder and told him, "Lord, I will. Goodbye. Goodbye." Kyle put Ziohong and his mount into the demiplane, then followed his master's pace and flew towards Xingyu Castle. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Pastor Lavia touched his bald head, hummed a ballad, and walked towards the priest academy. Back to Xingyu Castle, Wylan and Kyle said hello and walked towards the room. Opening the door, Zumia sat on the bed and read magic books as usual. She is really a diligent arcanist. "I'm back." "Yes." Wylan slowly came to the bed, lay down gently, then carefully moved to the left and gently placed his head on her legs. Seeing her husband, Zumia temporarily closed the book, gently moved Wylan's body, and carefully placed his head under her chest. "It's still soft here. Don't move, I still want to read for a while." Zumia pressed on Wylan's forehead, then opened the magic book and continued reading. Wylan closed his eyes, raised his mouth slightly, showing a satisfied smile, enjoying the soft touch, and said slowly, "In 2 days, I plan to go to the Dukedom of Moravia to see my grandfather. Do you have any news?" She knew very well that her husband would only go to his grandfather when he encountered an unsolvable problem. Otherwise, he would have to hide away at other times. Wylan opened his eyes, looked at Zumia, and said with a sly smile, "You are still smart." Zumia shook her head helplessly and said, "Isn't it obvious? I'm praising you, but you don't like it." Okay, I thank you, dear Wylan, then tell me what it is." Wylan smiled wickedly and said, "No. Forget it, I don't really want to know." After that, Zumia focused her eyes on the magic secretary and no longer cared about Wylan's little actions. A few minutes later, Wylan stopped what he was doing and said, "We can't talk about this right now. The fewer people who know, the better. But I will take you with me to deal with this matter. You are the boss, just make the decision." Half an hour later, Zumia closed the book, put it on the bedside, looked at her sleeping husband with a doting look on her face, then turned off the magic lamp and began to rest. 2 days later, Wylan took Zumia and Kyle to the capital of Cadero province. Entering the city, there were basically no people on the streets, and most of the shops were closed. People who knew each other just said hello and quickly parted, not daring to stop and chat. The Great Purge made this relatively prosperous city depressed, but this is the only way to remove polluters. After the pain, the once prosperous scene will return. Came to the teleportation hall, spent 800 gold coins, and went to the Dukedom of Moravia. As soon as my eyes opened and closed, I heard noisy sounds. Walking out of the teleportation hall, standing on the stairs looking down, there were a lot of people and a prosperous scene. It seems that this great purge did not affect this city, but it is impossible to think about it. It must have been after my grandfather cleaned it over and over again that martial law was lifted. Leaving Moravia City, Wylan and the other two flew directly to the floating city of Kara. Just approaching this small floating city, before landing at the airport, the surrounding scene changed rapidly. When I came back to my senses, I saw my grandfather sitting on the stone seat looking at me. "What a rare guest." "Grandpa, what kind of rare guest am I? We just met more than a month ago." Wylan smiled and responded in a gentle tone. The Duke of Moravia stood up and appeared in front of Wylan the next moment, asking, "Tell me, what disaster have you encountered again?" "The Saint of the Outer Gods." Seeing this, Wylan did not hide anything and got straight to the point. The Duke of Moravia did not hide the surprise on his face and asked uncertainly, "How did you know?" Zumia, who was standing behind Wylan, had a shocked look on her face. She had made various guesses, but she had never guessed this situation. As for Kyle, he was calm and was no longer surprised by such things. Every once in a while, his master would either become a treasure-hunting rat, a know-it-all, or a blessing from fate. No matter whether it is reasonable or unreasonable, as long as it is placed on the master, it must be reasonable. "Grandpa, you should know what it means to kill the saints of the outer gods. One of the prerequisites for achieving legends is to show your contribution to the world consciousness." The Duke of Moravia looked at Wylan deeply and slowly asked, "You kid has set your sights on Thaddeus." "Grandpa, this makes me sound like someone who likes to poach other people's talents." Wylan spread his hands and said very calmly. After hearing this, the Duke of Moravia nodded involuntarily. A year ago, you poached the visiting professor of the first magic academy in the king's capital. A year later, you are going to poach the dean of the first magic academy in the king's capital. No wonder this kid came back to find him. If he went directly to Thaddeus, the other party would definitely agree without hesitation in order to ascend to the legend. But he would confront the king afterwards, not to mention the old guy who likes to pretend to be young in the magic tower. Wylan didn't care about his grandfather's scrutiny, and asked with a smile, "Grandpa, can you help your grandson with this?" "Okay." After thinking for a second, the Duke of Moravia agreed, and then continued, "This matter cannot be said by you but by me." "Hee, Grandpa, you are still thoughtful." Wylan smiled and responded. He naturally understood what his grandfather meant, but he didn't care. Compared to facing the pressure of the royal family, it is better to let his grandfather stand in front. "You rest in the floating city for one night, and I will take you to the capital after handling some things." "Yes, sir." Waving his hand to send Wylan and the other two out of the control center, the Duke of Moravia turned around and sat back on the stone seat, supporting his chin with his left hand, and began to think deeply. So far, he is increasingly unable to understand this kid. In his opinion, this news must have been told to him by a god, and this god must not be the goddess of life. As for who it is, it could be fate, time, prophecy, or... All kinds of secret taboos flashed through his mind, and he couldn't judge for a while. However, it's better not to know too much about this matter. Who would have thought that this kid would come out of my daughter's belly? With a self-deprecating smile, the Duke of Moravia retracted his messy thoughts, opened the half-plane passage, and walked in. In the half-plane, a young woman in cloth clothes with a cold face, holding a giant sword in her hand, repeatedly swinging and sheathing the sword. Hearing the footsteps, the young woman stopped her movements, put down the giant sword, turned her head to look at the person who came and forced a smile on her face and shouted, "Grandpa, are you calm down?" The Duke of Moravia put his hands behind his back, looked at his granddaughter, and asked in a deep voice. "Calm down," the young woman replied in a deep voice. "Just calm down. After some time, I will hand that paladin over to you. It's up to you to decide whether to torture him to death or kill him with a sword." Orsia said with anger in her eyes, gritting her teeth, "Grandpa, don't worry, I will make him live a life worse than death." From childhood to adulthood, she hated people who deceived her the most, let alone this bastard who polluted her soul, changed her cognition, and made her betray her family. At the same time, Orsia was very grateful to her brother and grandfather in her heart. Both of them saved her life. Without Wylan, she might sink into depravity, become a betrayer of the world, and be spurned by the family. Without her grandfather, based on her understanding of her father, she would definitely be abandoned, lose control of her destiny, and become a tool for marriage. Even so, she did not hate her father. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. This is the truth she understood when she was a child. Cultivate yourself well. 50 years is enough time for you to become a soul paladin and soul priest. By then, your father will not hold you responsible. After all, you are also a victim of this incident, but your family's rules are like this. You will not be let off just because you are a victim. Orsia raised her head and looked at the Duke of Moravia, with a hint of pleading in her eyes, and said, "Grandpa, I want to see my brother. I will let you meet him in some time. Now you should cultivate yourself well here. After all, removing the polluted soul will seriously damage your vitality." "Yes, Grandpa." Hearing this, the Duke of Moravia nodded, waved his hand, left some fruits and vegetables containing magic power, and left. The next morning, Wylan followed his grandfather to the capital. On the way, he told the approximate hiding location of the outer god. After arriving at the capital, the Duke of Moravia asked Zumia and Kyle to rest in the manor for a while, and then took Wylan to the first magic academy in the capital. In the dean's office, Thaddeus looked at the information sent from various places, trying to find information about the leader of the Casimir organization, kill him, and make himself go one step further. Bang! Thaddeus, who was indulging in beautiful fantasies, was shocked and picked up the staff, wanting to see if it was the madman who broke the ban he set. The next moment, light appeared in the room and Thaddeus was ready. When he saw the person clearly, he showed astonishment on his face, and the staff in his hand trembled slightly. The Duke of Moravia's eyes fell on the staff in Thaddeus's hand, his eyebrows slightly frowned, and he said, "Why don't you welcome me? How dare I, how dare I?" A smile instantly appeared on Thaddeus's face. He put away the staff and said, "I wonder what the elder has come here for. I'll give you a chance." Hearing the words of the Duke of Moravia, Thaddeus's eyes flashed with doubt, but his hands did not move slowly, directly activating the magic restriction of the dean's office, cutting off this room from the main world, isolating the possibility of the legend of the capital from peeping. "Don't invite me to sit down." Seeing this, Thaddeus pushed the desk aside, took out a set of chairs, placed them in the room. Took out hot tea, poured 3 cups, and the fragrance of tea immediately filled the whole room. "Elder, please sit down." "Yes, sir." Seeing Thaddeus's attitude, the Duke of Moravia nodded politely, sat down, picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, put it down, and slowly said, "Sit down." "Thank you, Elder." Thaddeus bowed his head to thank him, and then sat opposite the Duke of Moravia. After seeing both of them sitting down, Wieland pulled over a wooden chair, sat aside, and watched quietly. "Thaddeus, I remember you are about to become a legend." "Yes, Elder, there are still 3 scales left. I will collect 12 scales of world contributions, get the recognition of the world consciousness, and help me become a legend." "That is to say, you are still 1/4 away." "Yes, Elder." Thaddeus smiled bitterly and replied, "It took me 300 years to collect 9 scales. I only hope to know the whereabouts of the leader of the Casimir organization. Elder Calyx will help me collect the remaining 3 scales of world contributions." The Duke of Moravia looked at Thaddeus and said slowly, "I have news about the outer god." "Are you serious?" Thaddeus stood up excitedly, propped his hands on the seat, and asked in disbelief. The Duke of Moravia did not care about his rudeness and said, "Let's make a deal." Hearing this, Thaddeus calmed down and sat back on the wooden chair, but his trembling hands showed that he was not calm inside. Glancing at Varen, who was sitting beside him, Thaddeus seemed to understand something, but he still looked respectful on the surface and asked, "Elder, please speak. Promise me 2 conditions." When Varen heard this, his ears moved slightly, and he looked at his grandfather as if he had known him again. The Duke of Moravia ignored the strange look of his grandson and looked at Thaddeus, who was in a dilemma, and continued to ask, "What do you think?" "Elder," Thaddeus took a deep breath and said, "I agree." "Very good." The Duke of Moravia nodded and said, "I will wait for you in Larik City in 3 days to help you kill the Outer Saint." "Thank you, Elder." Thaddeus stood up and saluted. The Duke of Moravia stood up and said before leaving, "Don't break your promise." "I understand." Thaddeus nodded and replied, closing the magic ban and restoring the dean's office to its original state. Seeing this, the Duke of Moravia grabbed Varen and left. After the 2 left, Thaddeus's eyes revealed a complicated look. The word "broken appointment" brought back a memory that he had almost forgotten. Hundreds of years ago, the Duke of Moravia had been his teacher for a period of time, but few people knew about this. Except for the nominal senior brother Tattle, only Calyx knew about it. Because of the broken appointment, he and the Duke of Moravia ended this short-lived teacher-student friendship and parted ways from then on like strangers. Thaddeus clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "I don't regret doing that back then." When he returned to the manor, Varen couldn't wait to ask, "Grandpa, why did you?" "Wait until I tell you a story, and you'll know." The Duke of Moravia waved his hand to interrupt Varen's words, came to sit on the soft leather sofa next to him, and motioned Varen to sit down. Seeing this, Varen suppressed his doubts and sat aside. "More than 600 years ago, before I became a legend, I took my nephew to travel around and study. Every time I went to a place, I would stay for a year or so. The town of Levant, a town that makes a living by growing flowers, Tuttle and I stayed there for 2 years. In this town, I met a skinny boy named Carl, who was my second student. At that time, he was just a small gardener who cultivated flowers and wanted to own his own flower shop through his own efforts. By chance, I guided him to embark on the extraordinary path and become a mage apprentice. At the beginning, he worked very hard and diligently. In his spare time, he would study the techniques of growing flowers. He was really hardworking. Time passed quickly, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. A month before leaving, I called Karl to my side and asked him if he was willing to leave the town of Levant with me. His answer was yes. A month later, when I left, I didn't see him. So far, my relationship as a master and apprentice with him has ended. After hearing this, Wylin asked, "Grandpa, didn't you go to look for him?" No, the Duke of Moravia shook his head and answered. He broke his promise, which means he didn't want to go with me, so why should I force him? Then why didn't he come? Wylin asked with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. For a flower fairy. Flower fairy? Yes, the Duke of Moravia said slowly. His life can be said to be given by the flower fairy. He didn't come that day because he went to a secret place to see his adoptive mother off to nature, which delayed his time. Hearing this, Wylin fell silent and slowly said, "Grandpa, Thaddeus is not coming to Karl, right? If you think it is, then it is. If you think it is not, then it is not. Okay, go and accompany your wife." Without waiting for Wylin to say anything, the Duke of Moravia sent Wylin out of the room. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Standing outside the room, Wylin looked a little confused. He could tell that his grandfather was very conceited, but he didn't know what happened to make him change. Could it be Grandma? Thinking of this possibility, Wylin slapped his fist, becoming more and more certain that it was Grandma who made Grandpa change his conceited character. After staying for a while, Varen left here and went to find Shermia and Kyle. In the side hall, Shermia is sitting on the left side, holding a magic book in her hand and thinking about the spell model in her mind. Kyle sat on the right, also holding a book and reading with gusto. When the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears, the two of them put down the books in their hands and looked into the distance. Wylin walked into the side hall, met the curious eyes of the two men and asked doubtfully, "What are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face?" No, Zemia shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm just curious about why you came back so quickly." Wylin walked to the wooden chair on the left and sat down and said helplessly, "Grandpa is very efficient at work, I'm just a spectator. Of course, when I visited Lord Thaddeus this time, I heard some secrets." Wylin's words aroused Shermia's interest, and she turned her head, curiosity shining in her eyes. Kyle looked calm, but he couldn't help but feel a little curious in his heart. Wylin, don't say anything else about not telling me, or you won't be able to sleep with me for a month." Shemia put down the magic book, crossed her arms, and raised her eyebrows. The smile on Wylin's face froze in an instant. He coughed slightly, hiding his embarrassment, and said, "It's nothing, I was just about to talk about it." For the sake of his own good life, Wylin gave up the idea of teasing his wife and retold the story told by his grandfather in full. Shemia looked surprised and said, "Your Excellency Thaddeus is actually Grandpa's student. This is really a great secret." Kyle touched his chin and continued, "In this way, we understand why the Duke of Moravia only raised 2 conditions instead of 3 or more conditions. I was also surprised when I was negotiating with Thaddeus, but it wasn't surprising when I learned that he was once my grandfather's student. But there's one more thing that surprised me." Seeing this, Shemia looked up at Wylin and added, "Arrogance and conceit." Yes, Wylin nodded, looked around, and when he saw no one was around, he lowered his voice and said, "Who would have thought that Grandpa actually still has this side?" After hearing this, Kyle said, "My lord, this is normal. You need to know who the teacher of the Duke of Moravia is. With such power, he naturally has the capital to be arrogant and conceited." It seems so. After Wylin heard this, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Shemia looked puzzled, thinking that Varen and Kyle were playing riddles. "I am afraid no one, in the kingdom of Ilia, knows who the Duke of Moravia's teacher is." Wylin chose to ignore Zemia's inquisitive look and warned him, "It's good for you two to know about this matter. Don't spread it to anyone." After hearing the words, the two nodded to express their understanding. "I'm ready." The next moment, a circle of light suddenly appeared at Wylin's feet. Under the gazes of Shemia and Kyle, Varen's figure disappeared in an instant. "No more," Zemia said softly, then picked up the magic book and continued reading. Seeing this scene, Kyle could only bless silently in his heart, then picked up the book and continued to immerse himself in it. If I could defeat the Duke of Moravia, maybe my lord wouldn't have to suffer. Unfortunately, if I couldn't defeat the Duke of Moravia, I would have to let my lord suffer. In the reflection world, Wylan looked at the unfamiliar scenes around him, his expression full of confusion and confusion. After coming back to his senses, Wylan followed his truest thoughts without hesitation and said loudly, "Grandpa, I was wrong. This proud and conceited old man like me doesn't want to hear this." Hearing this, Wylan's expression showed some helplessness, knowing that it was too late to admit his mistake, and he could only rely on his own strength to get out. In an instant, a shadow appeared in the reflection space like a ghost. Upon seeing this, Varen immediately summoned the living knight and the dead knight without hesitation, and directed them to attack the phantom. The battle broke out instantly. Facing the powerful black-faced shadow, the two knights worked closely with Varen and cooperated with each other. In the room, the Duke of Moravia stared closely at the battle scene on the light screen and commented, "This lazy idiot has made great progress." 3 days later, outside the 3 major satellite cities of the royal capital, Larrick City, when Varen followed his grandfather to this place, he saw that Thaddeus had been waiting here for a long time. "Senior citizens," Thaddeus came to the Duke of Moravia and took the initiative to salute. The 3 of Varen saluted Thaddeus to show respect for their elders. "Let's go," the Duke of Moravia said lightly and flew towards Larrick City. Due to the existence of the forbidden air magic circle, the 4 of Wylan could only enter the city on foot. Come to the teleportation hall, and under the guidance of a mage, go directly to the teleportation array. With the Duke existing, there is no need to abide by the teleportation rules. Under the auspices of the mage, the teleportation array began to extract the magic power from the large elemental pool. The light flashed, and the group of people disappeared here. The space changed, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the capital of the Duke of Lex. Duke Moravia took a look at this place, found the right direction, and used the teleportation spell to leave this place. In the blink of an eye, the prosperous city disappeared like a phantom, and the dense jungle appeared before his eyes like a picture scroll. Before Wylan could recover from this sudden change, he felt a disgusting breath coming like a tide. Flower Town was originally beautiful, the civilians lived and worked in peace, and the atmosphere was peaceful everywhere. However, under the insight of the spiritual vision, Wylan could only see the stinking souls occupying the human body like maggots. Suddenly, Wylan's eyes felt a stinging pain, and a huge evil thought came like a hurricane. Duke Moravia raised his hand and waved it lightly, and easily defeated the evil thought. Thaddeus swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene, but there was no fear in his eyes. "You protect them first, wait until I beat this thing half to death, and then you will end his life." The voice of the Duke of Moravia was like a bell echoing in the air. "Yes, Elder," Thaddeus responded, and then landed on the ground with Wylan and the other 2. He took out a magic prop shining with mysterious light from his arms and gently activated it. A bright light curtain appeared instantly, covering the 4 people. The next moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the space, as if it was a lake that was gently stirred. This 10-square-meter space was repelled by an invisible force and isolated from the surrounding world. In the space crack, Thaddeus sat cross-legged on the ground, staring closely at the distance. As for Wylan and the other 2, they were no exception. They sat quietly on the ground, ready to watch the battle between the Duke of Moravia and the Outer God. The Duke of Moravia came to the sky above Flower Town, raised his hand to set off a space storm, and knocked the town into the space crack. Under the violent space force, the whole town shattered, scattered into the space, and was annihilated into powder. Above the broken earth, a dark shadow emerged, rose into the air, and looked directly at the Duke of Moravia. The 2 sides looked at each other and started fighting directly. The dark shadow began to expand, madly devouring the power of the space storm, strengthening itself, and forming a 100-meter body in the blink of an eye. Roar! Black smoke burst out from the body of the dark shadow, rose into the air, covered the earth, and swallowed all the light. In the space crack, Wylan's eyes went black and lost the trace of his grandfather. Looking down, he could still see his palm. Under the cover of black smoke, the Duke of Moravia's vision was blocked, but his face was still calm. He took out the staff and hit the space hard, directly shattering this place and dragging the other party into the unknown interlayer space. The vision became clear again, but there was no trace of the Dark Shadow and the Duke of Moravia. The broken space slowly recovered under the world. Correction. Sir Thaddeus, can you find the trace of my grandfather? Facing Wyland's question, Thaddeus shook his head with some regret and said, Now we can only wait. I believe that with the ability of the Elder, he will definitely return safely. Seeing this, Wyland had to wait at ease. In the unknown interlayer space, the broken land floated in the space. The Dark Shadow stabilized his body, and his cold eyes overlooked the distance. How did you find me? His voice was low and majestic with a hint of arrogance. The Duke of Moravia stood opposite. His gray hair slowly faded, revealing a young and resolute face. His eyes flashing with cold light, and he replied in a cold voice, It will definitely be destroyed, so there is no need to know. Arrogant ants. The Dark Shadow snorted coldly, and his body quickly shrank, transformed into a human form, and cut off one of his arms without hesitation. The arm turned into a sharp weapon in the air, flashing a strange light. In an instant, a new arm grew out of the broken arm of the Dark Shadow. The new arm held the weapon and swung a sharp slash, instantly shattering a floating island. Without the suppression of the world, I will bury you with my full strength. His voice was full of confidence and arrogance. The Duke of Moravia looked indifferent, and with a thought, 3 figures slowly walked out of his body. Zoo. The young man's eyes were as calm as water, and his figure was as erratic as a phantom. He raised his hand and grabbed a legendary spear from the void. He shook it gently, and the residual power emitted by the tip of the spear was like a violent storm, instantly shattering a city of lost people on the continent. The ruins of the city dissipated in the wind, as if they had never existed. Empty. The second young man reported his name. His voice was ethereal and distant. A legendary long sword appeared in front of his chest. The sword body flashed with mysterious light. Countless demon souls struggled in the sword, trying to get out, but were firmly bound by the sword. Hand. The last young man whispered softly. His voice was as soft as the breeze, and he put his hands together and took out a priest's staff from his palm. The scepter flashed with the light of life, and the whole body exuded a warm breath, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace of mind. The Dark Shadow stared at the 3 young men in front of him who looked exactly the same, laughed arrogantly and said, Although you are strong, as a warrior of the Black Prison, I will definitely be superior to you. Fight, Duke Moravia shouted in a low voice, and then his figure disappeared without a trace, quietly hiding in a dark corner. The 3 legendary middle-level masters heard the news and burst out with endless power, sweeping towards the Dark Shadow like a surging torrent. Facing the 3 people who were 1 level lower than him, the Dark Shadow put away his contempt, burst out with all his strength, and started a life and death struggle. There was no slightest temptation, no concealment, and both sides aimed to kill each other's souls as soon as they came up. The continent collapsed in the aftermath of the fierce fight between the 4 people, and tens of millions of lost people were instantly shattered, turning into dots of afterglow and dissipating in the void. For these innocent lives, Duke Moravia turned a blind eye, and the Dark Shadow didn't care at all. In an instant, half of the Dark Shadow's body was shattered under the powerful attack, but in the next moment, he recovered at an astonishing speed. He dodged the attack of the magic, knocked the legendary sword away with his backhand, and then attacked Zhu with all his power. However, in an instant, the space changed slightly, causing the Dark Shadow's attack to fail. Facing the siege of 4 people, the Dark Shadow gradually showed signs of fatigue, struggled to draw a sharp attack, and then quickly retreated thousands of miles, looking into the distance. His mind became more and more solemn. The other party has the help of the world consciousness and the help of the gods, so it would be difficult for him to leave safely. I thought I could defeat the other party easily, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. I didn't notice it just now, but now I carefully sensed it and found that the laws of space have changed, and they are constantly changing. This means that if you want to escape from here, you can only kill the other party. In this way, you are undoubtedly trapped in a dead end. The Dark Shadow shook and stepped forward to fight. After an unknown amount of time, the Dark Shadow gradually dimmed. Without energy replenishment, the Black Prison law was suppressed, and it could only burn the power of the soul to resist the opponent. Suddenly, the space began to shrink, forming a cage, trapping the dark shadow in it. A ball of light appeared out of thin air, grabbing information, but only got a god's name and no other information. After a while, the light bowl dissipated, and the four surrounded the dark shadow in the center, casting a spell together to grab the black domain law. When the dark shadow still had a trace of consciousness, the Duke of Moravia decisively stopped, took back the void and the trace, tore open the space, grabbed the space cage, and returned to the main world. At this moment, the four people who were waiting in the space crack saw the return of the Duke of Moravia and stood up suddenly. Thaddeus removed the magic instrument and let the four people return to the real world. Thaddeus, come on. After receiving instructions from the Duke of Moravia, Thaddeus came to the space cage, used his strongest spell, and attacked the dark shadow. After 3 consecutive flames of annihilation, the last trace of the dark shadow's weak will was finally extinguished. The next moment, under the power of the world, the dark shadow's body and the space cage were shattered together. After the dark shadow's body was reduced to ashes, a virtual disc appeared in front of everyone. Wylan looked up and saw that the disc had 365 marks, dividing the disc into 365 parts, 9 of which were purple. Except for the 12th, 108th, and 360th marks, which were red, the rest were white. A faint light emerged and poured into the disc, turning the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th marks purple. Before Wylan could observe carefully, the disc gradually faded until it completely dissipated. That's the world disc. When you touch the legend, it will appear. Looking at Wylan's puzzled expression, Duke Moravia stroked his gray beard and slowly explained, "Black is punishment, purple is merit, white is nothing, and red is the boundary. 12 purple marks can be promoted to Kingdom Legend. 108 purple marks can become a Continent Legend. 360 purple marks can become a World Legend. A high-level soul demon can be equivalent to 1 to 3 purple marks, but it is only effective under the first red mark. Above it, 10 high-level soul demons can be equivalent to 1 purple mark. As for the second red mark, that is, the 109th purple mark, it requires 237 high-level soul demons." After hearing this, Wylan asked, "Grandpa, how many high-level soul demons are needed for the 110th purple mark?" 287.5, count as 288. Duke Moravia answered after hearing this. "There are both zeros and integers. Have you ever tried it?" Wylan looked at his grandfather with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Seeing this, the Duke of Moravia glanced at his grandson, was silent for a moment, and answered, "I guess so." Seeing this, Wylan shut up wisely and did not dare to ask any more questions, fearing that his grandfather would throw him into the reflection space again. "Thaddeus, how do you feel?" Hearing the Duke of Moravia's question, Thaddeus opened his eyes and answered, "As long as I want, I can break through that barrier at any time and become a legend." "How long will it take to consolidate?" 3 years, Thaddeus answered. 3 years, not bad. The Duke of Moravia nodded and said, "Now, I will tell you the first condition." "Elder, please speak," Thaddeus asked with a serious face. 3 years later, I will go to Kixing territory and guard this place for 30 years. Do you have any doubts?" Thaddeus looked at Wylan and then at Duke Moravia. As he guessed, the traces of the outer gods were related to the Child of Miracle. "Elder, I have no objection." Duke Moravia nodded and said, "I will persuade Callus you don't need to pay attention." "I understand," Thaddeus replied respectfully. "Wylan, do you have anything else to do?" Hearing his grandfather's question, Wylan came back to his senses, shook his head, and said, "Grandpa, I don't have anything to do, but I wonder when this cleansing will end now that the outer gods are dead. It will be as short as 1 year or as long as 3 years. When you have an epiphany and can walk into the secret realm, it means that this disaster is over." Hearing this ambiguous answer, Wylan knew that his grandfather didn't know when this turmoil would end. However, the strength of the Western region is intact. As long as the legend does not die, Kixing territory can easily deal with the Grey Wasteland Monster Clan army that is about to invade the western border. After the operation, Duke Moravia led everyone to use space movement, and flew to the southern border of the kingdom of Ilia. When passing by the Leia forest, Duke Moravia caught 3 gold-level monsters and killed them casually. He gave the fattest one to Wylan and put the remaining 2 into the half-plane, ready to go back and let the chef cook it well. After a good fight, he had an appetite. When they reached the border of Dani province, Wylan and Duke Moravia parted ways here. Landed in the jungle, watched Grandpa go away, until his figure disappeared from sight, and then took Zumia and Kyle to Huofeng territory. Wylan, do you think that if we go to Huofeng territory so rashly, will it catch our 4th brother off guard? Zumia flew to Wylan and asked with some doubts. Don't worry. Wylan waved his hand and replied with a smile, I went to share good things with my 4th brother this time. He was so eager to welcome me, how could I be caught off guard? It seems so. Zumia nodded, without asking any more questions. When they reached a valley, Wylan caught a few silver monsters, tied them up, and stuffed them into the druid's book, preparing to use them as appetizers when enjoying the gold-level monsters. In the bushes, more than 100 monsters looked at each other as their leader was captured, and then rushed up, forming new teams in groups of 3 or 2, and left this dangerous place. Although this place can be called a treasure land, after the leader was captured, it is just a treasure land and no longer suitable for living. In Huofeng Castle, Lysies put on his armor, mounted his horse, and looked at the 800 knights and 3,000 warriors gathered in the officialdom. He swept his eyes over everyone's face and ordered loudly. Let's go! The voice echoed in the castle like thunder. After receiving the order, the army moved quickly, marched in a neat pace and high morale, left the castle and marched south. Afa, this is up to you. Lysies' eyes fell on a middle-aged knight, his eyes full of trust. A middle-aged knight bowed and saluted, and replied respectfully, My lord, please rest assured, I will protect the mistress and the castle. Wait for me to come back. After that, Lysies lightly clamped the horse's belly and rode out of the castle. 800 knights moved at the news, their movements were uniform, and the flags on their backs fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. 3 hours later, Afa, who was patrolling the city wall, saw 3 figures in the distance, with a solemn face. Afa, long time no see. A familiar voice sounded in his ears, and Afa put down his guard and replied respectfully, Master Wylan, long time no see. After that, Afa waved to the soldiers guarding the city and asked them to continue patrolling and standing guard. Facing a strong enemy, knowing that they would die, they were still able to control their fear and stick to their posts, proving that the army that their master invested resources and money to train was very reliable. Wylan fell from the sky and stood on the castle wall. After accepting Afa's salute, he immediately asked, Where is my 4th brother? Master Wylan, my master led the army to the south 3 hours ago. Why? Wylan jumped off the wall, came to Afa and asked, Is there an invasion of monsters? Master Wylan, it's not an invasion of monsters, but a group of bandits. Afa answered without hiding anything. Seeing this, Wylan felt a little doubt in his heart. He put his hands behind his back and said, Tell me in detail. After hearing this, Afa spoke. Master Wylan, this group of bandits appeared half a year ago. Among them are kobolds, goblins, lizardmen, goblins, ratmen, and even half-dragons. The number of them is at about 1,000 people. They became plundering, and every time they captured a village or town, they would take away the civilians and livestock in the village, and it is speculated that they may be used as food. According to the adventurers who inquired about the information, the leader of this bandit is a human being, which is even more unpredictable. 3 months ago, this bandit ambushed and killed a border patrol team, which led to the kingdom's army to clear it up. I thought that this bandit had been completely eliminated, but I didn't expect that it reappeared in the past half-month. Late last night, an adventurer came to report that these bandits had just finished plundering the Baron de Bourg territory and were heading towards 100 Fires town. After the Lord learned of the news, he assembled his troops and went to ambush the bandits. Where's the adventurer? Wylan had a bad feeling in his heart, and it always felt like it was too much of a coincidence. According to Afa's statement, the fact that this bandit can exist for such a long time and even survive the eradication by the kingdom's army shows that its method of hiding its traces cannot be discovered by idlers. And how did the adventurer who reported the news discover it? In the castle, Afa was confused but still answered truthfully. Go and bring the people. Yes, Master Wylin. Upon seeing this, Afa bowed his head and saluted, and then waved to summon 2 knights, asking them to go to the guest room to invite the adventurer. In less than a moment, a slightly thin man was brought to the city wall. He was wearing inferior leather armor, with a dagger hanging on his waist and several cloth bags tied behind his waist. Lord Afa, I don't know what you want from me. A flash of panic flashed in the thin man's eyes. He glanced at the 2 men and 1 woman standing aside and asked cautiously, Sandy, this is. Before Afa could finish speaking, Varen interrupted him with a wave of his hand and glanced at Kyle. Kyle saw this and directly used Charm Humans. The next moment, the thin man looked dazed and his eyes were dull. Let me ask you, how did you learn that the gangsters were going to attack Bayhio town in Fire Peak territory? The thin man answered, others told me. After hearing this, Afa's expression changed drastically. This was different from the information he described last night. Who is it? I don't know. The man asked me to deliver the letter, so I came. He asked you to deliver the letter, so you delivered the letter. Aren't you afraid of death? Wyland's expression condensed and he asked. Afraid? The thin man trembled instinctively and then continued to reply. But he told me that Viscount Huofeng would never see through my lies, so I could report the news boldly and get the reward. After asking this, Wyland lost interest and waved to Afa, asking him to take the person down. Afa looked gloomy and waved to the 2 knights to take the man down and imprison him until his master came back. As expected, the other party's target is Huofeng Castle. After hearing his master's words, Kyle nodded in agreement and replied, My lord, you're right. Lord Lyses has more than 3,000 elite warriors, and those bandits will definitely be difficult to resist. In this way, the other party's purpose is very clear, to transfer the elites of the Fire Peak leader away from this place, so as to have a peek at the Fire Peak castle. As for the more than 1,000 bandits, they are probably just bait. Master Wylin, I will close the city gate and deploy the city defense. After saying that, Afa was about to leave but was stopped by Varen. Just keep it as it is and leave the rest to me. I want to see what dares to put an idea on my 4th brother's head. After making the decision, Afa chose to obey Varen's order and keep Fire Peak Castle as it was, maintaining only the most basic vigilance. More than 100 kilometers away from Huofeng Castle, several men in black robes emerged from the ground and looked at each other. One of them was the first to speak. It's time to take action. Those trash can't resist for long. We have to speed up. Let's go and get that thing back so that we can avoid the fate of being devoured. One of the men in black echoed. If it weren't for your wrong decision, how could you have lost that thing and ended up with it? Poor slaves, it was wasted like this. A charming female voice sounded, her tone full of resentment. Okay, now is not the time for internal strife. A tall man in black spoke up to stop the dispute, turned into a black shadow, blended into the ground and headed north. Seeing this, the other 4 people got into the ground and followed. Those gangsters were slave sacrifices, so they were not slaves. If you can't get that thing back, not only will your body be devoured, but your soul will also be unable to escape. On top of the city wall, Kyle opened his eyes, looked south and said, My lord, here we come. Dark Elf, why are these guys here? Varen muttered to himself with a trace of doubt in his eyes. You will know after you capture them and search for their souls, Kyle replied. That's right, instead of guessing, we should capture them all and search their souls. Kyle's figure disappeared on the city wall and appeared dozens of kilometers away. He raised his hand and grabbed the 5 black shadows that had sneaked into the ground. The last moment he was still in the soil, and the next moment he appeared in the air. The 5 people looked at the blond man floating in the air, twisting their bodies frantically, trying to break free. But they were powerless and could only watch the other party take them to the castle. At this moment, the 5 men in black completed the first stage of the goal and arrived at the castle, but they did not sneak in quietly, but were captured by the other party. Looking at the black clothes, Wyland felt a little annoying and waved his hand to get rid of them. The next moment, 5 dark elves, 3 men and 2 women, were all naked and displayed in front of everyone. The guards couldn't help but cast their eyes on the 3. female dark elves, which caused Afa to scold them. Zumia, who was standing nearby, coughed lightly, turned her head, and then with a thought, she used the broken pieces to cover the important parts of the dark elf. Search the soul. Seeing this, Wylin also lost the desire to interrogate directly and asked Kyle to search the soul directly. Hearing this, Kyle grabbed the soul of a female dark elf and began to search for useful information. As he got to know more, Kyle's expression became more and more strange. Wylin, who was standing aside, looked at Kyle's changing expression and was very curious, but he did not ask immediately, but waited for the other party to complete the soul search. 10 minutes later, Kyle crushed the soul in his hand, looked up at his master and said, "In short, this group of people lost a blood magic gold coin, and Lord Lyses brought it back without knowing it. Facing the Golden Knight, they have no ability to rob it by force, so they can only use a trick to transfer Lord Lyses away, take the opportunity to sneak into the castle, and take back the blood magic gold coin." "Is there no other reason?" Wylin asked suspiciously with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Kyle spread his hands on the surface, as if to indicate that he had not found anything else, but secretly conveyed the information to Wylin through his voice. "Master, there is indeed no other reason, but I have learned about a dark world from the soul of the dark elves." Wylin remained calm on the surface, but his heart was stirred. He asked Kyle through his voice, "Where is it?" "About 400 kilometers southwest of Huofeng territory. There is a teleportation array leading to the dark world. Don't rush this matter. Wait until I see my fourth brother." "Yes, sir." After finishing this matter, Ilin waved his hand to call Afa and said to him, "Take them down." "Yes, Master Wylin." Afa bowed and saluted, then asked the soldiers to tie up the 4 dark elves, take them to the dungeon and imprison them, waiting for their master to deal with them. Then, under the guidance of Afa, Wylin stepped into the castle. The architectural style of the inner castle is solemn, and the reliefs on the walls are lifelike. Suddenly, Wylin's eyes were attracted by a blue figure, wearing a blue long skirt, the skirt fluttering in the wind. The body is weak, but not without dignity, and there is a kind of innate elegance in every move. Ariel Axe meets Earl Kixing. Wylin raised his hand and helped the other party up in the air, with a gentle smile on his face, and responded, "Sister-in-law, there is no need to be polite, just call me by my name." He didn't know much about the woman in front of him, only that she was from the Murran family and was the youngest daughter of this generation of Earl Murran. Among the many Earl families in the kingdom, the comprehensive strength of the Murran family is below average. There is only 1 Earl and 2 Viscounts in the family. As for why his father chose to let the 4th brother go for marriage, perhaps only he knew. Or perhaps the eldest brother also knew some inside information. "Sister-in-law, hello." While Wylin was thinking, Zumia walked forward with a smile, took Ariel's right hand, with a gentle and kind attitude, her eyes full of curiosity and expectation, and asked in a crisp voice, "Sister-in-law, can you take me to see this castle?" "Of course." Ariel's face flushed slightly and she nodded gently. Seeing the two leave, Wylin walked directly into the hall. The light in the hall was a little dim, and his eyes wandered around, carefully looking at the surrounding deployment. There were exquisite paintings hanging on the walls, showing the history and glory of the castle. Wylin looked left and right, and couldn't help but sigh at the poor taste of his 4th brother. Afa, who was about to leave, couldn't help twitching his mouth when he heard Wylin's words, but he said nothing and left silently. Instructing the servants to prepare tea and send it to the two, Afa went to the city gate to guard, waiting for his master to return safely. Kyle glanced at his master, then sat aside, took out a thick book, and began to read attentively. As night fell outside the Fire Peak Fort, Lyses led the knights to return first, and the army stayed behind to escort supplies. This time the bandits were eliminated. Not only a large amount of treasures were obtained, but also thousands of people were harvested. Thinking of this, Lyses couldn't help but smile. As for Baron Deberg coming to him to ask for people, it depends on whether the sword in his hand is sharp. He doesn't have this reason to spit out what he has eaten, to open up the border territory. It's all about who is black-hearted and who is cruel enough. It's not too late to manage those etiquette and morality after the strength is strong. Hundreds of meters away from the city gate, Lyses saw the figure of Afa, and with a little effort he jumped up from the horse, crossed a distance of 100 meters, and landed in front of the city gate. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Afah looked at the broken stone slabs. A trace of heartache flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but advise, "My lord, these are all money." Rises looked down at dozens of broken stone slabs under his feet. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he coughed lightly to cover up his gaffe, and asked, "After I left, did the enemy attack?" "No," Afah replied. Rises nodded after hearing this and felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to enter the castle, he heard Afah say, "My lord, Master Wylan is visiting and is waiting for you in the hall now." Rises stopped, and his eyes immediately showed excitement. He couldn't wait to ask, "When did he come?" Afah answered, "Master Wylan came 3 hours after you left the castle." "I'll leave the knights to you first. I have to go wash up." Rises looked at the dust on his armor, said something to Afah, and hurried into the castle, his steps brisk and eager. At this moment, in the castle hall, Wylan was lying on a rattan chair without any image, reading the government log written by Afah. "Wylan." Hearing the familiar voice, Wylan sat up from the rattan chair, put the rattan chair into the space equipment at a very fast speed, and greeted him with a big smile on his face. "Fourth brother, long time no see." "It's been a long time." Lissy stepped forward and hugged Wylan and said with emotion. After hugging, Wylan let go of Lissy's and said apologetically, "Fourth brother, I'm sorry that I couldn't attend your wedding. Anyway, it's okay if your gift arrives. It doesn't matter if you come or not." Lissy's heard the words and laughed and teased. Seeing this, Wylan covered his chest and said with some resentment, "Fourth brother, what you said hurts my brother's heart." "Hello." Looking at Wylan's appearance, Lissy's laughed out loud. After a conversation, Wylan handed the gold-level monster and several silver-level monsters in the druid's book to Kyle and asked him to cook them. After receiving instructions from his master, Kyle nodded, moved his mind, let the corpses of the monsters float in the air, and walked out of the hall. Only Wylan and Lissy's were left in the hall. As for Zumia and Ariel, they had been completely forgotten by the two. In a few words, Wylan told Lissy's the Dark Elf's plan in detail. When he learned about the blood curse gold coin, Lissy's expression instantly became solemn, his brows knitted tightly, and he muttered to himself, "Why do I feel inexplicably manic when I get close to the pile of gold coins? It turns out to be this thing. Window. Tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix." Wylan thought about it, looked at Lissy's, and said in a deep voice, "Fourth brother, there is one more thing that I have to evaluate before I can tell you. You are more capable than me. Now even my father has been defeated by you. I listen to you." Lissy's replied with a smile on his face. "Fourth brother, thank you for your trust. Why are we brothers so polite? Tomorrow, I will take you to visit the Fire Peak territory to see your fourth brother's hard work over the past 50 years. Lyses put his hand on Varen's shoulder and rested his head on his in front of his forehead and said. When Wylan heard this, he felt impatient in his heart. "It has been more than 30 years since I last visited Huofingeling. By the way, fourth brother, have you heard about the second sister again?" Lyses looked puzzled, frowned slightly, and said, "The paladin died during the Great Purge. The second sister was heartbroken. Didn't she follow her grandfather to practice?" "Really?" Wylan touched his face and said a little unnaturally. Lyses noticed Wylan's strangeness, looked a little suspicious, and asked, "Why, is there something hidden?" "Ha ha ha, it's nothing." Varen laughed and said with a smile, "It smells so good. Kyle is almost ready. Let's go out and take a look." Lyses had some doubts in his heart, but when Wylan said this, he gave up the idea of going deeper. Coming to the square, the sun shines on the ground, forming patches of mottled light and shadow. The three Kyles were busily shuttled among them, their movements skillful and graceful. Wylan stood aside, quietly admiring all this, with the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously and his eyes flashing with joy. After turning around, he found a shady place, took out an exquisite wicker chair, and gently lying down gently. "Put your hands behind your head, close your eyes slightly, and feel the pleasant breeze blowing on your cheeks." Seeing this, Lyses shook his head helplessly, waved to call a few servants, and whispered, "Go to Afah and ask him to move my treasured 3-grain fruit wine from the warehouse." The servants followed the order and left. Lyses pulled a chair, placed it next to Varen, and then sat down firmly. He looked around and glanced at every corner, always feeling that something was missing. Suddenly, Lyses's eyes rested on Wylin, and he seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, I heard that your wife is also here. Why didn't you see anyone?" When Wylin heard this, he was stunned for a moment and then asked Lyses, "What about sister-in-law?" Lyses didn't react for a while. He looked a little confused, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. "Yes, where is my wife?" "No, isn't it possible that Ariel is accompanying Shermia?" Asking knowingly, Varen looked at Lyses as if he were a fool. "Why are you looking at me? We have been chatting for so long, but you glanced aside your partner." "It can't be justified." Lyses pushed Varen with his hand and asked, "Didn't the two of them also glance at us aside?" Wylin rolled his eyes at Lyses and said, "Besides, it's not suitable for them to get along with us. When they smell the fragrance later, they will know how to do it themselves. If you come here, we don't have to worry about it, just wait and see." Lyses thought carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. Then he leaned back on the chair and waited with peace of mind. Half an hour later, Shermia and Ariel came to the square. Letting go of Ariel's hand, Shermia bowed to Lyses and greeted with a smile, "Fourth brother." "No need to be polite, come and sit down." Lyses stood up with a smile on his face and greeted him. After being polite, Zemia came to her husband's side. Her eyes fell on Wylin. A smirk flashed in her eyes. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently poked Wylin's face, as if teasing him. A cute little animal. Wylin tilted his head slightly, looked at Zemia with a trace of doubt in his eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Shemia shook her head and replied with a smile, then took a bench, placed it next to the wicker chair and sat down. On the other side, Lyses and Ariel leaned against each other and communicated quietly. In less than a moment, the air was filled with the aroma of food. Wylin sat up from the wicker chair and looked at the long table filled with food, feeling impatient in his heart. I have to say that Kyle's skills have improved again. After enjoying a delicious meal, Wylin returned to the wicker chair and stroked his belly, feeling very satisfied. Seeing that more than half of the food was left on the table, Wylin was not ready to move his mouth. As long as you think about it, you can eat even 10 times more, but everything is done in moderation. These remaining dishes are just for the Knights of Fourth Brother to improve their strength. If offered directly, Lyses would definitely refuse given his character. But in this way, he just had to accept it. In the next 3 days, under the leadership of Lyses, Varen took a good tour of the Fire Peak territory. Compared with the Huofeng territory more than 30 years ago, the Huofeng territory at this time had an area of 9,500 square kilometers, a population of 130,000, and an elite army of 6,000. In addition, the Fire Peak leader has 7 extraordinary resources. Among them, the promotion to Viscount was supported by the family. When I got married, my mother sent one in private. The remaining 5 were developed by Lyses himself. In a heavily guarded orchard, Wylin looked at the 3 striped fruits on the tree and felt a little familiar. "Fourth brother, can I try one?" Wylin turned to look at Lyses and asked. "Why are you being polite? Just take it if you want to eat it. It's not a precious thing." Lyses heard this and replied with a smile, "Besides, even if it is a precious thing, I can't refuse to give it to you if you want it." "Thank you, fourth brother." After that, Wylin picked a 3-striped fruit, wiped the dew on it, took a bite, and tasted it carefully. Suddenly, he remembered that the taste of this fruit was not one of the dozens of baskets of fruits he had eaten at his grandfather's house. So that's why he felt very familiar. It seems that his mother took it from his grandfather, and after some cultivation, it was sent to his 4th brother. However, Wylin did not tell this matter, but hid it in his heart and continued to visit the orchard. 3 days later, after ending this short visit, Wylin said goodbye to Lyses, took Zumia and Kyle to the southwest, and prepared to explore the dark world first. Before leaving, Wylin found the Blood Curse gold coin and was about to put it into the space ring. But it was swallowed by the Druid's book. At the edge of the Leia forest, Wylin and his 2 companions landed in the jungle. According to the information obtained from the soul of the Dark Elf, they came to a damaged 1,000-year-old dead tree. Removing the boulder that blocked the entrance, Kyle moved his mind and broke the warning magic circle in less than 3 seconds. With a little perception, he knew the number of dark elves and the number of strong men guarding the teleportation array. 1 silver high-level dark elf assassin, 2 silver high-level dark elf priests, 6 silver mid-level dark elf archers, 15 silver low-level dark elf warriors, and 153 bronze-level dark elf warriors. Overall, it can be regarded as a qualified guard team. But it's a pity that they met Wylan and his 2 companions. "My lord, should we capture them alive or kill them?" "Kill them," Wylan nodded and replied after hearing this. "All that should be known has been known, and these dark elves are not worth interrogating." Kyle raised his palm upwards, condensed a holy flame, and threw it into the cave. The short screams came to an abrupt end. Nearly 200 dark elves died silently, leaving no bones, and even their souls were burned to ashes by the holy flame. Entering the cave, Wylan scanned the inner wall. Dark red bloodstains were faintly visible. The deeper he went, the more other colors appeared on the stone wall, forming the words of the dark elves. Among the 3 people, except Wylan, Zumia and Kyle could understand the words on it. They were nothing more than praises for the Spider Queen Ross or descriptions of sacrificial rituals. Passing through the long and narrow passage, the 3 came to a stone door. Pushing open the stone door, weapons and armor were scattered on the ground, and the bonfire was burning. Everything was well preserved, but there was no trace of the dark elves. Kyle's figure flickered, and he teleported to the central stone platform and broke the self-destruct mechanism of the teleportation array. Seeing this, Wylan was not idle either. He took out a book made of gray blanks from a fairly neat tent, came to Zumia, handed it to her, and said, "What's written on it?" Hearing this, Zumia took the book from her husband, opened it, and began to translate. On August 12, 9764, in the glorious calendar, 300 strong human slaves were received and transported back to Malachi's to sacrifice to the great Spider Queen. On August 15, 9764, in the glorious calendar, the traces of human adventurers were discovered and captured alive. 3 women were awarded to lowly warriors, and the remaining 2 men were used to relieve loneliness. On August 21, 9764, in the glorious calendar, the toys were squeezed dry. Human men are so weak and not as strong as ogres. In the glorious calendar, 9764. Zemia translated expressionlessly, and Wylan listened with a strange look. In general, it fits his stereotype of dark elves. This guy really has no taboos. He mentioned ogres, evil eyes, and even underground eyeless giant snakes many times. After reading the last paragraph, Zumia gently used both hands to crush this private diary. "Wylan, next time, don't give me this kind of garbage to translate." "Ugh." Facing Zumia's serious look, Wylan touched the back of his head awkwardly. He couldn't understand the words on it, so how could he know if it was garbage? Looking at Wylan's eyes, Zumia suddenly remembered that her husband was illiterate in language, and it was the same as if she had said nothing. "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say this." At the same time, after Kyle modified the teleportation mechanism and identification band of the teleportation array, he was about to recheck the spatial orientation when he saw the teleportation array light up. In the dark cave, the strong light was particularly dazzling. Wylan turned his head and saw 3 dark elves appear on the teleportation array, 1 female and 2 males. The man was dressed conservatively and looked indifferent. The woman was dressed revealingly, almost like she was wearing nothing, with indifference and disdain in her eyes. The dark elf priest quickly glanced around, and when she saw Kyle standing not far away, her pupils suddenly shrank. She was about to react, but was pressed down on the stone altar by a huge pressure. "Who are you?" Under the huge pressure, the dark elf priest's chest was severely deformed. She raised her head with difficulty and stared at Kyle. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. The 2 silver intermediate dark elf warriors had already been breathing more than breathing under such pressure. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were twitching slightly. Kyle slowly came to the teleportation array, looked down at the golden low-level dark elf priest, raised his foot, stepped on her head, and said indifferently, "When you are not told to speak, shut up." The dark elf priest's eyes were burning with humiliation and anger. Her lips trembled slightly, but she dared not make a sound. She has always been the one who stepped on others, and when has she ever been stepped on by others? Wylan came to the stone altar and looked at the dark elf priest with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Then he turned his head to look at Zumia and said, "Leave it to you." Zumia nodded, took out the staff, and cast a mental spell. The staff in her hand flashed a faint light. "Okay." Zumia's voice broke the brief silence. Hearing this, Kyle loosened his feet and dispersed the pressure on the three dark elves. The dark elf priest struggled to get up, his body swaying slightly. Then he knelt on the ground without hesitation, knocked his head heavily on the ground, and saluted to Zumia, saying, "Sally greets the master." "How long can it last?" Wylan asked. "As long as you don't face the gods directly. It's theoretically permanent." Shemya heard the words and answered. She thought for a while and added, "It's best not to let her get close to the statue, as she will be easily discovered." "As expected of my wife, she is amazing." Varen praised with a smile, then looked at the two dying silver mid-level dark elf warriors, slightly raised his right hand, and motioned for Kyle to take action. Kyle nodded slightly when he saw this, and then sent the two silver intermediate dark elf warriors on their way. Being able to die in the hands of an angel is considered the greatest honor in their lives. The dark elf priest, whose cognition was modified, stood aside and witnessed this scene. His eyes did not waver at all, as if the two warriors had nothing to do with her. "Tell me what you know." Hearing this, Sally raised her head and looked at Shermia. After receiving permission, she replied, "The dark world I am in is called Kabila, and it covers an area of 2.3 million square kilometers. My tribe is called the Ebisi tribe. It has one main city, 3 auxiliary cities, and 15 small cities. There are 300,000 dark elves, millions of slaves, and dozens of vassal tribes. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. In the southeastern region of Kabila's dark world, there are 3 other tribes with comparable power to the Abis tribe, namely the Narada tribe of Grey Dwarves, the Widri tribe of Fell Bats, and the Burt Gale tribe of Minotaurs. In the Abis tribe, there is a mid-level soul patriarch, a low-level soul high priest, and a low-level soul assassin. As for the gold-level dark elves, there are more than 100 of them, belonging to 3 factions. The faction I belong to is the Sinclair family. The entire faction is headed by Patriarch Novia Sinclair, including me. There are 43 gold-level extraordinary people, all with the surname Sinclair. Comprehensive, the strength is superior to that of High Priest Crane Judith and Dark Lord Jeshua. This teleportation array belongs to the Sinclair family, and I am in charge of it. Outside the main city of Malachis of the Ebis tribe, I own a small town as a fiefdom, with 3,000 dark elves and 12,000 slaves serving me. Also, after listening to the words of the dark elf priest, Varen frowned and asked, "Is there any legendary powerhouse in the dark world of Karabi?" Hearing this, Sally shook her head in confusion and said, "I heard there is, but I don't know if there is." "Is that true?" Shemya stared at Sally and asked coldly. "Master, please punish me." Sally was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, knocked her head on the ground, and said in a trembling voice. Seeing this scene, Wylan's eyes flashed with curiosity. He looked at Zemia and asked, "You added those memories to her?" Hearing this, Shermia looked at Wylan, blinked her eyes and said, "I just dissected her 100 times in the illusion, and when her consciousness collapsed, she casually wrote some memories to be loyal to me." 100 times? Kyle's eyes lit up, and he decided to learn the way of the soul when he went back. As for Varen, he felt a chill in his back and looked at the dark elf priest in front of him with some pity. No wonder he was scared like this. Let's go to the dark world of Karabi first, and see if we can collect some useful information." After hearing his master's words, Kyle raised his hand and cast the spell Breath of Hiddenness. A gray magic gauze covered the 3 of them, transforming their appearance into dark elves. As long as the legendary powerhouse did not investigate carefully, it would be impossible to discover their identities. After getting ready, the 4 people came to the center of the teleportation array and activated the teleportation array. The teleportation array emits a dazzling light, enveloping the 3 of them. Under the illumination of the light, the figures of the 4 people gradually disappeared. Light flashed and 4 people appeared in the dark world. The 2 silver low-level dark elf warriors guarding the teleportation array turned around and looked at the figure of the dark elf priest. A trace of doubt flashed in their eyes, but they did not dare to ask. They knelt on the ground and saluted as a sign of respect. In the Abai's tribe, there is a strict hierarchy on the surface. The patriarch and high priest have a high status, followed by the matrons and priests of each family, then the female dark elves and powerful male dark elves, and then the ordinary male dark elves, and finally those slaves. The 2 of them belong to the 3rd level, so naturally they dare not offend the majesty of the priest. Send the order, seal the teleportation array, open the time, and wait for my order. The dark elf priest lowered his head and glanced at the dark elf warrior kneeling at his feet and said in a contemptuous tone, "Yes, respected priest Sally." The 2 dark elf warriors replied respectfully. The dark elf priest heard this and left the place. The 3 men dressed as dark elves followed the dark elf priest, left the teleportation array, came to the center of the city, boarded a bustling carriage, and left the fortress. When leaving the city, the dark elves guarding the city gate looked at the scene inside the carriage and couldn't help but cast envious glances. The carriage was driving on a fairly flat road. Varen looked out the window and saw a dark elf holding a bone whip, driving a group of dwarfs to step on the mushrooms in the field. If you look carefully, you can easily find some skeletons in the field. You don't need to think too much to know that these dark elves took the corpses to fertilize the fields. Half an hour later, the carriage slowly arrived at Kirsten Town, the territory of dark elf priest Sally. A handsome dark elf young man came to the carriage, knelt on the ground, devoutly kissed the toes of dark elf priest Sally, and muttered cordial blessings. Sally's eyes flashed with violence. She raised her foot and trampled her face mercilessly under her foot, with a twisted expression on her face as she enjoyed the pleasure of kneading. "Gone." Shermia stepped out of the carriage expressionlessly and said indifferently. When dark elf priest Sally heard this voice, a flash of panic flashed in her eyes. She kicked the face in front of her away and walked towards the town. On both sides of the road, whether they were dark elves or slaves, they all knelt on the ground in fear and saluted Sally respectfully. Entering the private residence of the Sally family, the interior decoration made Wyland's eyes flash with curiosity. Arriving in the hall, Sally glanced at the dark elf guards guarding the side and said coldly, "Everyone, get out." "Yes, master." The 8 dark elf guards replied in unison. As the door slowly closed, Sally's disguise was instantly removed, her legs softened, and she knelt on the ground with a plop. Her head bowed deeply, quietly waiting for instructions. Zemia ignored Sally, who was kneeling on the ground, and went straight to the upper seat, sitting elegantly on the blanket, picked up the book placed aside and flipped through it carelessly. Wyland put his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely in the hall, sometimes reaching out to touch the tapestry on the wall, and sometimes stopping to look at the decorations in the corner. As for Kyle, he sat quietly aside, closed his eyes, and concentrated on sensing the surrounding situation. "Sally, go and bring all your books here." "Yes, master." Sally bowed her head and answered, then stood up and left the hall. After the dark elf priest left, Wyland came to sit next to Kyle and started chatting to kill time. After a while, Sally brought a pile of books to the hall, at Zumia's feet, for her to read. After a simple flip through, there was nothing new. To find out whether there are legendary strongmen in this dark world, you have to go to Malachai's, the main city of Ebis. Of course, it is also possible to trick the soul-conscious dark elves here to search for souls and find useful information. But in such a tribe with many believers, the 3 soul-conscious dark elves will definitely be noticed by the Spider Queen Ross. If you act rashly, you may be remembered by the Spider Queen Ross. In Ilaria, among the gods, the Spider Queen Ross is famous for her insidiousness and cunningness. In addition, it is possible to attract the attention of the legendary strongman. If he is discovered by the other party, he may not be able to escape. "Ali, let me ask you, does your patriarch have the habit of recording secrets?" Wyland looked at Sally and asked. Sally heard this and answered respectfully, "Yes. 3 years ago, when I sent a concubine to the patriarch, I saw what she was writing. Because of this, she punished me and sacrificed the 2 concubines who saw her recording secrets to my god in the most cruel way. Hearing this, Wylan had an idea in his mind. As for letting Sally steal with her strength, I am afraid that she will be discovered by the soul-level dark elf patriarch before she gets close. For now, the only way is to let Kyle go. Ambush halfway is the only way at present. Does your patriarch have the habit of going out? Sally replied respectfully, Your Excellency, the patriarch will go out for about 10 days in March every year. Lin asked where to go. I don't know. Sally lowered her head and replied, but when the patriarch left he didn't carry anything with him, he only wore a light gauze dress. Zyumiya looked curious, looked at Sally kneeling on the ground and asked with some doubt, How did you know? Master, that time after playing with my lover, I took a rest and admired the night sky. I accidentally discovered it. Sally did not dare to hide it and answered truthfully. So your patriarch will go out in more than a month? Yes, sir. After getting the answer again, Wylan turned to look at Kyle and asked, Can you steal that thing out? You can try, Kyle thought seriously and answered. Wylan clenched his right fist, hit his left hand and said with a smile, Then let's wait. Zemia nodded and turned to Sally and ordered, Send some dark elves to the teleportation array. As for the missing dark elves before, I believe you can handle it with your ability. Of course, if you can't handle it, I will deal with you. Sally was so scared that she crawled on the ground and trembled. She answered in a trembling voice, Master, don't worry, your slave will handle it. Okay, go down. From now on, no one is allowed to come here. Do you understand? I understand, Master. Sally answered, then stood up and walked out tremblingly. Looking at the back of the dark elf priest, Wylan had a premonition that there would be rumors tomorrow. Priest Sally was so happy to have a lover that she walked out of the temple with weak legs in less than half a day. For a moment, Wylan felt that his mind was polluted. Shook his head and threw this disgusting idea out of his head. Wylan, what are you going to do in the next month? Of course. Study, Kyle said first. Wylan was stunned when he heard it. Seeing this, Kyle said with a serious face, Master, for the sake of kixing territory, you should study. This, Wylan was speechless for a moment, turned his head to look at Zyumiya, only to see her with a smirk on her face. Dear Wylan, Kyle is right. For the sake of kixing territory, you should study. Okay. Resistance was fruitless. Wylan had to lie down and study. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the beginning of March. In the past month, Kyle has already explored all the places in Malachi's, the main city of the Ebis tribe, except the temple. By the way, he left fire in some dark elf nobles and priests, which can be detonated at the necessary time to attract attention. As for Wylan, he studied attentively for a month and roughly mastered the elven language. With Zyumiya sitting next to him every day and watching him study, he really has no time to rest. In the palace of Malachi's, the main city of the Ebis tribe, a beautiful dark elf lies on a blanket and enjoys the service of 3 feminine dark elf men. Calculating the time, I have to go find the black dragon again. If she had a choice, she didn't want to find the greedy dragon, but for her own power and status, as well as this pastoral area of faith of the gods, she had to go. Feeling the discomfort in her legs, the dark elf Novia Sinclair sat up, looked at the man she once loved very much, and said coldly, What are you thinking about? The dark elf man was so scared that his face turned pale, his body trembled involuntarily. He knelt on his knees, lowered his head, and stammered and couldn't speak. If you can't say it, then don't say it. Novia Sinclair raised her hand and pressed it on the dark elf man's head, directly sucking the blood out of his body. The other 2 serving men were trembling with fear, but they didn't dare to stop massaging in their hands, for fear of following the footsteps of the man in front of them. Come here. Outside the hall, 2 dark elf warriors entered the hall, knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Drag this mummy out and throw it to feed the dwarfs. Novia Sinclair's voice was without any emotion. Yes, master. The 2 men stood up as ordered, keeping their heads down the whole time. Not daring to raise them at all, their movements were swift and skillful, as if they had done this countless times before. They lifted up the corpse of the mistress, which had turned into a mummy, and slowly walked out of the hall. During the whole process, they dared not make a single noise, for fear of angering Novia Sinclair. As night approached, Novia sat up and waved her hand. The two waiting men stood up and saluted, then respectfully left the hall. After sitting for a long time, Novia Sinclair waved to close the hall, came to a corner, activated the magic circle in a special way, opened the inside of the stone wall, and put the magic equipment and space equipment into the space inside the stone wall. After stopping for a moment, he sealed the stone wall, turned around and came to the center of the hall, took out a gauze dress, put it on casually, opened the magic band of the hall and left the palace and flew northwest. Somewhere in Malachi City, Kyle stood in a corner, looking at Novia who was leaving, and disappeared and appeared outside the palace. Suddenly, Kyle stopped and looked at the sneaky dark elves in the distance, thinking, I didn't expect there were others. Internal fighting has always been like a curse that runs through the dark elves. After thinking for a moment, Kyle slowly followed the dark elf assassin with strange whereabouts. Using this dark elf as a scapegoat and causing the Ebis tribe to fight among themselves would be in the interests of his master. Arriving in front of the palace, the dark elf assassin took out a strange magic item, dissolved a hole in the magic shield, and then drilled out. Seeing this, Kyle stood guard by the side. It was rare for someone to help him, so he was happy to be free. In less than half an hour, the dark elf assassin came out of the hall on tiptoe, his eyes full of vigilance, and he carefully took back his magic equipment. Every move was extremely cautious. He stared at the magic shield until the shield was repaired, then he breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to leave. Kyle followed behind him, his steps light. After leaving the palace and entering the city, Kyle's mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely noticeable smile. With a thought, the dark elf assassin's body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes became confused. He waved his hand and took out the two space rings in his arms. After a rough inspection, one of them was carried by him, and the other was the space ring of the dark elf patriarch, which had a soul mark on it. Once it was destroyed, it would definitely be noticed by the other party. Looking at the dazed dark elf assassin, Kyle directly wiped off the soul mark on the space ring, took out all the things inside, and threw them into the messier half-plane. After doing all this, he stuffed two space rings into the dark elf assassin's arms, hid his figure, and released his control over him. The next moment, the dark elf assassin's eyes regained clarity, looked around cautiously, touched the two space rings in his arms, and went straight out of the city. In a cave, the dark elf patriarch Novia, who was enjoying the pleasure, frowned, and his heart was alarmed, but seeing the black dragon lying on him, he did not dare to reveal the idea of leaving. This black dragon needs at least 10 days to be in heat once. In other words, she can't leave now. However, she stored a magic positioning mark on the space ring and magic equipment. As long as the thief makes the magic equipment with the magic positioning mark appear in the real world, it will definitely leave information. And she can use this clue to find the damn thief. On the other side, Kyle returned to Keston Town. Seeing Kyle's return, Wylan put down the book in his hand, stood up, and greeted him. Zumia, who was sitting beside him, looked a little helpless when she saw this. She waved her hand to tidy up the messy books and put the pens in place. Then she stood up and walked to the center of the hall. How is it? My lord, the things were taken back, but they were just snatched from others. Hearing this, Wylan showed curiosity and said, could there be other forces eyeing the things of the dark elf patriarch? Yes, my lord. Kyle nodded in agreement and replied, it can only be said that in the dark elf tribe, internal fighting is really everywhere. As long as it hurts others, regardless of whether it is beneficial or not, they will do it. Haha, that's perfect. There is a scapegoat in front which can make Sally the chess piece exist for a longer time. Wylan laughed. After the conversation, the three of them passed through the half-plane channel and entered the messier half-plane. In order to prevent the dark elf patriarch from tampering with her things, it is just right to study these things in the half-plane. Standing in front of the messy treasures, Kyle waved and took out 3 books, with romance, spy records, and secrets of the dark world of Karabi written on the covers respectively. Looking at the 3 books floating in front of him, Wylan quickly set his sights on romance. Zumia followed her husband's line of sight and whispered in his ear, if you want to read it, I will translate it for you later. Wylan heard it, coughed lightly, reached out and took the secrets of the dark world of Karabi and said seriously, take a look first, is there any legendary secrets on it? Seeing this, Zumia also put away her playful smile, reached out and took Secrets of the Dark World of Karabi, opened it and read it, extracting information about the legendary strongman from it. While his wife was translating, Wylan sat on the grass and picked up a weapon, emitting a blood-red light. Ready to test its hardness, but saw the druid's book suddenly jump out and fly into the treasure. He used the pages of the book to find 13 gold coins in it and swallowed them without thinking about anything. After a full meal, the druid's book carefully glanced at Kyle, quickly flew in front of Wylan, turned into a mark, and returned to the back of his hand. Wylan witnessed this scene and ignored it. He knew without thinking too much that those gold coins must be blood-cursed gold coins, otherwise the book would not be so positive. After a while, Zumia put down the book recording secrets, looked at Wylan, and said with a serious expression, "The worst situation has occurred. There are several legends." Wylan put down the weapon in his hand, looked up at his wife, and asked. Kyle, who was flipping through spy records, also stopped what he was doing and looked up. Under the gaze of the two, Zumia raised 2 fingers and began to talk. There are 2. One is a legendary black dragon, and the other is a legendary evil soul eye. According to the records of the Dark Elf Patriarch, these 2 legends have a common feature. Hidden, Wylan answered. Zumia nodded and responded. Yes, according to the description of the Dark Elf Patriarch. Whether it is a legendary black dragon or a legendary evil soul eye, they like to hide behind the scenes, control large tribes, collect treasures, or satisfy their own desires. According to the book, the dark world of Karabi is divided into 5 regions, namely the southeast, east, center, west, and south. The southeast and east belong to the legendary black dragon, the south and west belong to the evil soul eye, and the center is divided into a buffer zone between the 2 sides. Also known as the food zone. In the southeast region, the Ebis tribe of the Dark Elves provides lust for the black dragon. The Nerida tribe of the Grey Dwarves provides wealth for the black dragon, and the Wilder tribe of the Evil Bats and the Burt Gale clan of the Minotaur need to provide food for the black dragon. After hearing this, Wylan fell into deep thought. With strong strength and good at hiding, this creature likes to hide its trump cards the most. However, fortunately, he was cautious enough and did not make a big noise rashly, otherwise he might suffer a head-on blow. In this way, the development of this dark world has to rely on Grandpa. Pack up, let's leave here tonight. Wylan stood up and said to the 2. Zumia heard this and asked, "Do you want to keep Sally?" "Keep her?" Wylan thought for a moment and answered, "Just treat her as a chess piece. If she can survive the madness of the Dark Elf Pastor, she can still play a role in the future. If she can't survive, forget it. I'll listen to you." After leaving the demoplane, Wylan and the other 2 packed up and left Keston Town, accompanied by Sally, and headed for the teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, the 3 returned to the world above. After leaving the cave, Wylan removed his disguise and flew to the Dani province with Zumia and Kyle. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. In the Rose Flower Adventure Group's camp outside the provincial capital of Dani province, a young woman put her hands behind her back, looking at the specially trained reserve members below, and nodded with some satisfaction. The Rose Flower Adventure Group has been established for 30 years, and she has been its leader for 30 years. With the support of that big man, the Rose Flower Adventure Group has now become a very influential adventure group with a good reputation in the Dani province. She also successfully broke through some time ago and became a golden low-level swordsman, which brought the overall strength of the entire adventure group to a higher level. "Mother," hearing her daughter Paulina's voice, Murata turned her head and looked at her face with joy, and asked gently, "What's wrong?" "The Earl is here," Paulina replied excitedly with a happy face. Murata heard this and asked, "Is it Lord Hurricane?" "Mother, no." Paulina shook her head and hurriedly replied, "It's Lord Varan." And before she finished speaking, Paulina felt a gust of wind blow by, and her mother, who was so big, disappeared. After regaining consciousness, Paulin did not dare to delay and continued to inform several other uncles and aunts. In the front hall of the station, Wylan sat on the main seat and looked at the surrounding arrangements. It was very unique and charming. It not only had the local decorative style, but also the decorative styles of other kingdoms. Not long after, a young woman entered the front hall, leaned down to salute, and said respectfully, "Murata, the leader of the Rose Flower Adventure Group, has met the Lord." "No need to be polite, just get up." Wylan raised his hand and helped Murata up from the distance. "Sit. Thank you, sir." After thanking her, Murata came to the third seat on the left and sat down. Sayamiya, who was sitting next to Wylan, looked at Murata curiously. Although she had heard that Kyle managed an adventure group, this was the first time she had seen her in so many years. In less than a moment, the supervisors and 4 deputy leaders of the Rose Flower Adventure Group arrived one after another. After saluting, they took their seats in order of precedence. Then a lively girl brought tea and poured tea for everyone in turn. Wylan looked at the girl's back and asked Murata with a smile, "Is this your adopted daughter?" "Yes, Lord," Murata replied respectfully after hearing this. "However, I remember when I first met your adopted daughter, she was only this tall." Wylan raised his hand to roughly compare her height. After chatting, Wylan suggested, "How about you take me to see this station?" Murata stood up and replied, "Lord, this is my honor." During the visit, Murata explained the development of Rose Flower over the years and introduced the real owner of Rose Flower Adventure Group to many members. Along the way, Wylan had a general understanding of the Rose Flower Adventure Group. The entire adventure group has 663 members, including 1 gold low-level swordsman, 10 silver high-level professionals, 33 silver mid-level professionals, 65 silver low-level professionals, and 183 bronze high-level professionals. There are 186 intermediate-level bronze professionals and 185 low-level bronze professionals. In terms of residences, there are 3 residences in total. One is located in the northern city of the provincial capital of Dani Province. It is managed by Deputy Captain Clinta Means, who is responsible for accepting mission entrustments and managing the industry in the city. There are 30 permanent adventurers. One is located outside the provincial capital of Dani Province, southwest of Milikosi town, covering an area of 3,000 acres. It serves as the headquarters of the Rose Flower Adventure Group, including a training base, material warehouse, horse breeding, weapon repair, etc. The function is integrated into one, with Murata in charge, assisted by Inspector Aravi, and assisted by Deputy Captains Larry and Greta Dolan. The last place is located in the town of Mutahua, in the territory of Viscount Islet. It is a land of about 2,500 acres, donated by Viscount Clever to thank the Rose Flower Adventure Group for their help last time. It is temporarily occupied by Rose Flower. The Flower Adventure Group is used for border material transfer. There are 2 permanent teams with a total of 10 adventurers. As for the profitability of the Rose Flower Adventure Group, excluding expenses, the annual net profit is 50,000 gold coins, which is considered a good industry. How long does it take to break through the Golden Swordsman? Lord, 3 months ago, Murata heard the words and answered, "Since you have made a breakthrough, you have proved your worth." Wylan stopped, looked at Murata and said with a smile, "Starting from next year, the amount of black-skinned pork for the Rose Flower Adventure Group will be increased from 5,000 kilograms. After reaching 20,000 gins, we will give another 500 gins of Tanula deer meat. In a few months, I will send someone to give you a set of extraordinary warrior equipment as a reward for your 30 years. Thank you for your gift, Lord. Murata put her right hand on her chest, bent down and saluted, and replied with some excitement. A set of extraordinary warrior equipment is difficult for even those barons and viscounts to obtain, let alone adventurers. At this moment, Murata was extremely grateful for the choice she made at that time. As I said before, if you prove your worth, it will be worthy of my continued investment. Wylan patted her shoulder and said, I am looking forward to what kind of fruits the Rose Flower can bear in the hands of you and your partners. Lord, the Rose Flower Adventure Group will not let you down, Murata said categorically with a serious face. At night, Varen asked Kyle to call Olivia to the study. Ai Liwei entered the study, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, I have met the Lord. Get up. Yes, sir. After Olivia got up, Wylan asked, has the Rose Flower Adventure Group ever had any unusual situation? My lord, everything is fine. The Rose Flower Adventure Group has not found any betrayal. Olivia replied respectfully in a deep voice. The various accounts handed over to me by Lord Mean have been verified for 2 months and have been confirmed to be correct and without any fraud. Yes, sir. Wylan nodded and continued. As an inspector, as long as there is no betrayal in the Rose Flower Adventure Group, you should try not to interfere with the management of Murata. I understand, Olivia replied with her head down. Seeing this, Wylan took out 2 ice flower fruits from the space ring, handed them to Olivia and said, this is an extra reward for you. Do your job well and don't think too much. I understand. Thank you for your gift, Lord. Olivia took the ice flower fruit with both hands and replied excitedly. Okay, go down and rest. Wylan waved his hand and said to Ellie. Yes, Lord. After Ellie left, Wylan and Kyle went to rest. The next morning, with Murata's farewell, they left this place and returned to Kixing territory. Returning to the Praying Star territory, Wylan began to enter into penance. In the study, Wylan looked at the letter sent by his father and felt like crying. Due to the impact of the Great Purge, the family meeting was postponed for another 6 months and is expected to be held on January 1, 9766 in the glorious calendar. Well, Wylan sighed, stood up, and walked towards the secret practice room. Recalling the practice plan made by Kyle, he meditated and practiced the Druid way from 6 to 8 in the morning. Extraordinary language learning from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. From 12 noon to 5 p.m., practice soul skills. From 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., practice sword skills. From 9 p.m. to 1 a.m., practice spells from the Book of Druidry. From 1 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the morning, absorbing gray crystal stones and strengthening the soul is also a rare time for me to sleep. Such days last for 9 months, and there is no break even for Star Prayer Day and Glory Day. However, there are too many debts owed in the past, and they must be repaid now. As for the government affairs of the Prayer Star territory, Kyle and Baird were shared between them. Except for a few important matters that required him to handle, he no longer needed to intervene. As for the development of the Kabila Dark World, there is no rush now. Wylan plans to bring it up at next year's family meeting, and then let the family communicate with his grandfather. Is this Kixing City? Moon Elf wearing a white robe stood at the city gate, looking at the city in front of him with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. The 2 golden low-level forest elf swordsmen looked at each other when they heard this, but did not speak. They silently followed the young master into the city. At the city gate, the city guard officer looked at the Moon Elf in front of her, and then checked the road guide issued by Zephyrus Territory in her hand. After confirming that it was correct, the 3 elves were allowed to pass. Entering the city, the Moon Elf looked at the shops around him, his eyes twinkling. As soon as he took the first step, he was grabbed by the arm of a forest elf swordsman. He looked serious and said in a deep voice, "Young master, you have been delayed on the road for more than 3 months. Lady Gloria is still waiting for you. Reply." "Play a little longer, Erica, can you please?" The Moon Elf showed a pitiful look on his face, held the forest elf swordsman's hand, and begged. Seeing his companion's hesitation, another forest elf swordsman reached out to slap her awake, and then said to the Moon Elf, "Young master, please don't use your soul skills again, otherwise we will have to drag you away by force." After hearing this, the Moon Elf snorted coldly, but still walked towards the city lord's mansion obediently. Seeing this, the 2 forest elves felt relieved, put away the expressions on their faces, and followed. Arriving outside the lord's mansion in Kixing City, a forest elf stepped forward and said to a guard, "Please inform us that Lord Gloria's niece, Teresa Angara, wants to see Lord Varen." When the guard heard this, he looked stunned and explained, "This guest, Lord Earl, is in Xinyu Castle and not in the city lord's mansion. Lord Baird is responsible for the affairs of Kixing City. However, I can report it to my commander, who will report the matter to Lord Baird." "Sorry to trouble you," the forest elf swordsman thanked him. "It's okay, this is our duty. Lord Baird once ordered that as long as it concerns the Earl, no matter how big or small it is, we must report it to him as soon as possible." After saying that, the guard turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. Within a moment, a middle-aged man was seen walking out of the city lord's mansion. He looked at the three elves under the steps, a silver low-level moon elf mage and two gold low-level forest elf swordsmen. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Walking down the stairs, he bowed slightly and then asked, "What important business do you have with my master?" The forest elf responded politely, took out a letter, and introduced, "Your Excellency, we are from the Angara tree domain of the Moon Elf Kingdom, and we have come to the Star Leader to ask for an audience with Lord Varen. This is a personal letter from Gloria." Baird looked down and saw the envelope surrounded by the light of magic, and then said, "Please put the letter away. I will immediately send a secretary to take you to Star Moon Castle. Thank you. It's just a little effort." After finishing speaking, Baird waved his hand to summon a guard and ordered him, "Go and call Bikasi." "Yes, sir." In less than a moment, a secretary with dark circles under his eyes came outside the gate of the city lord's palace, saluted Baird and said, "General Manager, what are your orders?" "Bikashi, you take these 3 people to Star Moon Castle and then go to Lancia County to have a good rest. I will give you 2 months' leave." Baird looked at the appearance of his subordinates and said. When the secretary heard this, he raised his head in disbelief, looked at Baird and asked, "General Manager, are you?" "What this is, that's right, have a good rest." Baird interrupted Bikasi's words, patted him on the shoulder and reprimanded, "If you fall, I will lose a right-hand man. Have a good rest in Lancia County, and go directly to Andrew to get the corresponding training materials." "Yes, Chief Steward." Bikasi said yes with a wry smile on her face after hearing this. The Moon Elf was filled with doubts when he saw this scene, but in this situation, he was too embarrassed to ask directly. Afterwards, Bikasi took the 3 Moon Elves onto the carriage, left the Star Prayer City, and headed to the Star Moon Castle. On the way, the Moon Elf could no longer stop her curiosity and asked, "Well, sir, when the governor of Kixing City gave you a holiday, why did you look unwilling?" The 2 forest elves smiled bitterly when they heard this. Their young master was really curious. Bikasi was not angry when she heard this. She looked at the Moon Elf girl in front of her and explained with a smile, "There is no other reason. It's just for money and training materials. And to make my hometown better, by the way." "How long have you not rested?" the Moon Elf asked with her chin supported by both hands. "Let me think about it." Basika was stunned and said, then began to recall when she last rested. As a low-level silver swordsman, he was promoted from the army. In other words, 70% of all the clerks in Kixing territory came from the army, and the remaining 30% first became clerks, and then were transferred to the standing army for 3 years of training, and then they would be promoted to become deputy clerks. "Oh, I remember. The last time I slept was 3 nights ago." "So long?" The Moon Elf opened his mouth and said in disbelief. "That's nothing. When I was in the army, I was a scout and a bronze-level warrior when I fought against the dwarves. I didn't sleep for 5 days and 4 nights. During the battle, I dragged my tired body and still fought 2 dwarves alone, killing 1 dwarf and injuring another." Speaking of this, Basika's eyes were full of pride. This was one of his few glorious deeds. When Basika boasted about his deeds, the carriage arrived at the outermost checkpoint outside the Star Moon Castle. "Please explain your purpose." An officer raised his hand to stop the carriage and asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Bikasi got off the carriage, took out the silver medal representing his identity, and handed it to the officer of the Xingyu Castle Guard to check. The officer took the silver medal, untied the magic equipment on his waist, and put the silver medal in it. The next moment, a message appeared in the air. "Bikasi, the 3rd clerk of the Defense Department of the City Lord's Mansion of Kixing City. Kixing County is 39 years old, a low-level silver swordsman, and his direct superior is the governor of Kixing County, the chief steward of Kixing County, Baird." After the inspection, the officer returned the silver medal, looked at the 3 elves on the carriage, and waved his hand to let his subordinates go without asking more questions. His inspection was only responsible for checking identity information. As for the purpose of going to Xingyu Castle, the 2nd checkpoint was naturally responsible. After decades of development, 3 checkpoints were formed outside Xingyu Castle. The first checkpoint checked identity information and stopped illegal intruders, and those who mistakenly entered the suburbs of the castle. The second outpost reviewed the information, asked the reason, and sent soldiers to the castle to report the matter. The third outpost was located 1 kilometer outside the castle wall. It was called an inspection outpost, but it served more as a guard of honor. Back in the carriage, Bikasi looked at the inspection outpost that gradually disappeared from sight, and suddenly remembered an event in the past. It is said that Xingyu Castle did not have an outpost at first, but the chief steward Baird blocked the door from time to time, which made the lord worried, so he set up an outpost to buy time for himself to escape. Of course, this idea was just their private speculation, and no one had the courage to ask the chief steward or the lord. "Mr. Bikasi, what's wrong?" Moon Elf Teresa Angara looked at Bikasi's thoughtful expression and couldn't help asking. "Nothing." Bikasi came back to her senses and said with a smile, "Miss Teresa, I was just thinking about some past events. I'm sorry to have ignored you, Mr. Bikasi. I wonder if you can continue to tell me about your past. I can pay you." Teresa Angara took out a low-level magic crystal from the space ring and handed it to the other party, blinking her big eyes and speaking. Looking at this generous little girl, Bikasi was stunned, then pushed the low-level magic crystal back and refused. "Miss Teresa, if you want to listen, I can continue to explain. As for the reward, then there is no need. Don't you like it?" Seeing this, Bikasi was about to explain the reason, but found that Teresa put away the low-level magic crystal and took out an exquisite dagger from the space ring. "Sir Bikasi, how about this as a reward?" "Madam, please don't test me." Bikasi pushed the dagger back and said, "Military regulations stipulate that you cannot accept bribes from others in the territory." Teresa tilted her head and asked curiously, "Then can you accept it outside the territory?" When Bikasi heard this, she was stunned and didn't know how to respond for a while. The forest elf swordsman on the side was quick and pulled his young master back. With an apologetic look on his face, he said to Bikasi, "I'm sorry, it's my young master who offended me." "It's okay," Bikasi shook her head and responded. After resolving the embarrassment between the two sides, Bikasi continued to explain his past. In the inner city of Xingyu Castle, Weilin ended his meditation, came out of the practice chamber, stretched his body, and saw Hilda hurriedly walking towards him. Seeing this, Weilin's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, but soon returned to a calm look. "Master, good afternoon." Hilda came to Weilin and bowed respectfully. "Is there anything I can do?" Hearing this, Hilda replied, "Master, a guard came to report that a moon elf wants to see you." "Moon elf, who is it?" Weilin asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Teresa Angara," Hilda answered truthfully. "Angara." Weilin suddenly reacted and ordered Hilda, "Go and tell the kitchen to make some cakes, and then go and call Kyle." "Yes, master." Hilda put her hands on her abdomen, bowed her head and saluted, turned around and left. Weilin came to the window, pushed it open, leaned on the windowsill, felt the breeze, and murmured to himself, "Teresa Angara, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be a member of the tribe of Lord Partridge, the lord of the Angara tree domain of the Moon Elf Kingdom. I just don't know why she came to me." In less than a moment, Kyle came to the third floor of the castle, looked at the master who was in a daze, walked over quietly and waited quietly. After a long time, Weilin came back to his senses, turned to look at Kyle and said, "You didn't even tell me you were here." "My lord, it's a great sin to disturb your thoughts." Kyle bowed and saluted and replied with a smile, "Hey, if that's the case, just give me a 10-day or half-month vacation." Seeing this, Weilin climbed up the pole and said, "It's almost October and the Star Prayer Day is coming. It's a good time to have fun with the people." Seeing this, Kyle thought about it seriously and finally nodded and replied, "Only 7 days, no more." "Then it's settled, 7 days of vacation, you can't regret it." As soon as Kyle finished speaking, Weilin couldn't wait to say it, fearing that this guy would regret it. "My lord, it's time to talk about business." Kyle stared at his master and said. Seeing this, Weilin sat on the windowsill and said, "What do you think is the purpose of Teresa Angara's visit to me?" "My lord, do you remember what the Lord Partridge said?" Kyle said. When Weilin heard this, the scene of meeting Lord Partridge of the Angara tree domain emerged in his mind. He only remembered that the other party had said at that time, "Your druid path seems to have gone astray." "Yes, Lord Partridge said this when he saw you for the first time." Seeing this, Kyle added, I still remember him saying, every natural creature has the power to choose its own path. Maybe you will become the founder of a new profession. Wylan touched his head. With an awkward smile on his face, he seemed to realize something and said a little embarrassedly, you don't mean to say that Teresa Angara is here to become my apprentice? Right. My lord, I think this possibility is the greatest. After all, you owed Lord Patrick of the Angara tree domain a favor at that time. Kyle answered. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. I don't know if I can be a teacher. Kyle nodded and said, I believe you will become a qualified teacher. Forget it, we will know whether she is here to be my disciple. After that, Wylan put his hands behind his back and walked towards the hall. Kyle looked at his master's fingers twitching slightly, and he knew that his master was looking forward to being a teacher. However, he didn't know whether the master would turn the moon elf into a second lazy bug. Thinking carefully, it seems that this is not possible. After thinking about it, Kyle followed. At the east gate of Xinyu Castle, after Bikasi sent Teresa and other elves here, he returned to the carriage and asked the driver to go to Lancha County. Standing at the gate, after some inspection, the three elves successfully entered Xinyu Castle. Under the guidance of the maid, Teresa stepped on the white stone slabs and felt the rich power of nature. On both sides of the road there is a flower field, various flowers compete for beauty, and the air is filled with the fragrance of flowers. Teresa looked at the scene in front of her and smiled. If she hadn't gone to meet her aunt's friend, she really wanted to play in the flower field. The only pity is that there are no fairies here. After a while they passed through the inner city wall and came to the inner city of Xinyu Castle. What came into view was a magnificent building, shining in the sun. Next to the main building, there are many buildings with their own characteristics, which aroused Teresa's curiosity. Young Master, a forest elf swordsman, was quick and grabbed Teresa's collar and warned with his eyes. Seeing this, Teresa had to extinguish her little thoughts and followed the maid obediently. Going around the colorful fountain, they came to the front of the hall. Hilda waved to the maid who led the way, motioning her to go down to do things, and then saluted to the moon elf. Madam, please follow me. Thank you. Teresa looked serious and bowed slightly. Under the solemnity, the moon elf girl recalled the etiquette she had learned. Seeing this scene, Hilda bowed her head in return, and then led the three people into the hall. Wylan sat in the main seat, looking at the moon elf entering the hall with a very young face, secretly glanced at Kyle. The meaning was very obvious. Seeing this, Kyle felt it slightly, and judged that the moon elf in front of him was less than 50 years old, which could be said to be a child, but his strength had reached the low silver level, and he could be called a genius. After receiving the information from Kyle, Wylan was a little surprised, but when he thought of the possibility of becoming a disciple, it seemed that everything made sense. Teresa came to the hall, put her hands on her chest, bowed her head and saluted, and said loudly, Teresa Angara, the youngest daughter of Patrick Angara, the lord of the Angara tree domain of the Moon Elf Kingdom, meets the lord of the West Wind Night. The two low-level gold forest elf swordsmen followed the Moon Elf and bowed, to show their respect for the Dragon Knight. No need to be polite. Wylan's face was calm. He raised his hand and used his fighting spirit to help Teresa and the two forest elves up. Teresa, I wonder what Lord Partridge asked you to come to me for. Teresa took the letter out of the space ring, presented it with both hands, and said, Lord Knight of the West Wind, I am here to deliver a letter to my Aunt Gloria. This is the letter. Seeing this, Kyle moved his mind, took the letter into his hand, and then handed it to his master. Taking the letter from Kyle, Wylan looked at the magic mark on it, confirmed that it was not damaged, removed it, took out the letter, looked at the elegant words on it, and felt a little ashamed. Compared to Miss Gloria's writing of the common language, he felt that the words he wrote could only be said to be readable. Focusing on the first sentence, he slowly read it. Little guy, long time no see. I wonder if you still remember me. It's been almost 30 years since we last met. I heard that you have become a God-given earl. It seems that I didn't make a mistake in your judgment. You have indeed gained some fame. I am looking forward to your future. I am sorry to bother you this time, but I want to ask you a favor. When you read this letter, you should have seen the little girl Teresa. At the request of her father, I wrote this letter, hoping that you can teach Teresa for a while. As for why Patrick did this, he said you know. So I didn't elaborate. By the way, I heard from the old dragon Alaric that you are going to participate in the Sea and Sky Ice Abyss trial, so I asked Teresa to bring a token. Go to the Brizet subcontinent. You can go to the Holy Ice Elf Kingdom Lore Ice region to meet Catherine, Old Immortal. You don't have to go out of your way to find her. Just carry the token with you and she will come to you. Okay, that's all. Goodbye, little one. After folding the letter in his hand, Wylan looked up at Teresa, who was a little hesitant, and said, Do you know what you have to do besides delivering letters? Teresa patted her head and flipped through the space equipment, and then flipped through another space equipment. After spending more than 10 minutes, she found the thing her aunt asked her to bring. Then she raised it and said, Lord Knight of the West Wind, there is also this. Aunt Gloria asked me to send it. I would have forgotten it if you didn't say it. Wylan waved his hand, took the petal-shaped token in front of him, took a few simple glances, put it into the space ring, and then asked, What else? Besides, Teresa had a puzzled look on her face. She carefully recalled what her father and aunt had said when they set out. It seemed that there was nothing else except the letter and the petal. Then Teresa raised her head, blinked her eyes, and said loudly, Lord Knight of the West Wind, no more. Varen stood up, teleported to Teresa, looked at the moon elf girl who was only 1.6 meters tall, and said with a smile, The third thing is you. Teresa pointed at herself, with a confused look on her face, not knowing what this sentence meant. Your aunt and your father sold you to me. Wylan did not answer directly, but said with a wicked smile, Your father owes me a large sum of money and decided to let you pay the debt. HMPH, Sir Knight of the West Wind, you are lying to the elves. My father will not do this. After saying that, Teresa took off a space ring and dumped the items outside. In just an instant, a pile of magic props and magic scrolls appeared in front of Wylan. According to a rough estimate, they were worth tens of millions of gold coins. Teresa saw the astonishment on Varen's face, put her hands on her hips, and said very proudly, Master Zephyr Knight, I still have 9 space rings like this, so my father will never use me to pay off debts, so you must be lying to me. Seeing the little guy's proud look, Varen put the letter into her hand, signaling Teresa to read it. Teresa glanced at Wylan and opened the letter. It was written in familiar handwriting, but the content was unfamiliar. When she saw that she was really sold, her face fell. Ha ha ha, what do you think? You believe it. Seeing the sad face of this little guy, Wylan laughed and said, Well, Sir Knight of West Wind, can you let me go back? Teresa raised her head with a hopeful look in her eyes. Wylan smiled and refused mercilessly in Teresa's expectant eyes. This is the request of your father and your aunt, so you should be prepared to be my apprentice. Then, when can I go back? Teresa saw that she couldn't run away and asked again. I don't know either. Wylan touched his chin and said, Oh. Seeing that Teresa was about to cry, Wylan put his hand on her head, stroked it gently, and comforted her. Wait a few days, I will take you out to play. Really? Teresa asked in disbelief. Really? Although Wylan wanted to lie and tease the moon elf girl, he gave up the idea when he thought of her crying. Afterwards, Wylan asked Hilda to arrange a place for Teresa and her 2 guards. After a while, Wylan and Kyle were the only ones left in the hall. Sitting in the main seat, Wylan looked at Kyle and couldn't help but sighed. So rich. My lord, she is not as rich as you, Kyle said mercilessly. Sigh, Wylan smiled. A few minutes later, Wylan found that Kyle had not left yet, so he knew he was waiting for him. Unfortunately, there was no way to be lazy. Wylan stood up and walked to the training ground to practice soul skills. On October 18, 9765, in the glorious calendar, Wylan got up from the bed in the morning, opened the window, looked at the scenery outside the window, and felt particularly comfortable. After 6 months of hard training, I finally got some time to rest. Feeling the sunshine, Zumia sat up from the bed, looked at her husband who was grinning, and shook her head helplessly. Really, standing there with your upper body naked, aren't you afraid of being seen by the patrolling guards? Hearing his wife's words, Wylan reacted and closed the window directly. With Zumia's service, Wylan put on his clothes, took the space ring, left the room directly, and walked towards the fountain square. In less than a moment, the head maid Zisina entered the room, looked at the mistress sitting in front of the dressing table, came behind her and fixed her hair. Zisina, pass on my order. Except for the necessary duty posts. Everyone in Xinyu Castle can leave the castle and go to Kixing City for fun during holidays. Zumia looked at herself in the mirror and spoke slowly. Zisina heard this and asked, Madam, are the maids and cooks also on holiday? All of them are on holiday. Zumia said, anyway, your master will go back to find food when he has a craving, so don't worry about him. By the way, the castle servants and cooks will each be rewarded with 10 gold coins, and you, Hilda, Serafina, and Catalina will each be rewarded with 100 gold coins. Madam, is it in your name or in the name of the master? Zisina asked after hearing this. Zumia picked up the hair rope and handed it to Zisina, and answered in the name of Wylan. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, looking at the hairstyle woven by Zisina, Zumia was very satisfied. After letting her go down, she went to the study, picked up the books and the teaching stick, and then left the castle and flew to the Kixing Magic Academy. I have been busy with affairs these days and forgot to check my sister's learning progress. At this moment, in the wizard rest area of Kixing Academy, in the No. 44 house, a silver-haired girl was lying on the ground, surrounded by various magic books and papers full of formulas. It's over, it's too late. Camellia looked at the various formulas, holding her head with a trace of fear in her eyes. If she had known, she would not have been lazy in the past few days. Now it's all over. As for being lucky, she had this idea, and even prayed to the goddess of life and the god of magic in her heart, hoping that her brother-in-law could take her sister out to play, so that she would have enough time to deconstruct these formulas. But the probability of such a thing is extremely low, basically impossible. She is very clear about her sister's code of conduct. Camellia, come out. Hearing the familiar voice, Camellia was startled, but as for turning around and running, she didn't have the courage. In the courtyard, Zumia looked at her sister's panic and snorted coldly. Even without the assessment, she knew the result. Tell me, how do you want me to punish you? Sister, I. Zumia looked at her sister coldly and said, since you don't choose, I will choose for you. That flagpole is where you will practice for the next 3 days. Camellia looked in the direction of her sister's finger and swallowed her saliva. Before she could speak, she found that her body was flying up. Study hard up there. I will test you again in 3 days. If you still can't pass, you will be prepared to stay up there for a month. After hanging her sister on the 10-meter-high flagpole, Zumia casually set up an illusion to save her sister's face, and then left. However, Camellia, who was hung on the flagpole, did not know the environment set by her sister. Whenever she saw someone coming, she would cover her face in panic. Of course, for professionals below the soul rank, it was impossible to find Camellia, but for Osmond, the vice president of the Kixing Magic Academy, he could see it clearly. However, he would not interfere with the Lord's family affairs, so even if he saw it, he would just walk past it as if nothing had happened. In Kixing City, Wylan took his new apprentice Teresa Angara, his butler, the guardian knight, and his best brother Kyle, strolling around the streets. As for Zumia, maybe she will come later. After all, it doesn't seem to take long to clean up the sister-in-law. As the 44th Kixing Day of Kixing territory, it was unprecedented, but for Wylan, the number of Kixing days celebrated in the territory was less than half. It was a rare leisure, and in this prosperous scene, Wylan enjoyed this atmosphere very much. And all this was inseparable from the efforts of Baird and others. The moon elf Teresa Angara looked around curiously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. From time to time, she pointed at the new things around her and exclaimed in surprise. From time to time, she took out gold coins, bought the items she liked, and then put them into a pink space ring. Teacher, look there. Varen, who was enjoying the singing and dancing, heard Teresa's voice and turned around to see several Shia orcs coming out of the hotel. Their furry ears made everyone exclaim. How could they appear here? Wylan said softly with confusion in his eyes. After hearing this, Kyle said, Lord, they may be here for you. Yes, Kyle nodded in response. As your reputation as a God-given earl spreads, and your deeds spread throughout the countries, various forces will inevitably come to visit you. This group of Shia orcs is the first wave. But it is definitely not last wave. Forget it, today is the day to pray for stars. You should relax and stop thinking about these things. Wylan waved his hand, ending the topic, and turned around to continue enjoying the singing and dancing. After decades of transformation, combined with the local dance culture of Cardero Province and the aesthetics of the eagle leader of Zih Province, this double-star dance has great ornamental value. The stage was surrounded by a variety of people, including local nobles and wealthy businessmen from Cardero Province, nobles from neighboring provinces, dragons, half-elves, Shia orcs, etc. Under the patrol of the sheriff, everyone remained calm. They would only quarrel if they could, and did not dare to do anything else. The territory given to the Earl by God, but no one dares to offend the majesty of Earl Kai Zing. Both Wylan and Kyle cast shallow cognition spell on themselves to avoid being recognized by the residents and the sheriff. They are here to have fun, not to be worshipped by the people. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Varen turned around, looked at Shemia's figure, and asked with a smile, "How is Camellia?" Zemia covered her head and said helplessly, "I hung her on the flagpole." Upon hearing this, Wylan was stunned for a moment, then took a deep look at his wife and said in surprise, "I often say that I want to hang the Hebrews on the flagpole, but I have never done it once." "You just told Camellia once, and within a year you had him hung up." Shemia narrowed her eyes and said, "Dear Varen, I just said that I felt your breath when I was teaching Camellia. I thought it was my imagination. But I didn't expect that you were actually outside the door at that time." Cough, cough, "I wanted to go find you at that time, but when I saw you teaching Camellia, I couldn't help but listen for a while." Wylan had an embarrassed look on his face, and Shanshan smiled. "Forget it, it's not a big deal." A smile appeared on Shemia's face. She stepped forward and hugged Wylan's arm and whispered, "As compensation, you have to buy me a gift." Wylan heard this and asked, "How about the wood carving?" "Can." Zemia agreed, without even thinking about it. Although her husband has given her many wooden sculptures, she doesn't mind as long as they are from him. After the double star dance, the next dance follows. After stopping to watch for a while, Wylan quickly lost interest. Not long after walking out of the third block, Varen found the group of Shia orcs hanging behind him. "Teacher, why don't you leave?" Teresa asked curiously as she watched the teacher stop. Kyle came to Varen's side, a sharp light flashed in his eyes and asked, "My lord, do you want to take action?" "There's no rush." Wylan waved his hand to stop us. "If the other party can spot us, there must be something special about us. There's no harm in meeting us. It's up to you." Kyle extinguished the holy flame on his fingertips and replied calmly. As for the group of Shia orcs, he only needed one breath to make them disappear quietly into Kixing City. But if his master was interested in them, he would spare their lives first. "Go sit in the pub next door." Seeing this, the three of them nodded slightly and followed Wylan into the tavern called Looking Up Heart. Entering the tavern, under the guidance of a maid, we came to sit at a round table. It was said to be a tavern, but no noise was heard. The floor was covered with silencing magic circles, blocking the transmission of sound. Even if several adventurers at the round table nearby yelled, it did not disturb them in the slightest. As expected, 3 Shia orcs followed closely and entered the tavern. Seeing the furry ears, everyone in the tavern couldn't help but cast their eyes over them, but no one dared to come forward and strike up a conversation. If it were the territory of other nobles, they would have surrounded it. But in the Kingsing territory, they didn't dare. Although the lord here was kind, the governor in charge of this city was not kind at all, and could even be called a vicious god. The 3 Shia orcs ignored the gazes of the others and went straight to the round table where Varen had been sitting for a long time. One of the shorter Shia orcs stepped forward, bowed and saluted and said respectfully, "Lord Varen, I'm sorry for disturbing you." Wylan stared at the Shia orc boy in front of him and stretched out his hand to motion for him to sit down. After the Shia orc boy took his seat, Varen asked, "I'm curious how you discovered me." The Shia orc boy saw that he had turned around, untied the clothes wrapped around his neck, pointed to the purple crystal on his collarbone, and explained, "Lord Wylan, this is my gifted ability. When you get close to a person who is favored by fate, you can get it within a kilometer." When it is within the distance, I can sense it, and the crystal will change from white to purple accordingly. Aren't you afraid that I will imprison you and use you as a tool to find the child of destiny? Wylin looked at the young Zia orc, knocking on the table regularly, and said calmly, Lord Wylin, when I came to Kixing territory, I heard your reputation for kindness, and I believe you will not do this. Wylin did not rush to confess, but asked, Then how do you know that these reputations are not deliberately spread by me? Because of your territory and people. The Zia orc boy answered calmly, I have been in Kixing territory for 3 days and have been to the city center, small towns and villages. Everyone I met, whether old or young or children, has awe of you. Heart and gratitude. I am very sensitive to emotions and know that they are not fake. So I believe that your reputation for kindness is not false. Wylin looked at him deeply and said, So, what do you want to see me for? The Zia orc boy did not hide anything and said straight to the point, Lord Wylin, my grandfather hopes to invite you to visit the Keda's tribe. Holy Zia orc kingdom. Looking at the confusion on Wylin's face, Zumia pulled her husband into the illusion and explained the origin of the Keda's tribe to him. The Zia orc boy sat quietly and did not speak. A few minutes later, Wylin came out of the illusion and looked up at the Zia orc boy with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. The Keda's tribe is one of the 12 tribes chosen by the Holy Zia orc kingdom. Its ancestors once followed the Zia orc god and made great contributions to the escape from the Black Zia orcs. Their blood descendants were canonized by the Zia orc god as the 12 tribes chosen by God. The Holy Zia orc kingdom has been established for more than 2,000 years, but the country still retains the cruel bloody succession method. That is, the king is born after the most outstanding gold high-level holy blood warriors of the 12 tribes after a sacred duel. Each king can reign for 200 years, except for the Full. According to Zumia's explanation, the king of the Holy Zia orc kingdom has gone through 15 terms. The current name is Saint Philmona, from the Xylor tribe, one of the 12 tribes chosen by God. He ascended the throne in 9570 of the glorious calendar, and will abdicate in 9770 of the glorious calendar, that is, 5 years later. In this way, the purpose of this Zia orc's visit was very clear. What is your purpose, or what is your grandfather's purpose? Wylin said straight to the point without any politeness. The Zia orc boy lowered his head slightly, took out a blood-red crystal stone, injected Dukai into it, raised a blood-red barrier, covering everyone in it and isolating them from the outside world. After doing all this, the Zia orc boy stood up, stepped back a few steps, knelt on one knee, put his hand on his chest and said, The God-given Earl loved by the goddess of life, please forgive my grandfather Osvid Kedas for his rudeness. Wylin looked at the Zia orc's actions, his expression calm, and did not speak. The next moment, the Zia orc boy took out a crystal ball from his arms, put it on the ground, and poured Dukai into it. As Dukai was filled, the crystal ball slowly turned and rose into the air. Under the gaze of several people, the crystal ball projected a phantom. An old face, grayish hair, and an empty left arm. Through the shadow, Wylin could feel the strength of this old Zia orc, who was much stronger than himself, even stronger than Kyle, and probably had touched the legendary barrier. Respected Earl of God named Osvid Kedas salutes you here. Following the guidance of St. Glald, I asked my grandson to carry the crystal to meet you across tens of thousands of miles. I'm sorry to meet you in his way. I hope you can forgive our rudeness. Hearing the old man's words, Wylin subconsciously touched his face, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, Gallald again, is there any benefit? Thinking about it carefully, he and Glald have met 3 times. The first time was when he was opening up the trade route, and he met him by chance in the military town of Gressley. Now thinking about it, the other party seemed to be waiting for him there. As for tracking the traces of the devil, it might be true, but it was definitely not the main purpose. During this meeting, the other party gave him a token of the Dawn Church. On the way back, it was transferred to Aunt Flora, which indirectly saved his life. Thinking about it, if Aunt Flora died in that demon attack, he would not have his uncle who was willing to assist him wholeheartedly. The second time was to enter the interlayer space to destroy the conspiracy of the God of 7 emotions, but he only acted as a spectator for a while and did nothing. he also got a token for nothing. After becoming a soul knight, he could go to the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom to meet the Pope and let the Dawn Church build a teleportation array in Kixing territory for free. But because of his identity, he chose to forget it temporarily. After all, as a believer of the goddess of life, it would be very bad to collude with the Dawn Church so openly. The third meeting was in the Angara tree domain of the Moon Elf Kingdom. The other party came for the secret realm of Tibers and exchanged the Stone of Plata for the key of the remnant moon. With the help of the Stone of Plata, his wife successfully gave birth to 3 clones of the 7 emotions. After trying, he found that he liked his wife the most. This time, although they did not meet each other, these Zia orcs came under his guidance. Therefore, the first thought in Wyland's mind was that there were benefits, and the second was the price he had to pay. After a brief thought, Wyland continued to look at the old Zia orc and listened to his story. Half a year ago in the Kedas tribe, the tribesmen discovered a space between fantasy and reality, but they could not enter. At that time, the saint of the Dawn Church, Glaud, traveled to the Fog City. When he learned about this, he instructed me and designated my grandson Byron to find you. As for why he came to you, he doesn't know. Please don't blame him. Here, on behalf of the Kedas tribe, I invite you to come to the Fog City. Watching the old man salute, Wyland fell into deep thought. The space between fantasy and reality may be the embodiment of dreams, or it may be formed by the introduction of future space into reality. This has been recorded in Might's Travels. As for whether there is an opportunity, it depends on the face. As far as he knows from reading the 18 volumes of Might's Travels, the legendary strongman encountered it 8 times before he entered the legend. He made a profit 3 times, returned empty-handed twice, and walked out of it 3 times in a daze. But there is no detailed record of the experience of entering that space. It seems that there is some kind of restriction, or simply do not want to record it. In general, there is no danger to life. While thinking, the shadow dissipated, and the crystal ball slowly fell, and was caught by the Zia orc boy with both hands and put into his arms. Kyle, what do you think? Wyland turned his head to look at Kyle and asked. Zumia also raised her head and looked at Kyle, waiting for his answer. When she was bored, she also flipped through the books in her husband's study. She had some understanding of this space between fantasy and reality, but she didn't understand much. Under the hopeful eyes of the two, Kyle shook his head and said, "My lord, I think it's better for you to ask Lord Oder than to ask me. This phenomenon has never appeared in the heavens, and the records of what happened in the real world are also very secretive, so I don't understand it either. Then ask Uncle Oder in a few days. He is knowledgeable and should know something." Wyland touched his chin and said, as for why he didn't go now, he had to find someone to tell him. 3 days later, according to the guard's report, his uncle took Aunt Flora away from Kixingaling, saying that he was going out to deal with things, and he didn't even take his 2 apprentices with him. In his opinion, it was definitely not a serious matter. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. Byron. The kneeling Zia orc boy looked up upon hearing his name and answered respectfully. Lord Wyland. You get up first. After receiving the promise, Byron stood up from the ground. I need to think about your tribe's invitation for a while. Wyland looked at the Zia orc boy, tapped the table regularly and said, I will give you an answer within half a month. Yes, Lord Wyland. That's it, I wish you a happy half a month in Kixing territory. Wyland stood up, looked at the Zia orc boy and said in a gentle tone. Lord Wyland, I believe this place will bring me a good memory. After saying goodbye to the Zia orc, Wyland left a gold coin and then left the tavern. Looking at the bustling and lively streets, Wyland quickly put aside the invitation from the Kedas tribe and prepared to wait until his uncle came back from vacation. Moon Elf Teresa looked at the shops on the street with a bright light in her eyes, and she couldn't wait to take a look. Without the constraints of etiquette and family rules, she likes this kind of life very much. Father, let's go to the opera. If we are late, there will be no seats. A little boy said while pulling the corner of a young man's clothes. The young man turned his eyes away from the singing and dancing stage on the side, looked down at his child and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will let you ride on my head later." "No," the little boy shook his head and said firmly, "You said so last year, but in the end you lifted me up and still couldn't see anything." "That's because you were too short last year. This year you are taller, so this won't happen." The young man heard it and explained patiently. "Really? Really? Okay then." The little boy compromised instantly and stood beside his father without making a fuss. Wylan saw this scene and sighed in a low voice. The world is going downhill, people's hearts are not as good as before, and they actually lie to children. Zumia heard it and smiled with her mouth covered. As time passed, the sun set and night fell. The magic lamps hanging on the wooden poles and the energy-gathering stones in the residents' homes, under the function of the element pool, emitted the sun's rays and illuminated the entire city. On the clock tower, Wylan sat on the edge of the top of the tower and admired the night view of the entire city. Compared with the bustle during the day, the crowds at night were even worse. Many residents from surrounding villages and towns gathered in Kixing City to spend the first night of Kixing Day together to celebrate the 44th birthday of Kixingaling. After a few minutes, Wylan looked at the empty food in the paper box and couldn't help turning his head to look at the skewers in Zumia's hand. Feeling her husband's gaze, Zumia turned her head and cast her eyes on the empty paper box in his hand. Then looked at the 3 skewers in her own paper box, took out 2 and handed them over. "I don't have any more either, don't ask me for more." Seeing this, Wylan took the 2 skewers of meat without hesitation and put them into his mouth. Kyle, who was standing on the top of the tower, saw this scene, raised his right hand slightly, split into a clone, handed him a few gold coins, and asked him to go downstairs to buy some food. After finishing the 2 skewers of meat, Wylan leaned back and looked at the night sky. The moon cast a silver glow, illuminating the earth, and the stars twinkled, guiding the believers who were lost on the earth. The breeze was gentle, and everything was very comfortable. In the second half of the night, the crowd gradually dispersed, and the streets gradually became quiet. At this moment, in addition to the patrolling sheriff, there were only a few drunk passers-by, lying on the ground without sobriety, and was sent to the temporary resettlement point by the sheriff. "Why, Lynn, where are we going tomorrow?" Hearing this, Teresa secretly looked at her teacher with an expectant look in her eyes. "How about going to Lancia City to have a look?" "Lancia City, I also want to see it. I haven't been there for a long time." Zumia nodded in agreement when she heard it. Seeing this, Kyle nodded, which means he agreed. As for the moon elf Teresa, she nodded quickly. As long as she could have fun, she could go anywhere. She was not picky. After the few people decided, Zumia picked up Teresa, and the 3 flew to Lancia City. Along the way, Wylan was full of pride as he looked at the stars on the ground. In the morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the mist and shone on the ground. On the shore of Lancia Lake, Wylan stood on the observation deck, looking at the sparkling lake, and his mood was particularly beautiful. "Wylan!" Suddenly, a voice came. Wylan turned around and saw the person clearly, with surprise in his eyes. "Yadink, why are you here?" A smile appeared on Yadink's face and he said, "Respected Count Kixing, don't you welcome me here?" "Ha, for a dog-rich man like you, how can I not welcome you?" Wylan laughed, easing the awkward atmosphere. "Hello, Countess." Yadink turned his head to look at Zumia and saluted her. Zumia smiled and responded, "No need to be polite." At this moment, Wylan noticed that the elf next to Yadink seemed to be the Ayer's natural elf he saw at the Burke Club and his eldest brother's wedding dance last time. After a brief greeting, Wylan couldn't help but ask, "You are not competing for the position of the head of the Budball family, so why do you bring that elf here to play?" "No more competition." Yadink looked at the lake and said calmly. "Don't argue." Wylan looked shocked and asked why. "If you don't fight, you won't fight." Yadink turned to look at Wylan, revealing a hint of his own aura. "You are actually stronger than my elder brother in terms of soul level." Wylan took a deep look at Yadink and said in disbelief, "My talent is not bad. After I let it go, I naturally made rapid progress." Yadink looked at the surprised look on Wylan's face and said unhurriedly, "Actually, I came here specifically to see you this time." "You're leaving?" Wylan asked. Yadink replied, "Well, I'm leaving. I'm going to take Sally to the Shilovit subcontinent. I may return to the Synapse subcontinent in this life, maybe I won't come back. Before leaving, I went to meet my old friends, including your eldest brother. You are the last one. How long will it take? Yadink smiled and said, leave as soon as I see you. Wylan was silent for a while and then said, how about I treat you to a drink tonight? I'm looking forward to it. Then it's settled, don't break the contract. Wylan sighed and said, how could I miss the wine that God gave me to the Earl? After saying that, Yadink and Wellen made an appointment to meet here in the evening and then left with his partner. Hiravite subcontinent. Window. Tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. After Yadink left, Zumia came to Wylan and admired the waves on the surface of the Blue Veil Lake. As a rising star of the Budball family, he is leaving. It's really surprising. It's really surprising. When I first met Yadink, it was at the celebration banquet after the end of the war for the throne of the Grand Duke of Bogonghan Principality. He is very smart and has a very strategic vision. He is even better than my eldest brother. As for why he gave up the fight for the title, it's really hard not to be curious. It is definitely difficult for outsiders to know the truth about why Yadink left the Budball family, just like why his second sister followed his grandfather to practice. Except for a few people who know the specific reasons. Most people can only find out the information deliberately leaked by the X family. After hundreds of years, the deliberately leaked information will cover up the true truth of the matter and become the official history. Zumia turned her head and looked at Wylan and asked in a deep voice, Wylan, will you leave suddenly? Wylan heard this, stretched out his hand to hug Zumia into his arms, and said with a smile, with you, Kyle, Orlando, Hebrew, and Baird, I will never leave Kixing territory. What about you? What do you think? Zumia looked directly into Wylan's eyes and asked with a smile. The corners of Wylan's face slightly raised. And he answered, then I will say it. If you dare to talk nonsense, you will have a hard time. Zumia saw her husband's expression, hit her chest with her hand and warned. You won't, okay. Seeing her husband compromise, Zumia smiled again, leaned on Wylan's chest and felt his heartbeat. Kyle, who was sitting in the back, saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching, but he still had no urge to find a partner in his heart. He would not consider this matter before he became a legend. As for the moon elf Teresa, she had already run to the lake to glide, casting spells to create water circles from time to time to increase the difficulty of gliding. Suddenly, several sheriffs rowed a speedboat in the lake to stop the other party. Looking at the group of sheriffs in black uniforms, the moon elf Teresa slowly stopped her actions, stood on the lake, and waited for them to approach. When the boat approached, a young man stood up, looked at the elf in front of him, and asked, without permission, naked swimming, bathing, playing in the lake, diving, fishing, and other 25 activities are not allowed in Blue Veil Lake, do you know? Teresa looked at the young sheriff, shook her head, and answered, I don't know. The young sheriff took out a record book, wrote down the date, and then wrote down the other party's race, and then asked, you came alone? No. Then please take us to find your companions. I know. Teresa put away the staff, boarded the boat, and sat quietly aside, without making any noise. Seeing this scene, the young sheriff nodded with satisfaction, and a little goodwill rose in his heart. It is said that elves are arrogant and rude, but it seems that it is not entirely true. Arriving at the lake, Teresa got off the boat and took 2 men and 1 woman, 3 sheriffs, to find her teacher. On the observation deck, Wylan and Zumia snuggled up to each other, whispering about the past, and did not notice that their apprentice was looking for them with people. My teacher is in front. Teresa climbed the last step and stood at the entrance of the observation deck and said to the young sheriff. After climbing the observation deck, the young sheriff followed the eyes of the elf with a look of surprise, and then he was at a loss. Teresa, who was standing aside, had a sly look in her eyes, and then she still looked harmless. Captain, do you still want to go? A sheriff standing behind the young sheriff swallowed his saliva and asked carefully. The young sheriff gritted his teeth, tore off the contents written on the record book, crumpled it into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it while saying, Since you are here, you have to go even if you don't want to. The other two looked at each other with determination in their eyes. There was no way it had come to this point. If they saw that the Lord did not go to see him but left secretly, if the deputy director knew about it, they would definitely be in trouble. At this moment, Wylan and Zumia separated and stood up from the bench. Teresa came to Wylan, pointed at the three sheriffs and said, "Teacher, they are looking for you." The three sheriffs knelt on one knee, put their right hands on their chests, bowed their heads and saluted, and said in unison, "The 8th Patrol Team of the Blue Veil Lake Security Bureau has met the Lord." "Get up." Wylan looked at the three sheriffs and said. After the three stood up, Wylan looked at Teresa and asked, "What bad things did you do?" "Teacher, actually, I." Facing Wylan's stern eyes, Teresa put away her little thoughts and told the whole story. "How much is the fine?" Wylan turned to look at the sheriff and asked. The young sheriff heard this and replied, to reply to the Lord, a total of 2 gold coins and 3 silver coins. Seeing this, Wylan took out 3 gold coins from the space ring and handed them to the young sheriff. Seeing this, the young sheriff took the 3 gold coins respectfully and found 7 silver coins and handed them to Wylan. "Take it." After hearing this, Teresa hummed and took 7 silver coins from the young sheriff. "Give her a permit to freely play on the surface of Blue Veil Lake." Wylan pointed at Teresa and instructed the young sheriff. "Yes, Lord. By the way, the viewing platform here is temporarily closed and will be open tomorrow morning. I respectfully obey your orders, Lord." After doing all this, Wylan took out a box of ordinary wine from the space ring, put it on the stone slab, and said to the 3 sheriffs, "Thank you for your hard work on duty on the Kixing Day. Take this box of wine with you when you leave later." Seeing this, the 3 sheriffs bowed their heads and saluted, saying, "Thank you for your gift, Lord." After the 3 sheriffs left, Wylan looked at Teresa's cautious appearance, touched her head and said, "Go and play." "Teacher, won't you punish me?" Teresa raised her head and asked with some doubts. Wylan smiled and replied, "Why should I punish you? Just have fun and don't do this again." "I know, teacher. I won't do it again." Teresa admitted her mistake seriously, then left the observation deck and headed to the center of Blue Veil Lake to catch some fish. After Teresa left, Varen, Shermia and Kyle went directly to Lancia City to take a look around. At night, the 3 of them returned here. When I came to the edge of the observation deck and looked at Teresa, who was still in the lake, I couldn't help but sigh. The energy is so good. Not long after, Yadink brought his wife to the observation deck, holding a bottle of blue fruit wine in his hand. Putting the fruit wine on the stone table, Yadink asked his partner to sit on the stone bench, then took out several dishes from the space equipment and arranged them. Wylan stood aside and watched Yadink's actions. Although he had many doubts, he still suppressed his inner curiosity and did not take the initiative to ask. It's better not to understand some things in too much detail. It's better to just have a partial understanding. "Please take a seat." After the arrangement was completed, Yadink made an invitation gesture and spoke. "I originally said I would treat you to a drink, but I didn't expect you to prepare so many things." Wylan sat across from Yadink and said with a smile as he looked at the dishes ordered on the stone table, "You serve the wine and I serve the food. Wouldn't it be better?" Yadink pointed at the blue fruit wine and continued, "Besides, don't think I brought a bottle of wine. In fact, it's just enough for a few of us to have a taste. You have to provide the wine." "Ha, I like hearing this." After that, Varen directly took out 2 boxes of luminous wine from the space ring and placed them on the stone slab. He then opened the wooden board and took out 5 bottles of luminous wine and placed them on the table. With a thought, Kyle took off the corks of the 5 bottles of luminous wine and filled the wooden cups. Wylan saw this and raised his wooden cup. Seeing this, Yadink picked up the wooden cup and clinked it with Wylan. "To be honest, I'm not familiar with you, but this is relative. It's just that there is no interest between us. However, meeting each other means we are destined. You are leaving your hometown to travel far. As a half-friend, I am here to wish you a smooth journey." "Ha, thank you very much, Varen." The 2 clinked their glasses vigorously and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking a glass of wine, Wylan felt a little drunk, and then used his fighting spirit to wipe away the smell of wine and absorbed the magic power contained in the luminous wine. Yading felt Wyland's move and smiled kindly without saying anything. I heard from Elises that his brother's drinking capacity was extremely poor. Even though he had become a soul knight, his drinking capacity had not increased much, as if he was born with a problem with alcohol. Seeing the two of them put down their wooden cups, Shermia and Yadink's friends picked up the wine bottle and poured wine for them. As for Kyle, he watched this scene quietly, not knowing what he was thinking about. When are you leaving? 7 days later, I plan to go to the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom first. Then go to the Moon Elf Kingdom, wait for the ship to the Brizit subcontinent, stay in the Wolf Ice Elf Principality for 2 months, and finally board the ship to Shilovit's ships from the subcontinent. Wyland took a deep look at Yadink's partner, then looked at him again and said with emotion, "You are really good at choosing a place in the Zylovit subcontinent, which is known as the Land of 10,000 Trees." "I think so too." Yadink picked up the wooden cup, drank half of it, then put the wooden cup down and slowly said, "The floating wood, the bottom of the world, the green forest stream, the capital of thousands of flowers. I believe I won't be bored during this trip." This time, the two of them were not talking about the situation in the kingdom, nor were they exchanging war topics instead. They were chatting about household matters or recounting some experiences before I knew it. It was midnight, the bright moon hangs high. And it's time to say goodbye. Yadink looked at the half glass of wine in the wooden cup, then looked at the 20 empty wine bottles at his feet, and suddenly said, "Wyland, do you remember the first time we met?" "Of course I remember. It was the first time we met at the celebration banquet, after the war in the Principality of Bagonghen." Wyland was a little confused in his heart, but he still maintained a gentle smile on his face. "Ha, I remember at that time I thought you were a bit simple-minded. Even after we met for the second time, I still think so." When Wyland heard Yadink's words, he didn't show any displeasure on his face and asked, "What about now?" Yadink took a deep look at Wyland and replied, "I still hold this view now. You, although you are approachable on the surface, are arrogant in your bones. It is impossible to change." Wyland picked up the wooden cup and took a sip of wine, changed the subject, and continued, "But what you said doesn't count. Wrong, I think I have shortcomings, so I will discuss everything with Kyle, except for some secrets that cannot be mentioned. I will make the decision myself. Although I think simply, I have helpers. With the wisdom of Kyle and I, plus the wisdom of my wife, I can definitely defeat you. It's true, knowing and employing people is also a kind of ability, and you are very good at it. I feel ashamed." Hearing this, Yadink punished himself by half a glass and drank the last sip of wine. "Wyland, that's it for tonight." After hearing Yadink's words, Wyland responded, "That's it, I hope we can meet again." "I hope so." After finishing speaking, Yadink stood up, his body shaking a little. The elf on the side saw this, and with quick eyes and hands, he helped his partner up. "Goodbye. Goodbye." After watching Yadink leave, Wyland looked at the wine bottles placed in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. "I can drink really well, I can't even do it." Kyle and Shemia couldn't help but nodded after hearing this. "Others drink by themselves, but my master does not drink by himself." "Where are we going tomorrow?" Wyland retracted his gaze, turned to look at Zumia and asked. Zumia touched her smooth chin and suggested, "How about going to West Wind City?" "Kyle, what about you?" "I have no objection." Seeing that Kyle had no objection, Wyland said, "Then let's go to West Wind City tomorrow." At this moment, when the three were about to leave, they suddenly found something wrong. "By the way, where is Teresa?" Zumia and Kyle reacted immediately after hearing it. With a little perception, they found a moon elf curled up under the observation deck, sleeping soundly. There was a trace of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth as if he was dreaming of something. Seeing this, Kyle flashed to Teresa's side, squatted down, gently picked her up, and returned to his master's side. "This guy is sleeping soundly." Wyland poked Teresa's face with his hand, but there was no reaction, so he couldn't help but laugh. Then Wyland asked Kyle to hold her and went directly to Xiphon County. Before leaving, Wyland cleaned up the place. Then the three of them flew directly to Xiphon County. 5 days later, the Star Prayer Day ended, and Wyland returned to Xingyu Castle. While waiting for his uncle to return, he practiced hard and took some time to teach Teresa. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. 5 days later in the study. Wylan threw away the books in his hand and prepared to run away after learning that his uncle, Oder, had returned. Suddenly a stern look came, which made Wylan stop subconsciously. Turning back and looking at Zumia, Wylan obediently walked to the corner, picked up the book and put it on the desk. Seeing this, Zumia continued to lower her head to read and ignored her husband. After leaving the study, Wylan went straight to the outer city of Xingyu Castle. He made up his mind that after asking about the relevant information of the space between fantasy and reality, he would stay there for a day and would never come back until the next morning. In the manor, Oder made a pot of tea and was about to sit down when he saw Wylan swaggering in. "Uncle, you are back." Wylan walked in briskly with a smile on his face. Oder sat down calmly, a little alert rose in his heart, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Would this kid come to be an overseer? It has been almost 2 years since Wylan handed the war beast puppet to him, but the repair progress is less than 1/3. However, it is not that he does not want to repair it as soon as possible, but he also needs to take time to accompany Flora, teach his 2 students and Lucas, conduct magic experiments, and occasionally visit the underground world. In general, it is not that he does not want to, but that he does not have so much time. Of course, if there is no backlog of building a magic airship, he can get it done in 3 months. "Uncle, can I come to see you and Aunt?" Wylan sat on the soft leather sofa, leaned back, and said with a somewhat resentful look. Oder picked up the teacup, blew away the hot air on the surface, took a sip, and then slowly said, "I don't know your character yet, tell me quickly, I have to repair the war beast puppet for you after that." When Wylan heard this, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, sat up straight, and said bluntly, "Uncle, there is no one else here, you don't have to make such an excuse. You can repair the war beast puppet in half a year. Now it has been delayed for 2 years, so it doesn't matter." Hearing Wylan's words, Oder did not change his face. There was no embarrassment on his face, looked at Wylan calmly and said lightly, "I know what you are going to do, but your wife will come to the door later. Let me see how you deal with it. Don't be afraid, I left in front of her. Don't worry about her coming to me." Wylan waved his hand nonchalantly, with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. "Okay." In response, Oder stopped advising, picked up the teacup and took another sip. Anyway, this guy is a lazy bug. And being lazy anywhere is not being lazy. Half an hour later, Wylan took out a copy of Might's Travels and read it with relish. For this scene, Oder just took a look and stopped paying attention. He leaned on the sofa, used magic to control the pen and paper, and wrote various deconstruction formulas on it, preparing to use it as the teaching content for his 2 students in the past 5 years. After an unknown amount of time, Wylan suddenly put down the book in his hand and asked, "Where is my aunt? I went to consolidate my professional level. Did she break through to the middle level of gold?" "No." Oder stopped recording in his hand, integrated the hundreds of papers suspended on the ceiling in order, and finally formed 12 books on the table, then looked up at Wylan and answered, "I used a trick to let her directly cross the middle level of gold and become a high-level gold knight." Wylan looked astonished and asked with some concern, "Will it not hinder my aunt's future career path?" "It's just to help her regain her previous strength, and it won't harm her future career path." Oder did not hide anything and answered. When Wylan heard this, he showed excitement on his face and asked impatiently, "Can that method be used on me? I know your aunt's previous life very well, so I dare to do this." Oder took a deep look at Wylan and said slowly, "As for you, I dare not. What if you were someone I couldn't afford to offend in your previous life? I would be gone. In this life, I don't want to leave your aunt so soon. Forget it, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Anyway, I'm not very envious." Wylan said one thing and meant another, pretending to be calm. Oder didn't believe a word of what this kid said. Who wouldn't be tempted if they could take a shortcut? However, this method can only be used on his teacher, for whom he has been preparing for more than 20 years. As for this cheap nephew, he has taken enough shortcuts, so it is better to follow the steps. If he can improve his strength without sequelae, then just ignore what he said. It has only been a few years, And this kid is about to break through to the middle-level Knight of Soul, and even the druid profession is about to reach the soul level. If Wai Lin is a diligent genius, he would have accepted it, but unfortunately this kid is not. By the way, what is your purpose in coming here? If you don't tell me, I'll leave first. Seeing this, Wai Lin smiled awkwardly, coughed lightly, and said, Uncle, I want to know if you have ever been to the space between fantasy and reality. I have been there, Oder answered. Can you tell me in detail? When Wai Lin heard this, he couldn't wait to ask. Oder was stunned and looked at Wai Lin. Could it be that he had discovered some ruins or strange places again? After thinking for a while, Oder decided not to think about it anymore. He extracted the information about himself and those spaces, merged them into a memory light ball, and slapped it directly into Wai Lin's head. I'm very busy, you can take your time to read it. After that, Oder left the hall without staying for a moment. Wai Lin rubbed his head and looked at his uncle's disappearing figure. He looked a little helpless and said to himself, It seems that I can't be lazy. Forget it, I'll go back after reading this information. After self-hypnosis, Wai Lin closed his eyes and began to browse the information given to him by his uncle. The space between fantasy and reality is divided into 3 types in his uncle's definition, namely the dream of the horrible, the past of the great, and the future of the lost. The dreams of the horrors are those beings of extremely high status, whose real names cannot be recited, observed, or remembered, such as the ancient gods of rules, the spirits of strange spaces, the immortal souls of the stars, etc. Although this type of dream is called horror, it is a real gift. The premise is to pass the test, otherwise it will return empty-handed, but it will not be harmed. The past of the great ones, that is, the strong who ascended to the legend, believers in the gods and did their best when they were insignificant, and those who dedicated their lives to the world, etc. Their stories were scattered in the real world between the world consciousness and unconsciousness and only existed for a short time. They were explored by those who were destined, with dangers and opportunities. The future of the lost, the legends that fell in the star world, died as saviors in other worlds, and died naturally in the unknown space. They were once favored by the world, but could not ascend to the legend and collapsed halfway, so they were called lost. Under the instinct of the world, the timeline of their future was materialized and embedded somewhere in the real world, and only existed for a very short time.